Right. Twitch is up. And now YouTube is up. Wait, YouTube is not up. Wait, should be up in 3, 2, 1. Where you at, YouTube? Come on. There we go. It's still sending it. There we go. All right, YouTube is up. All right. What is up, Twitch? What is up, YouTube? How y'all doing tonight? Dino first. Let's go. What's up? Just Jordan first over there on YouTube. All right, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back. We're gonna get launched up on TikTok in a minute here, because we're running a little late. Just checking everything up here. What's up, everybody? I need a lot of this. Come on, it's dry as fuck, bro. We got our first sub for the night. Let's go, Mama Autumn. Appreciate you. Thank you for the 8 months. Click. Whew. Alrighty. Let's get started. Bitrate is looking good. We are good to go. I think we can. Holy shit. Thank you so much, Cindy, for the 12 months. Let's go. 1 year. W Cindy, thank you for the Primes resub. Appreciate you. Ooh, is that my
battery low? Please charge.
Yeah, that shit's red. I gotta charge this.
Battery low. Please charge.
Hold on. Make sure my shit's working. Yeah, it's working. All right. I'm just gonna put that in there for a minute. All right, we're gonna go ahead and get launched up on TikTok and start these debates. Yeah, I'm gonna have to leave this in for about 20 minutes. Hey, you should charge your battery. Yeah, thank you, Dino. Thank you. Got you. All right, let's get started. Let's see. All right, we're good to go. Rhizome expired. I can't twerk. I think we have YouTube Shorts is on too. Okay, we're good on Shorts Live. All right, let's do it. God damn it. Hold on. What's up, Brilliant?
Battery low. Please charge.
Oh my god, shit taking forever. All right, let me set my live goal over here. Thought you were gonna charge your battery. It's All All right, let's see how long it takes me to get to 100. Hey, yo, we live. Let's go. Osmosis Jones, don't you know? All right, we're back. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. $800th, hell yeah. Nanners, thank you for the heart me. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Speed Racer, thank you for the heart me. BB, thank you for the heart me. Cindy Who, appreciate you for the 25 stream streak. Let's go.
Battery low. Please
Oh my
charge.
God. Can I at least get to like 20%? God damn it. Cruz, thank you for the heart me. Welcome in, folks. Welcome in. How we doing tonight? We're gonna have to do a restart. I can already tell, but we'll give it a second. Goofy, thank you for the popular. Second ice shooting in Minneapolis. Wait, I saw something like when I was on Twitter. Is that just happened? About an hour or two ago, 2 hours ago. Let's see. Okay. I shot a man in the leg during an enforcement operation in North Minneapolis, sparking protests in the city still on edge after the murder of Renee Nicole Good by a federal agent last week. The shooting occurred about 7 p.m. local time. Residents in the neighborhood not being able to enter or leave the area. Multiple sources and networks of legal aid and mutual aid groups said a pregnant woman needing medical attention was not able to get access to a physician. Rufy, thank you for the heart me. Appreciate you. Jesse, thank you for the heart me. In a statement posted online, the city of Minneapolis said it was aware of a shooting involving federal law enforcement in North Minneapolis. It was working to confirm additional information. What led to the shooting and the identities of those involved have not yet been released. Kevin, thank you for the heart me. I appreciate you. The incident, first reported locally by the Minnesota Star Tribune, occurred as the city continued to reel in the aftermath of the murder of Renee Good by a U.S. immigration and ICE agent last week. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. We might have to do 1 or 2 restarts just to get this live going, because usually it's slow when I first start. My Sony headphones last many days, they never die. Shit. Nick, thank you for the heart me. They say attacked agents with a shovel and or a broom and shot him in the leg. Okay, I'm gonna give about a minute, then we're gonna restart. Oh shit, yeah, blue, my bad. Quite literally with the motherfucking blue. Let's go. If it works, there we go. Good shit. Cruz, thank you for the heart puff. All right. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna do a quick restart. Let me see if I can get a. Maybe this guy's a debate. I don't know. I started creating a shrine of you. It's crazy, bro. That's wild. Okay, this guy's not joining. All right. We're gonna do a quick restart. I'll be back in about 10 seconds. So when you see the live in, just count down from 10, and we'll be right back. Okay, let's do it. Okay. Video quality 720p. Go live. Shauna first. All right, let's get some people on in here. Let's do it. Share, like that screen. Let's go. Cruz. So disappointed in you, Cruz. Parker's live, YouTube live went down. Oh, is this TikTok still up? If his TikTok went down, I'd be having like 300 people. I'm conservative because I have more than 2 functioning brain cells. Well, come on up. Let's see if you do have more than 2 functioning brain cells. Let's hear it. Well, the panel's open. Let's do it. Dino with the heart me. Nanners with the rose. Thank you. You finally escaped from that live yesterday? Yeah, I was in that live for how long? Like 3 hours? Keegan, thank you for the heart me. Thank you for the finger heart. I should restart and went. Wait, what does it say? I should restart. Corky, thank you for the heart me. Welcome in, everybody. How you doing? Might have to do another restart. God damn it. It's all right. His TikTok was laggy. What's up, Dirt? You were on that live for too damn long. I know it. I'm a conservative because I like to keep my money. It's interesting how Democrat states are the ones funding the conservative states then. I reconcile that one. Yeah. We invited you up here. Stop trying to hide in the comment sections, okay? Let's do it. Come on, guys. Why can't conservatives join? Where y'all at? Finally. Maybe this is one. Hope it is. Hello, Jose. Can I get your age, please?
Yeah, 22.
You a conservative?
I mean, I am because I'm Christian. I feel like that would be my reason.
Why would being a Christian make you conservative?
I don't know, maybe I don't know enough about politics like that. I mean, I was just answering to a prompt. I thought that if you're like Christian, you're basically conservative just because of the Christian values.
If you wanna go against Jesus' teachings, then yeah, you'd be a conservative. Jesus was like about giving to the poor, helping those in need, providing comfort and aid to people who need it. Yeah, that's not what conservatives believe.
The conservatives don't believe that?
No, they're trying to deport well-meaning people who just like miss their paperwork on immigration papers and trying to like rip them away from their families. Jesus wouldn't do that.
Oh yeah, but that's MAGA, no? I feel like
but that's like if you look at conservatives and you poll conservatives, almost all of them believe that. It's like a 90% like issue for them.
Okay, I mean, I don't know if it's 90%, but I agree. It's probably a big majority.
Mm-hmm.
But we can agree it's not the same thing. You know what I mean? At the end of the day.
But yeah, listen, like most African Americans are Christian, and almost all of them vote for Democrats. So I don't see what the reasoning is.
But do you have to vote Republican to be conservative? Not really.
They align very closely, Republican values and conservative values. Yeah.
Oh well, I never voted Republican. So
you vote Democrat?
I guess I'm not. I mean, I voted for Kamala last election, but
okay, yeah. Well, I don't know if I would consider you a conservative then.
Oh, okay. Maybe I got a bad definition. Then
Nah,
it's
you're
okay,
good, man. You have a good one, all right?
Yeah, I see. Yes, well.
All right, let's get some debates in here. Let's get this guy in here. What's the name here? I don't know what the name spell is. It Angel? So I'm pretty sure this was the guy who was in the comment section saying that he was like intelligent, right? That was the conservative that was saying he's intelligent. Am I not mistaken on that? You just got the TikTok notification. Yeah, it comes in a little late. What's up, everybody? Welcome in. All right, we are doing. Oh, God. We're doing debates right now. If you are a conservative, go ahead and hop on the guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Thank you so much. Please also make sure you are 18 or older. Everybody else tap that screenshot, tap on the left side. Get that up to like 25K. Let's do it. Orange party. All right. Another bow knot.
All right.
Hello, can I get your age, please?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can I get your age, please?
Yeah, 21.
All right, and you're a conservative, right?
Former, yes.
Okay. Well, I'm only looking for conservatives right now, if you don't mind.
Well, I could explain why I'm not a conservative anymore. I'm more far right now.
I mean, sure. What you got?
So I was a Republican. I voted for Donald Trump last election, and I obviously over time I started to notice there was a lot of bad things going on with him. That being like the Epstein's list, the fact that we were just getting involved in things we should not be getting involved with. He's going around and starting fights that we should not have any business doing. Nicolas Maduro, I mean, like, that was a lucky shot, if you don't mind me saying. He got lucky with Venezuelans actually celebrating him.
I think this
But
guy's
now
a Nazi.
that Donald Trump is trying to go to Greenland and start things with Europe, start things with Denmark, start things with the EU, I'm starting to see why things are not going the way it should. I voted to be more America first, to be more isolationist, and we're starting fights we should not be starting at all.
Are you like a Christian nationalist or something?
No, I would not identify myself as a Christian nationalist. I'm not as religious as many may think. I'm more of a
Oh, you're like a groiper.
No, I'm not a groiper. I'm not aligned with Nick Fuentes. I'm not aligned with anything. I'm more of a third positionist.
What's that, neo-Nazi?
Yes.
Okay. I was guessing. I bet I was like, oh, yeah, this guy's a neo-Nazi. Yeah, what's the argument for neo-Nazism if you have one?
Well, if you ask me, I'm not the type to advocate for violence. I advocate for self-determination, because there are, in fact, some European
every time, bro.
Those who are like the Amish and the Pennsylvania Germans, the Cajun French, the Italians, the Anglo population within the United States, that I firmly believe that certain ethnic groups that have closer ethnic ties should have the right to self-determination, to have their own communities, similar to what they are doing in South Africa with the white population, the Boers. So I believe that we should all have the right to self-determination, that we should not have to worry about government oversight, that we are able to exist as a people. And I would even go as far as to say that anyone within the United States of America should have that fundamental right.
Wait, so you're not like, wait, okay, so you think like within the Americas, within the United States of America, you think that people should be able to enforce within their own local populations ethnic restrictions, but you don't think
Exactly.
America as a whole should be like a white country, right?
No, absolutely not. I mean, like,
Yeah.
I believe that America
I think I
has
can get to this
fundamental
guy.
rights and liberties, and the Constitution exists for a reason. But I believe in the fact that we have a Second Amendment, we have a First Amendment, and we should also have used these rights for self-determination. The colonies were made for those who wanted to have a free state.
Yeah.
Does this not
So
mean
here's
the same for its people?
yeah, so here's the thing when it comes to if you had an individual who wanted to start one of these like little local societies, which I think they're trying to do one in, was it Arkansas? The little white society there. Um, the problem is that what reasons would one have for trying to do it on the basis of like you know, like race or something like that? What reasons would somebody have without having to do some sort of special pleading fallacy or association fallacy? If it's just like fundamentally unreasonable and oppressive against other people who want to live in that plot of land on the basis of their race, for example, I don't see any good reason to like enforce those kinds of policies on others. Because if they have the self-determination with respect to, for example, their race, why doesn't somebody of a different race have the self-determination to live there as well? What's up, Josh?
Yes, I understand where you're coming from, but you see, where I'm really trying to come from is like, I believe in more of an isolationist thing. If people want to have their own community to be safe from certain things, like certain freedoms, like I, for example, believe that people should not be forced into, like, for example, if the United States were to go into a conflict and the United States government decided, hey, let's reenact the drafting system. Let's send people to the Middle East. Let's send people to South America. Oh, let's go fight Europe. I think these are fundamental reasons why we should have the right to self-determination, to not only be able to have our own communities, but also to defend our own communities, which is
Yeah,
protected
but what I'm
by
asking
the
is like,
First and Second Amendments.
what reasons? Why draw the line at race? That's what I'm contending with.
Well, for me, that's just my personal opinion for specifically like my background as a Pennsylvania German. Though I do believe that people should be allowed to also like create communities regardless if it is race or not. If
Yeah,
people
but what
feel
I'm
like they
asking
want
is
to
like for the people
create
who
their
do
own
want to make it for
communities, I
race.
believe.
Like I can
I
think
mean,
of a
that's
lot of
their
different.
right.
Yeah, I mean, but like why should because you understand like nobody especially like a lot of people would historically, nobody ever just wants to create like a small plot of land, delineate on the basis of race and keep it and not expand it, right? Because they're always looking to expand it. Nobody wants to shrink their plot of land. Nobody wants to keep it the same. They want to expand it. So like historically that's just true. Like people are like, okay, well, we're starting to run out of people, well, space for these people, so now we need to start expanding it. And so now we're expanding the plot of land in which I have a claim on it as like, let's say a white man or yeah, like let's just say white people in general. I have a claim on it on virtue of like, no, well, somebody who
I
wouldn't be
would
white
like
have a
to
claim on that.
reply to this guy here. Brian, the reason why I put Deutsch and not Deutsch is because the term Deutsch was not created until the later 1900s, as at the time of the Pennsylvania Germans
Yeah, I know.
moving to the United States from the Rhineland Pfalz. There was no German state. There was no German country. It was all principalities and kingdoms. And
Let's just try to not read the comments here.
yeah,
Okay.
I don't need to go on a whole other title,
All right.
but
Well, what I'm saying is like
Yeah,
when
reasons.
historically has anybody tried to have a plot of land that was exclusive to a particular race and did not want to expand that land to other people's lands?
Yeah, there is many examples of this, which is why obviously there are things we should work for as for terms of, prevention of that. But I do believe that we should still be allowed, whether it's just families and those who want to start their own community or whatnot. I believe that sovereignty should be a fundamental right.
Yeah, I think when it comes to like it being your own property, right? Like if it's your house, right? I think you're just like generally wrong for not allowing somebody to come in and like on the basis of the race. But we're talking about like entire plots of land that you just kind of like conquer or like take over and stuff like that. Those are the kinds of things I don't understand why you would have. Well, you don't, if you don't even have that that reasoning ability when it comes to like your own private domicile, why would somebody grant that for like the broader landscape?
I don't really have an answer for that, sir.
Okay. What are some other far right views that you have then?
Well, I'm also what's it called? I'm against one thing. The reason why I also wanted to do this is because I have a feeling that we are involved in other countries' problems, predominantly. Well, not really Europe anymore. Now that we're trying to take Greenland from Denmark, and we're having a bit of a falling out in that regard.
Did you grow up
I'm
Amish?
kind of worried about like
I don't think you
having to
did.
go to
Well,
war
we
with
can
like
try.
Iran or any Middle Eastern countries on the behalf of like countries like Israel or such. I mean, of course, yeah, the Yahtzee has to say that, but you have to understand my point. There's a lot of Zionist elements within the conservative sphere, and I believe the fact that yes, America is and was a Christian country, even though I'm not too outwardly Christian. I still believe that we still should hold these values.
Christian values?
Yeah, of course, because the United States is a country built off of Anglo-Saxon Protestant values. But
Well, I mean, the
again,
founding fathers
it's not
were
just Anglo-Saxon, but it
theists.
is.
Like even Benjamin Franklin said he thought like Christianity was like completely irrational or incoherent. I'm sorry. Right? Like I just like saying it's a Christian. Like I think when people say this is a Christian country, they're meaning either one of two things. They're meaning like most of the people in this country are Christian, and I've always mostly been Christian, or they'll say something
Yes,
like,
which is
which is
why.
what you're saying, which is the history behind it was founded by Christians. But like that's like I don't agree with that, but let's just say that that was true, right? That doesn't give me anything normative. That doesn't tell me what the country should be, right? If this country was founded off of Islam, I don't think that means we should have an Islamic country, right? Like I can just say that about anything. The country was
Hey,
founded by.
Carbon, I just wanted to warn you that you have a couple of communists who are trying to like raid your life right now.
Huh?
Guys with like hammers and sickles here.
What?
Communist people trying to
Yeah.
raid your life.
Yeah, communists watch me. I'm not a communist, but
For
they
sure.
watch me for debates. So it's not a raid. It's just that they're communists. But anyway, so what was I saying? Oh yeah. So I don't think like I think the founding fathers were like 5'7" or something like that. That doesn't mean I think the country should be ran by like people who are 5'7", right? Like I don't think it grants you anything normative to say that the country should be a certain way in virtue of the fact that people found it a certain way, because it could be that those people were wrong. See what I mean?
All right, for sure.
Yeah. All right, man. Well, thank you so much for coming up. I appreciate you.
Well, thank you for having me.
Yep.
Have a good one.
You too. DZ, you are live. Can I get your age, please?
What's up? I'm 40 years old.
All right. You're a conservative?
I would say so, yeah.
Okay. Thank you for the gift. I appreciate you. Who was that? Jess? Yeah. Can you tell us why you're a conservative? You got a lot of
Actually,
background
at
noise,
this
by the way.
age, at this age, I actually have standards and morals, and I feel like liberals are lawless and have low moral framework and low standards.
Where's your moral standards come from? Oh, you're muted now.
Say that again.
Yeah, what's your moral standards come from?
It's a collection of. Hang on, give me a second. Give me literally
Yeah.
2 seconds.
Background noise.
Appreciate you, brother. Okay, back in business. Thank you. She said,
You gotta-
where do
Yeah, what's your moral
standards come from?
standards come from? You said like liberals or leftists have like lower moral standards.
Yeah, exactly.
What's those
Yeah,
standards?
to be completely honest, I mean, it's not something I want to contest too deeply, but it definitely comes from an upbringing. It comes from religious, influences. But also, at this age, 40 years old, I've lived enough to be around a lot of people, and I guess morality comes from my community. So I've lived in certain parts of Southern California, like LA, where it's very low moral standards, so to speak, and I've also lived in
Can you give me a
closer to San
standard
Diego.
of morality that they fail to meet? Like, just give me a moral proposition that they fail to meet that you think conservatives or you are more likely to.
Yeah. As far as genders, they're more loose with dating, and they're more. I would say more promiscuous. They're okay with promiscuity. They're okay with being genderless. They're okay with, and anything goes. You can identify as whatever you want, be whatever you want, sleep with whoever you want, and there's really no disdain. So let's say it's me and you, for example, and I sleep with whoever I want. If, for example, in this example, I'm not saying that you have low moral standards, but if you did, based on my definition, you would be my friend. You wouldn't judge me you wouldn't judge me for it. You wouldn't say anything. You wouldn't say, hey, Wendell, or hey, DZ, you're sleeping with a lot of people, man. Like, you're going to get a disease. You're going to pass diseases. Like, dude, like, think about your family. Like, don't you, like, you're dishonoring your name. Like, things like that where like I said, I've lived in communities where everybody there has a college degree.
Battery
Everybody's a business
20%.
owner. Every house there's worth over $2 million, and so there, if you do things like that, you're gonna bring shame upon your entire community.
All right, so let's
that's an
analyze
example,
this
bro.
here. So let's use the promiscuity argument, right? So now you say that it's wrong to, like, what do you define? Is that like one partner, two or more than one partners, or what's going on there?
Yeah, just an emotionless sex. So just jumping
okay,
from
why is
partner
that
to
wrong?
partner. It's multifaceted, really. I mean, for one, it's going to be easier to spread disease, right? If we're having multiple partners, and we can agree that disease is more
you don't care about multiple partners. You care about emotionless sex. Because if you had multiple partners and they were all emotion full, you wouldn't care, right?
It's multi-layered. It's not just the emotion, but it's also the spread of
Well, if
disease.
somebody had three, like, if let's say you had a woman who had 3 husbands, you think that's promiscuous?
Depends how you look. If it's only them, then probably not.
Okay, so you can have multiple but if you had a woman who had 3 emotionless sex partners, you think that's promiscuous?
It's in a more practical sense. I mean, at least in the States, you can't have three husbands or 3 wives.
No,
So
I
that's
mean
not
successively, not at the same time. Like,
Yeah. So again, it's not just the emotions, but it's the emotion. So typically, what I'm saying is, if you're bouncing from partner to partner very quickly, there's typically no emotions behind it, because if there were, then you would typically connect with that partner more frequently. But if it's just random Friday night hookups, that's what I'm referring to, is just the more casual sex.
okay, and you think that's wrong as long as it's consensual and all that stuff? Why is it wrong?
I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm not even saying it.
You are
I'm
saying
not
it's wrong.
it's-
You said there's a moral standard that they're failing to meet. That means you're saying that it's wrong.
So yeah, I guess I am saying it's wrong in that sense, but I'm not also how can I say this? Like, live and let live, like you do your own thing. But
Yeah,
also,
I'm not saying that you're gonna try to stop them from doing it. You're just like, there's a judgment that you think that they're failing to meet. The judgment of like they shouldn't have this casual consensual sex, right? And I'm
It's
asking you
not
why
that they-
that's wrong.
It's not that they shouldn't, but the consequences, they're not going to be allowed in the communities that I've been in. They're going to be outcasted, and they're going to wonder why
Well,
nobody.
yeah, that's just an argument from consequence. You're not telling me that they're doing anything wrong. when you came in here, you said you're a conservative because there's a set of moral values that you adhere to that liberals don't adhere to, which means you're saying that they're doing something wrong. Now you're saying that they're not doing something wrong.
Well, it's so take it as you will, but I mean, so there's set of moral values that they don't adhere to, and the consequences they're going to be outcast.
Yeah, but when they're outcast because you think it's wrong, right?
Yeah, I'm not. Hang on.
Oh, is that a V12? That motherfucker cut that spoiler off.
I'm not saying they're going to be outcast because I think it's wrong. I'm saying because of I know how these communities kind of operate and think that I've been around.
Every person who does casual sex knows this, right? They know that there are certain communities, like for example, strictly religious communities, that will, call them all sorts of names and socially, but that doesn't tell them that it's wrong. That just tells them that somebody thinks it's wrong. But the question is whether it's wrong.
Yeah, well, it's wrong because they're going to be spreading disease, and from my opinion, they're going to be spreading disease more easily, and so from that perspective, they're going to be
okay. So if somebody has casual sex safely, then you're fine with it.
Yeah. So now we got to start defining. So are you kissing these partners? Because if you are, that's herpes. Unless we're talking about just no kissing.
Let's just say that they.
But let's be real here, though. Like if you're hooking up.
Let's just say it's more the modern take than, people doing casual sex back in the 90s, where some people ask, like, are we safe, or have you been tested, and things like that. Questions like that, you do reasonable assessments of an individual, like, is this person, like, you do those kinds of things. That kind of casual sex you're fine with, right?
Yeah, but, let's be real here. 22-year-olds, 21-year-olds, 19-year-olds, that's not happening.
No, especially I'm not asking you whether it's happening or not. And it does happen, but that's not the question of whether it happens. I'm asking you, would you be fine with that?
Yeah, but that's an idealistic proposition that's not going to happen. Okay, it's like saying, what if I eat cleanly every single day for the rest of the year?
So you're just saying you're just against unsafe sex. It has nothing to do with whether it's casual or not. Somebody should be married to somebody emotionful and have unsafe sex with that person. So it has nothing to do with whether it's emotionless, because emotionless or emotionful sex doesn't tell you anything about the diseases that you could spread, because those are sexes, like the disease doesn't stop spreading to the next person. We're like, oh, this guy loves him, so I'm just not gonna spread to that person. No, it's gonna spread regardless, right? So you just care about safe sex. It's not about whether it's casual.
No, I'm telling you, I care about the emotion and the safety of it. It's two. It's not just one thing, it's both. It's the emotions behind it. So if you're engaging in casual sex, the probability of it being emotionless just increases. So that does other things psychologically to people. Think about girls that have been lied to, or I don't know if you've been around this, but females that have been lied to, like, oh baby, I like you, you're really awesome, and then they have sex, and then the guy just ends up dipping out, and then they're like, that fucks with their heads, that messes with their person's emotion. That's happened to me. I was used recently. Chick, played me, so to speak, and it made me want to unalive myself. Real story. And I'm like, what the fuck? I never think this way. And for me to actually
we're talking about consensual, we're not talking about non-consensual relationships. We're talking about consensual relationships that are generally casual and they're safe. Why do you have a problem with those?
Okay, so I'll kind of re-clarify it. So I have a problem with them because, one, it's the likelihood of disease spreading increases, and we could sit here and say, well, what if it's safe?
That doesn't tell you, if you say there's a high likelihood, right? That doesn't tell you that you shouldn't do it. That just tells you that you should protect yourself. That's all it does.
But okay, true, but in these relationships, now, okay, so if you're
30%.
kissing these partners, that's the odds of herpes spreading increase. So then unless you're saying, well, what if we don't kiss these partners? But that's not going to happen. In these casual relationships, kissing probably happens. I mean, it does. And so, to say, well, what if all of a sudden everyone stops kissing? That's just impractical. That's not going to happen.
Yeah. So what I'm doing is I'm testing your moral framework, and you're just saying, well, these things don't exist in the real world. Therefore, but that doesn't answer the question. They do, but that doesn't answer the question about whether they're wrong or not. It doesn't matter whether you've been acquainted with these kinds of situations. All that matters is whether it would be wrong had you been acquainted with the situations, right? So far, I haven't got an answer to the question.
Let me ask you this: Do you think that when people engage in casual sex, do you think that these people kiss or that they don't kiss? That you think it's just penetration,
Sometimes.
or
Sometimes they
I don't know
don't.
what world you're living. I don't know what world you're living in,
Earth?
but
Some people
most
don't.
people
Some
kiss.
some people reserve kissing for people that they only have emotional attachment to.
Exactly,
So,
and
okay,
I'm one of those, and I'm one of those people, and I'm
Okay,
actually
so
one of
don't
those
kiss them.
people.
I don't understand what the problem is. Listen, like, just like we're like kind of beating around the bush. Why is it wrong?
It's wrong because it spreads disease.
Okay, now, okay, so here's like, do you think like boxing is wrong?
No, let's not jump around. Let's stick
No,
exactly
no, no.
to
Let's
this, to this
no.
point.
This is 100% analogous. Do you think boxing is wrong?
Boxing,
Like professional boxing? Yes.
Yeah, I don't. I think if we stuck to the, liberals also happen to dance around a lot too. When we get to something that doesn't that they don't like, why are we jumping around?
I'll tell you,
directly, it
it's not
spreads
jumping
disease.
around
It
when you
spreads
say.
herpes. It
Okay.
spreads oral
Does
herpes.
boxing increase somebody's likelihood of having a certain disease or illness?
Yes,
Okay. Is it wrong to box?
that's depends on who you ask. If you ask,
No,
a
I'm
very
asking you,
conservative-
my guy. I'm not asking it. Nobody else. It's just you and me.
Is it wrong to box?
Yeah.
Could be. Yeah. Maybe
Okay,
yes,
so-
maybe no.
Maybe yes, maybe no, but it's definitely yes with casual sex. But maybe yes with boxing.
But it's only affecting the two people in the ring. It's not affecting other people. So if I get in the ring and box, when I get a partner, it's
affecting
not going to
another
give them
person.
any disease. Yeah, well, me and the other person. But so
Yeah.
if I'm engaging in casual,
How do you think disease
sex,
spreads? It goes from one person to the next. So if I punch another person, that's one person to the next. I'm causing a potential disease in their brain, am I not? Like, for example, CTE.
Okay, so say you punch me and then you gave me CT.
Yeah.
I can't transmit CT to somebody else.
Yeah, you can. You can punch them in
No,
the
no,
next
no. What I'm
boxing
saying
match.
is, yeah, but what I'm saying
Why would that
is-
matter? All that matters is that you're doing an act that's causing harm in another person.
But there's way more people engaging in casual sex than there are boxers, right? I mean, we could agree with that.
It doesn't matter how many more people. I'm asking you whether you think boxing, and it's not just football, baseball.
No, it does. It does matter with how many more people. I mean, if it's
NASCAR driving, right? I could
You're
just
looking
bring up
at-
a
you're
whole
looking
bunch of
at
things.
this- you're looking-
Flying
you're looking at this-
airplanes, right? All these things are risky, and they increase your risk of death and disease and destruction. And then on top of that, but you don't think those are wrong. The reason why I'm using this as an objection is because we understand that those increase risks, but what we do is we add in kind of filters to try to drastically reduce the risk. For example, when boxing didn't used to always have the boxing gloves. They didn't always used to have mouth guards, right? These are ways to prevent or drastically reduce these risks.
I'm
So
sorry,
if two
that's a very weak comparison because the
How?
numbers of boxers are way less than the people engaging in casual sex. That's a fact. I mean,
That doesn't has no
it does
relevance
matter.
to the
It's
argument.
a numbers thing. It's a numbers thing because it's a numbers thing.
Wait,
because
okay, so
there-
if one
there are
person,
far-
if only one
more
person
many
in the
people-
world, if only one person in America was doing promiscuous, unsafe, casual sex, then they wouldn't be doing something wrong?
then it would be negligible because it's one person.
Are they doing something wrong? Yes or no?
Yeah, but it's one person.
Okay, they're still doing something wrong, even if it's less than boxing. So it
But
doesn't
it's
matter how
one
many people
person
there
in
are.
It does. So
An
what
act
you're
is
saying
an act is
it
wrong
doesn't-
in virtue of the properties of the action, not in virtue of how many people are doing it, right?
Dude, okay,
Slavery
sure,
isn't
but-
wrong. Slavery doesn't become wrong just because it becomes pervasive throughout society. Slavery is
Well,
wrong
we're
in
comparing
every
apples to
individual.
oranges. We're
No, this
comparing
is
apples to
every
oranges
moral
here.
proposition.
There's different. I mean, dude. I know deep down in your heart you're a smart guy, and you know there's a difference between spreading disease and boxing.
When we
So,
say
I
there's
mean-
a difference, right? What I did was give you an analogy,
We have
which
to
takes
wait,
two.
what
Wait,
I'm
hold on,
saying-
real
maybe-
quick,
what-
real quick. I was talking. When you say that there's a difference, right? That's what an analogy is, is to compare two different things. So saying that there's a difference is an objection.
Saying that there's a difference is, I'm not really wrapping my head around that.
Okay,
too
do you know
much,
what an
but-
analogy is?
Yeah.
Okay, do you think analogies should never be used in debates?
No, they should be used.
Okay, even if
But
they're
I don't think
compared
it's-
different things. So saying that
but
they're
it's
different
not
isn't saying
needed,
anything.
but it's not really needed. There's no
How?
need to be no analogy here because hang on, because so what I'm saying, I guess where I'm coming from is I'm giving weight. Hang on, my bad. I'm sorry. There's just background noise. I'm giving weight to decisions, right? So I'm giving weight. So I'll give you an analogy. If you give me a cookie, there's weight to that. If you give me a hug, there's different weight to that. There's more meaning to that. If you give me a disease, there's even more weight to that. or that's a bad example. But let's talk about it in the positive. Give me a cookie, there's weight. Give me a hug, there's weight.
What the fuck
If
are you
you're a
talking
female,
about?
that there's weight to these actions. So
Yeah, I think
so
punching somebody and causing them to have permanent brain damage has a lot of weight. Do we agree?
I'll agree with you. I'll agree with you.
Okay.
That's
why when it comes to boxing, it's wrong to randomly punch another person, right? But if you have two consensual boxers, we don't generally say it's wrong as long as they're not putting themselves, and as long as they're like trying to stay as safe as possible, given the.
I agree
given
with
the
that
parameters.
100%.
Right, so I don't see how that's any different from casual sex between two consenting adults.
Well, I'll tell you. Well, the difference is that in casuals, okay, so here's the difference. That in that example, the two consensual boxers are punching each other. It stays there unless one of the boxers punching someone else. But for the most part, people who box don't generally go around punching random people. Whereas in casual sex, it happens a lot where you just had sex with someone and the next week you're having sex with someone else, and that someone else does
in
it
10 seconds.
I mean, I don't know what world you're living in.
Let me give you a hypothetical. Let's say there was a disease that you can only spread once and you knew you had it. Would it be wrong to have sex with somebody with that disease? They can't spread it once they get it.
I can't think of that. Doesn't exist. That situation does not exist.
Do you know what a hypothetical is?
Does it need to be? Because now
you know what a hypothetical
made up
is?
scenarios.
Do you know what
now we're talking about made up scenarios.
Do you know what
see, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about here. That we can't even have a good faith argument because you're bringing up scenarios that never exist. How
so
can
let's say there was a man with a giant schlong, right? Like straight up 15 inches, right? So he does this, and there's a woman, and then they do their thing, right? And he causes her serious harm. She can't spread that harm to another person, right?
Right.
Oh, so it is a real world scenario. Because this happens, right? Okay, probably not to you, but there's some men out there, right? So when that comes about, is it wrong for him to do that with that woman?
Is it wrong for him if she's agreeing to it? Then
all that matters is that they consent. Oh, that's interesting.
I mean, we're talking about being gaped by a giant. But again, I mean, I don't think we need to be jumping around to other analogies.
Bro, all right, get out of here. Brilliant, thank you for the $25 to kick. I appreciate you, Brilliant. W Brilliant sent $25 on Super Chat over through YouTube. Jeezy, just come back next time. 25 to kick. This is sounding like Carbon Psychology Couch calling to go get therapy instead of using TikTok as a therapy. Oh my god. All right. Okay, let's get the next person in here. If you are a conservative, go and hop on the guest request. Appreciate you. The dark art of analogies. Might have to do another restart here. All right. Do you have any other? There we go. How you doing, man? Fortnite, you are live. Can I get your age, please?
Yeah, man, I'm 18.
All right. You a conservative?
I am.
All right. You want to give us your best reasons why?
It would honestly be more helpful if you gave me some pressing questions on why you wonder why I am, and I could kind of answer those.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I guess there are conservative values that I don't really understand.
No, yeah, dude, spit them.
Yeah, so like this whole idea, well, I mean, there's a range, right? So there's like more Christian conservative, Christian nationalist conservative, but generally conservative means it's usually tied to restrictions of certain freedoms, social freedoms like gay marriage and those kind of traditional cultural values, being anti-trans, things like that. And then there's like the economic stuff, which I don't really care too much to debate about, but like more of the social conservative values, I don't understand why individuals like have opposition to that when they're conservative.
Nah, yeah, for sure, dude. I mean, like, my stance on gay marriage is that, like, constitutionally, it should be allowed.
Okay.
Right? Like, and just because I don't support it doesn't mean that it shouldn't be allowed, right? And anyone in the audience that happens to be conservative, if you stand for the Constitution and constitutional rights, you should also be calling for it to be allowed, because constitutionally speaking, it's the right thing.
to allow.
You're just personally against it.
Yes.
Why are you personally against it?
Yeah. And that's just my own opinion, you
But
know.
why are you personally against it, though?
I just don't find it normal for two men to get married and have sex.
Well, normal just means average, right?
Normal just means normal. In my
Yeah,
opinion.
well, obviously. I'm asking normal, just like when you look at those graphs, right, of like the distribution of stuff. Normal is just like the middle, the peak of the graph, right? It's the average.
Yes.
Yeah. So do you think?
Yeah, I mean,
do you think the
normal meaning-
average? Oh, go ahead. If you mean something else, let me know.
Normal meaning what creates a successful society, you know, and for that you need procreation, right?
Okay.
And to push an agenda onto a younger audience of anything but is kind of just not good.
Okay.
Someone in the Brian in the audience said, "Why not two women?"
Okay, man. Let's not read. Let's just not read the comments because it's going to distract us.
Sure.
Okay. So, yeah. So, do you think infertile couples are wrong then by that same standard?
No, not at all. Because you know
They
there
can't
is a right.
procreate.
Yeah, but like if there's a kid walking down the street and he sees like a man and a man or a woman and a woman, he gets the idea of that, you know, being morally okay, which I don't think is right. And again, you know, if you want to, you know, be gay and get married, I'm not gonna fucking scream obscenities at you. That's your right.
Yeah, I'm not
you
asking
know,
what you would
whatever.
do. I'm just asking like why you think it's wrong. So let's say the kid knows that they're infertile and they can't have kids of their own. Then would it be wrong?
No, because if a kid sees an infertile couple walking down the street and it's, you know, a man and a woman,
But they know that
What's
they're
the
infertile
difference?
is what I'm asking.
oh, they know that the people are infertile.
Yeah.
I mean, who cares? It's a man and a woman that love each other, you know?
Yeah, but but they're gonna say that about like gay people, like, oh, it's a man and a man that love each other, or a woman and woman that does each other, even if they can't reproduce with each other. Why can't they say the same thing?
Because, I mean, it's just not normal.
Well, what you defined as normal, I mean, you went away from the standard definition that people usually use, and you said what's conducive to society, what works best for society, and you said having kids is that, but infertile people can't have kids, so that's going to put us in a contradiction here. You see what I mean?
I guess.
Let's try it
I
this
don't
way.
know.
Let's try it this way. We have a woman, right? And she's we have a woman and she's dating another person with the intent to be with this person for the rest of her life. Okay. Now,
Mhm.
that person, I'm not going to tell you, but they could be either a male or a female. Right. Why? And let's just say no matter what, she's not going to be able to reproduce with this person, whether they're male or female. Why does the fact that this person, if I swap this person from male to female, it becomes wrong, or if I swap this person from female to male, it no longer becomes wrong? I don't understand why doing that. What their reproductive system has to do with the wrongness of it if they can't reproduce anyway.
Well, a way that I want to put it is if you are a fertile couple with, you know, male and woman, you can always adopt a kid, right? But if you're gay and you adopt a kid, then you're going to grow that kid up with the mindset that being gay is okay, which then brings us back to
Yeah, it's
that
begging the
kid
question, right?
potentially
We need an
potentially
argument
growing up to
first.
be gay. And then, you know, if that kid grows up to be gay, then I mean, how is he going to have a kid? And he could adopt one, but again, that just doesn't stop. Like at some point, the weak link of the argument is going to catch up, and it's just going to be, you know, a gay couple that at the end of the day they just can't reproduce.
Okay, so first of all, a couple of problems there. You're putting the cart before the horse. We have to figure out whether it's wrong to be gay first in order to say that
Well, because
raising a
adopted
child.
kids are cool. There's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, okay, so do you have any evidence that if a gay couple adopts
That
a
adopted
child?
kids are bad? Well, no.
No,
'Cause they're
no,
not.
no. Do you have any evidence that when gay couples adopt children, those children are more likely to be gay?
Yeah.
Do you have any? Give me a study. Because I've seen
Yeah, I mean,
multiple
look at
different
TikTok.
studies on this. No, I mean peer-reviewed studies, not TikTok, my guy.
I mean, there's probably like an Oxford study.
Okay, so if you can find me that Oxford study, because I've seen multiple different studies, and they say the exact opposite. So first of all, most
Really?
gay couples, most gay people come from straight families, right? And then when gay people raise children, whether via, you know, maybe like surrogacy or IVF or through adoption, those children are not more likely to be gay because that's determined from birth, right? That's not a socially influenced thing. So if you
That
have a
doesn't
source, I
really
would like
make
to hear it.
sense, dude.
How does it not
Being
make
gay
sense?
is
What
not
are you talking about?
being gay is not determined from birth.
Yes,
Being
it
gay
is.
is most definitely a socially engineered thing.
No, it's not. You don't have any argument to support that. I can give you multiple different studies that show
Yes.
they can. I can
Being
name
gay-
you. I can name you the specific genes associated with same-sex sexual attraction that people are born with.
Okay, but let me throw this at you.
Hmm.
There, you know, in being gay, I would say has been widely accepted in urban areas. You know, I wouldn't say like rural, you know, kind of areas, but in urban areas, it has been widely accepted since like the early 2000s, right? And only up until 2020 and beyond, when being gay honestly was like really pushed. Like, I mean, you look everywhere on TikTok, and every girl on TikTok in 2020 and 2021 was bisexual, and it was absolutely a socially engineered thing. But in the early 2000s, I mean, if you were gay, you were gay. Like, it is most definitely a socially engineered thing.
Okay.
Now,
So,
I've never heard of a study about a gene causing people to be gay, and I don't think that.
yeah, the reason,
it's
like,
true.
what do you think is the reason why you're straight? I'm assuming you're a straight man. Why do you think that is?
Maybe I am.
Okay, why are you a straight man?
Because I'm attracted to women.
Yeah, why? What made you attracted to women?
You know the movie Billy Madison? When I saw his teacher, I knew I liked women.
Yeah, but that just made you like. That's not what made you be attracted to women.
Because I didn't want to bang Billy
Wait,
Madison.
so
or
you
Adam
so you think
Sandler.
you being straight is a socially influenced?
Yeah, much to the likes of being gay. It's
Okay,
either
so-
or.
Wait, I'm so sorry. So what caused the first person to be straight or gay then, if it's socially influenced? And why
Well, it's
are there
socially
other
influenced. It's
mammals?
socially influenced.
Why are there
but
other
being straight
mammals?
Can also just be from birth,
But-
but not
well,
gay.
Yeah, well, you're gonna have to find the symmetry breaker there, right? Because
Well,
why
'cause the thing is that
why
there's
can
like gay
somebody be
people, and
born
then they
with the
decide that they wanna be
predisposition towards
straight.
being attracted to one morphology but not the other? Right? I don't understand the reasoning there.
Well, because I just like women.
Okay,
I've
so
never
you don't
been
really have an
attracted to a
argument.
man. Now the thing is that I'm not like I'm not filled with pride to the point where I'm like, like if I see like an attractive dude, I'll be like, wow, man, that guy's in great shape. Like he looks pretty awesome.
Yeah,
But,
you
like, I'm not
can.
gonna
There's
be
a
like, I
difference
wanna sit here
between
and blow
knowing
him,
somebody's
you know?
attractive and then being attracted to someone.
No,
Right? Every
exactly.
man, no
Yeah, that's
man
a
can
great way to
deny
put it.
that. Like, I don't know, Chris Hemsworth is an attractive man, but straight
Yeah,
men aren't attracted
Chris
to
Hemsworth
Chris
is a
Hemsworth.
stud,
And the same
but
things,
like,
right? And the
yeah,
same
but
thing.
like when you
Well,
look
okay,
at
well,
Jonah
the
Hill, you're
language
like,
that
wow,
you're
that
using, it's
dude's a
making you
fat.
think that you're bisexual, right?
No,
But
yeah, but like when you look at Jonah Hill, you're like, that dude's a fat chud. But when you look at Chris Hemsworth, like you can tell that dude's a stud. And I think that's why I'm straight.
Okay. So the overwhelming biological evidence shows that the reason why you're straight and the reason why some people are gay, the reason why some people are bisexual is because of the way like certain genes expressed on the chromosomes in utero and how the brain formed in utero with certain hormone receptors and things like that. That's the reason why people are attracted to who they're attracted to.
Okay.
You want to study for that? I can give you the name of the study. You can look it up.
Sure, but real
Yeah.
quick, I just wanted to let you know that this wonderful lady in the comment section named Just Jordan said that I'm attracted to carbon. That's how I know I'm straight. You have a secret admirer named Just Jordan. Not so secret admirer. She seems like a very nice lady.
Okay. You want the name of the study?
Yeah, let me hear the study.
Yeah, the name of the study
Without
is
ChatGPT, by the way.
the name of the study is called Large Scale GWAS. Type that in.
Large scale GWAS. Okay, let me get my computer.
GWAS, Genome Wide Association Study.
Hold on, let me get my computer. Oh, dude, I was playing Roblox. All right, hold on. All right, large scale. How do you spell GWAS? Or was it large scale? Or
GWAS.
wait, hold on. How do you spell it? ALARGES? what's the second word? Scale.
Okay, we're gonna move on to the next person. If you do want to debate, go and hop on the guest request. Love to have you in here. Thank you so much. All right, if you are a conservative, go and hop on the guest request. Hello, can I get your age, please?
I'm 20.
Are you a conservative?
Yes.
All right, you want to tell us why?
Well, for one, I believe in the free market. I'm not about the whole hate the rich thing that the liberals are all about. I think rich people contribute the most to society. Two, I'm just sick of hearing about all this like white privilege and Jim Crow and Black History Month and DEI, and honestly, like it's ruined. Like it's honestly had an impact. Like people say, like that does have no impact on your life. It has had an impact. The wokeism, it has had an impact on my life. Like you look at a lot of the like Disney movies and shit, the Marvel movies. They just got ruined by the wokeism. It's all about gay and black and whatever, right? And
You say they got ruined. Those are the highest grossing movies of all time, right? What do you mean
no,
ruined?
like
Or you
gay-
just don't like
they
them, that's what you're
flopped.
saying.
No. What's the last Marvel movie that came out? Can you even tell me?
The last Marvel movie that I've seen was Wakanda Forever, and then Multiverse of Madness, I think. There's probably something after that I'm forgetting.
One Multiverse Madness sucked, but I don't even think that was because it was woke. It just fucking sucked.
What's the last
But-
woke part of a Marvel movie that you disagree with? We can talk about it.
Well, I mean, Captain Marvel, like I didn't even watch it because I just heard it was like so woke.
And how do you know it's woke
That-
then if you haven't watched it? You just
Well, I'm
listen
not
to what
gonna.
other people
I'm
tell
not
you.
gonna watch it if it's just like that woke. I mean, everyone said that it's just because the main character was a female and she's never had to work for anything. She had no development. She just was super powerful. Didn't have to like
she
go
was
through any.
she was a military pilot. What do you mean she didn't work for anything?
Yeah, I'm saying like she didn't face
What?
any adversity in the movie or
Yes,
growth.
she did. She like
Like
literally
Captain
faced
Marvel.
it. She almost got into a airplane
Well,
crash.
You know,
and
I'll,
she had
I'll
to
give you an
become a
example from
military
something I
pilot.
have
What do you
seen.
mean?
I'll give you an example of something I had seen. Like even
She
in
did. She
Endgame,
actually
I
literally
think
did more than Captain America before he got his powers.
did more. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, like
Captain America literally- Yeah,
he
he was
showed
like
like
5'4".
he showed his character. Yeah, but
Yeah, so she did
Yeah,
too.
showed
She was
he was a good
a
person.
decent person too. Like what?
like I'll give you an example from like a movie I've seen. Endgame. Like Endgame, I thought
Yeah.
was a good movie, honestly. But then that one scene where it's like all the women like get in the fucking picture pose, and it's like, don't worry, the girls will get it done, and it's like all the female characters. I mean, that's just so like cringe pandering, I mean, that was just hard to watch, honestly. It's like all the female superheroes all get in like a formation, they're all standing together, and they're like, don't worry, the girls will get it done.
If it was
I
all
mean, that's
men,
just
would you have the
evil.
same reaction?
If it was, I mean, they're not going to say the boys will get it done.
She never said the girls. She said, "Don't worry, we'll protect them."
You're not alone.
They didn't say anything about women. It just happened to be all women. So
Well-
if they were
well,
all
like-
men, if they were all men, listen, if they were all men saying that, doing the exact same thing, would you have a problem with it? No, right? Okay, so now we got a problem.
No.
Yeah.
Well, I
Because
mean,
like
it wouldn't be-
why if the director had chose it to be all men out of all the women that are part of the Avengers and chose it to only be men, you would have no problem with it, even though that would very clearly from your perspective be like something that's trying to influence people to believe that men are the ones that are the protectors, right? So
Okay,
I
well,
don't
for one,
like any
it
way they
depends,
did
it depends on the characters that you choose, right? Like the original Avengers, I mean, like in the first Avengers movie and stuff, you have the scene where all the Avengers are like in a circle, and then I mean, and it's not even all women. I mean, it's not all men because you have like Black Widow is there, right?
Yeah,
but it's the original
even conservatives were
Avengers.
mad about that too. They were like, "Oh, why is there a woman on here? She's not even strong. She doesn't even have powers, but she's very capable as an Avenger." But like, nonetheless, like conservatives were like, it doesn't matter as long as there's a woman or or a black person somewhere, there's going to be conservatives that are mad about it just because they think it should be all white men who are part of that situation. Like they don't like the fact that the new Captain America is Sam Wilson, right? In virtue of the fact that he's black, nothing else.
No, it's not. It's not about black and white. It's about pandering. I mean,
Pandering
a lot
to
of this
who?
stuff is obviously done to pander to the woke crowd. That
Do you
look
think
it
Captain
up.
America?
Yeah,
You
women-
don't think Captain America originally was meant to pander to white Christian men?
I mean, it was maybe meant to pander to our like patriotic aspects, but no, I don't.
No, like
I don't
there's a
think
reason
it's
why he was a
anything
white,
political.
blonde hair, blue eyed guy.
Like Aryan? No, I don't think it's like that at all.
Yeah, that's the reason.
I mean, I
Like,
think he
why are all the
represents our
superheroes from the
patriotism.
40s white men? Why? Explain that.
Because the
They're
majority of
pandering to
America,
white men.
Because the majority of America is white. It's
No,
just like
because
the-
if they made a black because if they made Captain America a black man, they would get a whole there would be a whole bunch of boycotts back then. If they made him a white woman, there would also be a bunch of boycotts back then.
there
Right.
are plenty,
So,
there's plenty of like old movies
but
that have
the thing
female
is,
leads.
wait, hold
but
on,
it's
real
not
quick. Like
pandering.
when we say pandering, we're just saying like I take it more as representation, right? Because historically there hasn't been representation, right? And all they're doing is like tipping the balance, tipping the scales to now, make it equal. When historically it's like if all previous Supreme Court justices prior to the 90s were just white men, and then one guy decides to put in a black man or a black woman or something like that, and they consider it pandering. Right. Well, you're not looking at the full picture. Like the context is all we're trying to do is like correct this historical imbalance of people who are actually pandering. Right. And we're just trying to like equalize that. But like, yeah, I think one is better than the other. I think it's better to equalize than to like try to, restrict anybody else out. You don't see Disney characters or Disney producers restricting white men restricting white men from acting or having majority roles in these.
But
But, like, if you go to, like-
issue is that it's forced.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I mean, I'm not mad that Marvel has female characters, but when you have all of the female characters in Marvel, in one scene where it's like they're all in one shot together, and it's like, look at how many female characters we have. Isn't this so amazing that we have so many female characters? That's when it's pandering. That's when it's like, look at us, look at how good we are for having female characters. Isn't this so impressive? And honestly, I think a big example is like, I remember back in 2018, like Black Panther is the only Marvel movie to ever get nominated for Best Picture, and it came out the same year as Infinity War, right? Back in 2018, it got nominated for Best Picture. Black Panther is just not that good. It's not that good of a Marvel
Yeah,
movie.
that's your opinion.
But it's
But,
the
like,
first black superhero. No, it got nominated because it's like, oh my god, they made a black superhero that's so
Wait, who said that?
impressive.
a
You
lot
said
of
what?
people. No, a lot. You're saying they gave them the nomination because they're black. That's not why the nomination
No,
was
they-
given. It was because it was a highly centralized story that had a lot of historical context and had a lot more emotional impact than Infinity War. Infinity War was a great movie, but it was very decentralized. It was very like action packed, and it didn't have as much of an emotional impact as Black Panther, because Black Panther had a lot more historical. It had a lot more to say about the characters than Infinity War. It had a couple of interesting characters. You had Killmonger, you had Black Panther, and a couple other people. Versus Infinity War, which had like pretty much everyone, right? So it's of course like Infinity War is a great movie, but it wasn't like a story to be like lifted. Why would you make that like a story to be lifted up to
Well, it's
the
because
point of winning a
the
nomination like
impressive-
that?
The impressive part about Infinity War is how much build-up went into it. You have all these movies. You have like 20 movies or something that all build up to this one movie, and you've been, hinting at it, foreshadowing it
Yeah,
for
that
such
doesn't
a
mean
long
it
time.
deserves the
It's such a
award.
satisfying.
Doesn't mean that it
Okay,
deserves
but
the award.
you're saying Black Panther wins it for the characters. Black Panther did not have.
No,
that good
it won it for
characters.
it won it for the characters in conjunction with the absolutely insane soundtrack that it had, was one of the most amazing soundtracks of that time, right?
Yeah,
It's very
It had a
catchy.
good
Everybody,
soundtrack.
nobody,
For sure.
nobody forgets the Black Panther soundtrack, right? Very memorable. Nobody forgets Killmonger, right? Thanos is obviously great as well, but Killmonger had a lot more to say than Thanos. And it had a lot more historical context, and it centralized on characters a lot more than Infinity War. So, like, all you're just saying is that you disagree with the award, and you're just interpreting it as them having given them that award in virtue of the fact that it was a black character. They didn't do that for Wakanda Forever. They didn't do that for Sinners just recently, right? They gave them like a fucking like participation trophy for Sinners, right? So like how do you square like most of these awards are not given to like black majority cast? It's mainly to like just like I don't know where you're getting the inference from.
I mean, one like these, Wakanda Forever and stuff. Black Panther, I think got the award because it was the precedent setter. I mean, it was the first one. It was the first black, major black superhero movie. And, I'll admit, like, it did have a really good soundtrack. But, I mean, it could have been nominated for, like, best soundtrack, and that would have been fine. But, it's the only one ever to be nominated for best picture. I don't think it's one of the best Marvel movies. And,
yeah,
Killmonger...
That's just you saying you don't think that. But a lot of people do. So, like, what's the point?
I mean, I actually doubt, like, big Marvel fans, I would doubt that. I mean, Killmonger's motivations were just kind of, like, I think they were just kind of dumb. I mean, like...
They were not... They were... What, like, yeah, you could say that they're dumb. Thanos' was worse. I don't know what to tell you, man.
Yeah.
But listen, now at this point, all you're doing is just saying you disagree that it's the best picture. Right. I think Winter Soldier was the best Marvel movie. Right. But, like, I don't know what to tell you, man. Like some people have different opinions, but yeah, obviously Black Panther was like I agree with you, it was like a trendsetter, and it definitely shifted away from like some of the other bad Marvel movies that were happening. So of course it wins these awards, right? But you're making a stronger claim that it only won these awards because it was about like an African nation, it had a black central character, it had a lot to say about race and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, it was all about race. I mean, the humor is pretty cringy, even for the time, It had a lot of, like, cringe memes in it. Like and what? Even the heroes, it's like, what are those? She says when he's fucking putting on his shoes.
Yeah, those are just like little jokes. That has nothing to do with the overall story, my guy.
The overall humor. Even
every movie, even my own favorite, like, even my favorite movie of all time, Dark Knight, has, like, its cringe moments.
Yeah, but it wasn't that. Black Panther was not very funny compared to like other Marvel movies.
Okay, that's again just your opinion, my guy. But we're trying to make an argument. We're trying to make an argument about like why conservatism has this advantage or something like that. Like what's a conservative movie, by the way?
I'm not saying that. Like, I don't think there's conservative.
God help us all.
I'm saying that like DEI and shit, like the DEI has really gone into Hollywood, and you see like almost like it's like every year they have to at least nominate like a movie about racism. It's like it's the Green Book or it's the Black Klansman or it's 12 Years a Slave. It's like a requirement. The Oscars have to nominate at least one movie about racism.
Or maybe just the people who have something to say about racism tend to make the best movies. Have you considered that?
Or like the Jordan Peele movies. I mean, I think those are super overrated. I mean, it's clear with Disney. I mean, Disney has obviously been on a huge decline, especially from Infinity War. I mean, it's like everyone went to see Infinity War. People who, were not into superheroes at all went to see Infinity War. And now it's like, Marvel is completely fallen off.
No, I don't think. Well, I mean, they've fallen off because of the Russo.
Think they fell off?
No, well, I think the Russo brothers are the ones that picked it back up, and now they're directing Doomsday, and now people have seen like the couple. I think there's 4 trailers out now for Doomsday with Black Panther, X-Men, Captain America, Thor, and people are like, oh yeah, this looks like we're going back to the Infinity War days, because everybody fucking supports the Russo brothers. Did Civil War, they did Winter Soldier, they did Infinity War, they did Endgame, they did all the best movies of mostly all of the best movies of the Marvels, like, and then everything afterwards was just third Spider-Man was okay, right? But like obviously people trust the Russos, so maybe it had something to do with directorial. Like you could say this about any other thing. Like look at the DC movies, right? Those went down in decline. You're not going to say that has anything to do with wokeism or left. It's just about like directorial, like who's writing the story. Zack Snyder, for example, like the extended versions of his movies were like significantly better for Batman v Superman and Justice League compared to like producers just trying to cut everything down for profit. Like that's just like that's obviously a better explanation for why some things do better than others, right? But you're like reading into this like this sort of wokeism or stuff like that. But that's not what's at the peak of everybody's mind, right? Like these are like I think these are generally like afterthoughts, right? Like the scene that you're talking about with like in game where all the women come down and things. Like, I think that was like an afterthought. Like, oh, that'd be cool to draw in. Okay, cool, right? But generally, people are more so concerned about the overall story, fan service, and then obviously profit, right? I think that's what's going on.
Yeah, I mean that scene, like, yeah, Endgame was good overall. That scene was bad, but even like the other Disney projects, like even not just Marvel, you know, I mean Disney's released a lot of like films that I think have agendas. Like, you know, they made, you know, Buzz Lightyear gay or whatever, right? And
They didn't make him
you know,
gay. They had 1 second lesbian kiss in there. I made a whole video about this, and Ben Shapiro
Okay,
got mad, and
yeah,
everybody like, bro, like you
that
think
movie
that was
flopped.
justified? They had,
I
huh?
mean, that movie like completely flopped, right? I mean,
No, it flopped
they lost a shit
because
ton of money on it.
it flopped because like nobody had a problem with it, right? It just didn't make a lot of money because conservatives boycotted it because Ben Shapiro had a whole campaign about boycotting it because it had a 1 second clip when they were going through the future of 2 women kissing, two wives kissing, right? Do you think that that's justified?
I mean, you could blame Ben Shapiro, or you
Yeah,
could say maybe it just
he
wasn't
did a
that
whole
good of a
campaign
movie.
about it. I was covering the whole thing at the time, and he convinced a lot of conservatives all over Twitter, hundreds of thousands and hundreds of thousands of people to boycott it who are conservatives.
I mean, I saw like Ben Shapiro. You know, that's probably how I heard about it, is from Ben Shapiro. But you know, I mean,
Like you guys boycott shit like that has no bearing on society whatsoever. Like it's just like what was the Bud Light situation with Dylan Mulvaney boycott? That was like the dumbest boycott I think I've ever seen in my life.
Well,
Like,
that's not. I mean,
that-
that was just stupid on them, honestly. I mean,
No, that
if
was
you're
stupid on the
Bud Light-
conservatives, right? Now, if
Conservatives
you want to
don't
say,
even
if you
drink
want to
Bud
say
Light.
that, if you want to say that Bud Light should have known that a large majority, or even a certain percentage of their audience were just like idiots, right? Well, that's not on them. Like you could just say that about anything, right? Like you can say that about KKK members. Oh, I didn't know I had this interracial couple in my ad, and I didn't know a lot of people, a lot of my customers were KKK members, right? But that doesn't really say anything about the company. That says something about society as a whole.
The company, if you're a company, you're supposed to know who your consumers are. You're supposed to know who your audience
Yeah,
is.
Yeah, but
And
why
if
would they
you-
think that they were why would they think that somebody would boycott the fact that there was a trans woman who got her own bottle or her own can? Like why would anybody make that inference from a reasonable
It's obvious. It's Bud Light.
How?
Because Bud Light is the beer of like, you know, like working class, like. You
Yeah,
know,
how was that
conservative kind
inconsistent
of-
with a trans woman getting her own can to promote?
I mean, you don't associate like Bud Light drinkers with like, you know, pro LGBTQ kind of people. I mean,
Bud
It's
Light
just
has
not-
always
it's
been in
not
like
the
gay
same.
bars. They've always been marketed in like gay bars. They've promoted like LGBTQ stuff. Like, why did it have to? Why was this just one trans woman that caused the rift?
well, I mean, gay bars probably have like every beer, right? But when you're hiring some transgender like influencer or whatever to promote your beer, you know, I mean, I think that's a big disagreement with who your audience is. I think your audience, you know, you should be
How is
higher
it a
like
disagreement? Do they hate trans people or something?
I mean, I wouldn't say they hate trans people, but I don't think that like
What reasons
your
do they
audience-
have for boycotting? Is the question I'm asking. What are the good reasons?
No, I think a lot of conservatives are, you know, have issues with how the whole transgender thing is developing with America, you know, in America. And I think a lot of people who drink Bud Light are very conservative, you know. I think that's kind of the audience is, you know, conservative working class kind of people. I mean, it's not surprising to me at all that Bud Light drinkers don't, you know, don't
Yeah, like you're
identify with
making
some trans
what I'm
mascot.
asking you. You don't have to identify. Listen, I buy stuff from like different companies all the time, and I see their ads, and it'll be like a woman like who's promoting it, right? I don't identify as a woman or right? So like that has nothing to do with whether I like the product or not, or whether I
Okay,
support.
I'm not saying
like
identify as. I'm saying
Yeah, you're saying identify
with.
with. I don't understand. What do you? Why do you need to identify with Dylan Mulvaney in order to like drink Bud Light? What's the like? At best, you can get to. Oh, okay. Well, yeah. I think I think trans women shouldn't be able to be in sports or something like that, right? But that's not what they were saying, right? They weren't just saying, "Oh, well, let's use this as a way to start talking about like these topics." They weren't saying that. They said no, full on boycott, like because they're degenerate and all that stuff. That's the response
The
from
brands,
conservatives.
the brands that I like the brands that you buy are part of your identity. I think, like if your shirt or whatever, if your shirt was sponsored by, a bunch of conservatives, it was sponsored by Charlie Kirk and, Ben Shapiro and, Nick Fuentes, if all these people were promoting the shirt that you're wearing, you probably wouldn't want to wear it because you wouldn't want to associate yourself with those people.
No, not really, because like it depends on who's if you have a brand that's like generally more conservative, like 511, which I have a 511 hat on, right? Generally more conservative, or maybe you have like a coffee, like you drink, like nobody has a problem with that, generally speaking. But I think what justifies a boycott is like a straight up like there's something morally apprehensive about what somebody's doing, right? So like, yeah, if it was hosted by like Nick Fuentes or like some something like that, of course that merits a boycott because neo-Nazism is fundamentally abhorrent. It's egregious. It's a violation of human rights, right? So but like when we're just talking about like somebody who wants to like lower taxes for the wealthy, right? I disagree with that, but that doesn't justify like a major boycott, right? At least for me. But like what justifies the major boycott for like the trans woman? I don't understand.
Well, boycott just means like you stop buying it, right? I mean, that's what boycott is.
Well,
So,
I'm
I
talking
think-
about the kind that they did it. It was a moral outrage. It wasn't just, oh, I'm just gonna stop buying it. Like,
I mean, it
what's
might
that?
have been like
Who's that
might have
guy
been
that shot?
exaggerated.
Yeah, he put all the Bud Light like on in the field down the range and started shooting at them. Right, that's moral
Yeah, but
outrage.
some of it's just like for fucking I mean, some of it's just for
Kid
like
Rock, yeah.
the shock, like make it as whatever, or like turn it up, make it more dramatic than it needs to be. But I think the point is people don't want to be identified as like, oh, I drink the trans beer, I drink the beer that's all about the trans people, because people aren't really like, they don't really like that. They want to
Yeah,
drink
but
the
that's
beer
what I'm
that's all
asking, why?
about. Because I think people have, a lot of conservatives have an issue with, how the trans is, like a lot of trans issues,
Like what?
They have issues with the bathrooms and the sports and the conversion for kids and all these different
Dylan
issues
Mulvaney
around
has
trans.
no issue. Dylan Mulvaney doesn't talk about any of that.
Okay, but I mean, a lot of people are, I mean, I don't even know what you'd call it. Like,
She just
I think
happens to be a trans woman.
Is a big like term, but I mean, a lot of people are just overall against it. Like they think
Yeah,
that
that's called
it's
bigotry.
delusional.
Yeah, they don't
I mean,
have a
I-
justification for saying that it's delusional. It's just straight up bigotry.
I mean, I don't know. I think it's a fair position to hold that
Trans people
know,
are
that-
delusional.
the best response to gender dysphoria is some sort of like isn't having surgery and isn't gender affirming care. They think that it's some sort of other kind of treatment that
Conversion therapy.
well, I don't know if it's conversion therapy. It's like
You're saying some other kind of
Try
treatment,
to-
which is like to change somebody's mental states. That's what conversion therapy is, and we've shown that that's not just not effective; it's also abusive because it causes more harm than it seeks to alleviate.
well, I mean, we've definitely shown that for homosexuality, right?
Yeah,
But
it's
gender
also true
dysphoria-
for gender dysphoria, like parents who try to do that for their trans kids as well. There's studies on that too. But like, there's also, even if like that wasn't true, there's also no studies that show that that's true. Like, you're just completely unjustified. You have no reason to try to make your child cisgender, right?
Well, I think
If-
there's like examples of people that like, have transgender, have dysphoria early in their life and then desist from it later on. Like that's something that's happened.
Yeah, so there's studies. Well, you're saying that's something that's happened, right? So the studies that show that that any of those desistance rates, a lot of these are just methodological problems, right? Like you're calling somebody later on after like you talked to them before, like like the Sweden study. You're like, oh, are you trans? And then when you call them a few years later, they don't answer the phone, right? That's just marked down in that study as, oh, they've desisted, which is like an insane view. Like it could just be the case, or you might say, or they've gone through surgery and they no longer have gender dysphoria, and then so you say that they're not transgender anymore, which obviously is not true. Like that's what some of these studies do. It's like completely ridiculous, right? Which is not consistent with like the literature at all, right? So a lot of these, like you'll have like studies that show a 60% desistance, and then when you correct for those, you find out that it's like less than 1%, and a lot of that time is just like incorrect evaluation by the doctor, right? But almost all kids who are correctly like identified as trans kids end up becoming trans, like end up staying trans like throughout the rest of their life. So yeah, conservatives don't have a ground on that one. But you,
well,
like,
I think that the question is like, we say they end up staying trans the rest of their lives. Like, if they might be trans as a kid, and then we start giving them surgeries and we start giving them hormones and we start doing these, addressing them and socially converting them, that might be just reinforcing, their trans perception, and they might have desisted if we hadn't done that, right? I think a lot of conservatives hold that view.
Yeah, they hold that view. I'm just saying, like, it's unjustified. They don't have any like I go through these studies all the time with these like conservatives. They don't care about the studies, and they don't have like any justification for their beliefs. Like we're trying to figure out what like the body of evidence says, and that's just not true. And then they don't just make claims like that. They make claims like, oh, they're delusional, right, and stuff like that. Like somehow like they believe that trans people have like some sort of false belief. They can't ever justify that. And then they like try to that leads to like these broader social backlashes that are like moral backlashes against trans people that are completely unjustified.
Like, I mean, I don't know the exact like I'm not super familiar with the scientific consensus, right? But when it comes to like, when it comes to like, as far as like how we treat it with adults, obviously is one thing, but like, I think having views on, having conservative views on, sports and bathrooms and locker rooms and, surgeries for kids and stuff like that, I think it's, there's nothing inherently wrong or irrational about having conservative viewpoints on that. And I think
they have those views for cisgender kids.
That what?
Like, I don't see any conservatives going after cisgender kids who have gynecomastia or like precocious puberty. Right? They don't have any problem with those people getting puberty blockers or hormone treatment or anything like that. Right? So like they're just like they apply this sort of normative standard that if you're male, then you should be able to get like these sort of the same treatments that a transgender girl at that age wants to get for pretty much the same reason, but the cisgender boy gets to get it, but the trans girl doesn't get to get it. They don't have that consistent view. So it seems like, again, bigotry. Like you're just saying this group gets to get it, this group doesn't.
It's not bigotry.
It is. That's what bigotry is. It's unjustified targeting of a minority group here, and then like trying to deny them freedoms and giving them moral outrage that you don't apply to like the larger group.
People are concerned for children because children are, easily
Trans
impressionable
children.
and easily malleable.
Right, but they don't have that concern.
Okay, yeah,
but
if you're, because no one's like convincing children to be cis. Like children are automatically cis generally.
Nobody's
right?
convincing children to be trans.
I think that like, honestly, I think like children are very malleable to social pressure. Like if you're a child and, you might not have a lot of friends and, you might not have a lot of people around you might be kind of isolated, and then, someone, maybe an older person, at your school, takes you in and accepts you, and maybe they happen to be trans and they, say like, this is the root of all your issues, this is the cause, you're trans too. I think it's like a child is very impressionable from their peers, and
Yeah,
I think
but like you can say,
Totally.
and
Therapy
like
does
notice how you're going from a broad claim, which is children are impressionable, to the very specific claims, which is that that follows that they're also impressionable to turn a cisgender kid trans, right? But that's a claim that needs studying, right? That's a claim that I need some sort of justification for. I've seen no studies that show that kids who are accepted by uh, uh, who are like cisgender kids are more likely to become trans as a result of like social influence.
I think that
My understanding, this is something inherent to a human being. Some human beings are just going to be born with being trans and stuff like that, and some human beings are going to be born being cis. Right? I don't think it's socially influenced.
I disagree. I think that, as someone, who went to high school, who went to middle school, I think that, the LGBTQ it's no longer just like it's become a kind of an identity for kids to take on, and, a social group for them that, if, maybe if you don't fit in, like, it's like the different lunch tables. It's like you got the hockey kids, the football kids, the theater kids, the math kids, and then you got the LGBTQ kids that, you can become part of them, and, you get your own flag, and get this little community.
You think people could just like for example, you said LGBTQ, so now you're adding everything else other than being trans. You think people can choose who they're attracted to?
Well, no, but I think a lot of them are just arbitrary, like pansexual and stuff. I mean, I think being like pansexual is just like, I just want to be part of it, It's just like,
hey, what do you think pansexual means?
It means like you're attracted to people that you like have a mental connection with, essentially. Like,
No.
I mean,
No, bro. But anyway,
like
that's not what
bisexual.
pansexual is.
You're attracted
Okay,
to
so
people that you have
listen, please. So you're saying that it's like some sort of clique or something like that, right? But like that's just not what the scientific evidence shows. Like you just don't have a justification for that. Scientific evidence shows, like, for example, when it comes to gay, lesbian, bisexual people, that's determined at birth. That's determined by a certain sequence of genes that are expressed on the chromosomes. It's going to be attracted when it comes to biological matters, which kind of typical morphology you're going to be attracted to, right? And I think the same thing is true for trans people. For example, like when it comes to like trans men, there are certain genes associated with that as well.
I think it's a social acceptance thing that some kids don't feel accepted anywhere else. It's just my life experience. I don't have like some study, but in my life experience, kids don't feel accepted anywhere else, and they have the LGBTQ. I mean, it's become its own. They call it the community, right? It's the LGBTQ community. It's become a sort of a community for dejected people that want to feel belonging. So they turn to it.
So what we're gonna need is like some sort of study that corrects the biases in your person, because you already said you're conservative, right? So like, of course, that's what you're gonna think you see, but we need studies to correct for that bias and anecdotal experience. We need the totality of people, like control for certain things, because this is what I was saying earlier. Like conservatives believe these things. A lot of them believe, like you could say the same thing about vaccines. I get conservative coming up here. They say, oh yeah, listen, like vaccines, I don't trust them because I know this one person in my family who did get vaccinated and they died or something like that. Right. And therefore, like that just, well, we need the totality of evidence to be able to make claims about broader society. Right. So that's what I mean when I say conservatives are unjustified with respect to their positions, because they're doing what you're doing. They're just saying, well, I just believe it. It's personal. It's not epistemically accessible from anybody else.
I'm not conservative, like, for, overall. Like, I have plenty of liberal viewpoints about specific issues. I'm just conservative, like, on average, I guess. I'd probably lean more conservative. And, I mean, so, for one, like, they make merch, right? I mean, you can get people always have, like, the buttons and they have the flags in their bio, like.
So do Christians. You don't think Christians make merch all the time? It's like, do you think Christianity is like a clique?
Yeah, 100%. I think Christians. No, I'm not Christian, but people become Christian for the community a lot of the time, for sure. It's not like they're born Christian. It's that I want to be accepted in this community of people, so I'm going to
Well,
convert to
because
Christianity.
because
I think that's a lot
Christianity.
of the appeal of Christianity.
Well, yeah, you can't be born Christian because Christianity is a belief about historical facts. So if you don't know the historical facts, and you can't believe them, right? But being trans, being gay, like those are just like mental states of an attraction to things that you see in the world, right? And then like obviously, you're going to I mean, because like there are people who are born straight, right? I don't think you think being straight is socially influenced, do you?
No.
Yeah.
Because it's not an identity. It's not like I'm this, I'm in the straight club. I'm with all the straight kids.
Well, yeah,
I
that's
think
what
that-
church is usually.
No, church. I'm with all the Christians, or I'm with all
Yeah,
the
but
Muslims.
they're like, oh, well, I want
whatever.
you. They're kind of assume that you should like be straight there. But like, I mean, yeah, there's been straight parades, albeit they've only had like 5 people in them. But I mean, there's like listen, like you have a lot of these. You can
Straight parades are
identify.
just
You can
a-
identify with a property that you have. You can say, well, that's just a property that I have, but like that doesn't follow that the property is socially influenced, right? So you can be born with like a skin color, right? You can just identify as an African American man because you not only have like this particular skin color, but you also have like this lineage in American history that's distinct from others, right? You be identify with that even though you're born with it, right? So like it doesn't, like, just saying that you identify with something doesn't mean, it doesn't entail that you're not born with it, right? So
Yeah, but I think
I need, hold on real quick, I need some water. Demi, you want to say something? I'll be right back. Oh, I guess Demi's not even.
Yeah, it seems like it.
All right.
I think the LGBTQ has become an identity for a lot of people. That it's part of their identity. It's no one says straight is part of their identity, but I think being pan or being whatever. I think it's part of your identity. It's part of
Yeah, that doesn't
the
tell me
community
anything
that
about
you're
where it comes
surrounded-
from, right? Because you're talking about where it comes from. So, listen, somebody did pay the kick. Somebody paid the 25 to kick, but I appreciate you for coming up. You can always come up any other time, but I appreciate you. You have a good one, okay?
All right, man.
All right.
Sure.
Bayou, thank you for the $25 on Cash App. I appreciate you, Bayou. W Bayou in the chat. Let me shout out some people. Middle Earth with a 10 stream streak over on Twitch. Allah is great. Thank you so much for the follow over on Twitch. Appreciate you. If you are a conservative, go ahead and hop on the guest request. I'm gonna take one more and then we're gonna go ahead and open up the panel here and get all the co-hosts on in here. Let me try to find one person here. Check Venmo. I will. Okay, I will. All right. Let's try this person. Okay, I think all these people are gone. Hold on, let me see. Wolfos, thank you so much for the 3 months sub over on Twitch. I appreciate you, Wolfos, with the Prime sub. Yeah, if you have Amazon Prime, you get a free sub over on Twitch. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. All right, let's get some debates. Come on. Let's see. Okay, we don't have any ops now. Might have to restart, but we'll give it a second. So, also I've been looking up, I've been looking at a couple like reports on these measles cases. So as I understand it, I could be wrong, but as I understand it, you need about 95% vaccination rate in a particular like local community, around 95%, to have like this sort of herd immunity where you don't get like an outbreak. And so if it goes under that, you start drastically increasing the risk. So about 95%. So there's a couple of places. So South Carolina's going through, and certain places in South Carolina are going through like, and then like I think West Texas or East Texas, I forget which part of Texas, where there's vaccination rates in these communities that are like 82%. Almost all of them are like conservative community. They're just like mainly conservative counties that vote like 90% Trump. Of course, it's crazy how that works out, huh? So now we're getting like an increase in like measles cases. I'm going to South Carolina tomorrow. Shit, bro. Stay safe. I hope you got your MMR. Texas got hit hard. Yeah. And then you can look at like the rates of like infections, like the symptoms. 93% unvaccinated. 93%. 93% of the people where these outbreaks are coming are all unvaccinated people. 93%. It's fucking insane, bro. So I'm gonna be looking more of the but yeah, that's like deaths coming in. Like it was considered eradicated completely, almost completely eradicated in like 2000. And we didn't really have a death until like 2015. Well, the last death was like until 2015, and then we get like 2 in Texas, in that community that has that 82% like unvaccination rate. But you're pro-life, right? Care about the kids. Avoid Florida at all costs. If you can, they stop requiring vaccines at all. There were some years around 2010 with 0 cases, literally none. Yeah. Like, what's the point? Like, you had like the greatest minds coming together, right? The greatest minds coming together. They were like, okay, we're gonna eradicate this thing that's causing so much suffering and stuff like that, right? But like so much suffering, and then like, but one thing we couldn't account for is that people are just like stupid. You know, like imagine a comet is heading your way and it's gonna like eradicate Earth, and you come up with like the greatest plan ever to like divert the comet away, and then like, but you just didn't know that there was a sizable portion of the world who thinks that if the comet hits you, it'll actually be better and more people will survive. Right? If the comet hits you, it's gonna like make the world of, you know. It's not even like Don't Look Up was about not even recognizing that the comet's there. But there's some people who recognize that there's a virus, but they think it's good to get the virus. Right? Yeah, conservatives are the party of disease. Yeah. I want to talk, please. Luxana, are you a conservative? Let me know. All right, let's get some debates in here. Let's see. A world full of Thanos. Yeah. All right, so Luxana says they're conservative, so we're going to get them on up here. Chickenpox folks almost killed us in the 90s. Yeah. Hello, can I get your age, please?
My what?
Can I get your age?
Okay,
please?
24.
Okay, why are you a conservative?
I'm a conservative because I believe in the principles that the movement has, and I also like the part of the economy that implicates being a conservative. And I am also religious, but I don't think that that's the main part of being a conservative. I was a conservative long before I was full deep on religion.
Okay, so what are some like strong conservative values that you have?
The strong conservative, like, what do you mean about conservative values? Because
things that make conservative values conservative, that distinguish them from like liberal or like leftist and stuff like that.
Okay, first of all, family. Next, well, nationalism, and then like private property.
Okay, so you said family, I don't think liberals disagree with family. You said, what was the other thing? Nationalism?
Yeah, but it's not, it's like they don't disagree with family. It's about the implication that has putting family in the first place. But okay.
What do you mean implications?
For example, a mom, a dad, a child being the nuclear of the whole society and having to teach your kids important values to preserve the community to grow.
Oh yeah, I think people on the left agree that you should raise children well. I don't.
No, I don't think that they agree that the important part of a society is the family. They don't.
Well, no, they do think it's important. If they didn't, they wouldn't.
Yeah, but
believe
I'm saying that it's
raising
the
a child would be...
main part. I'm not saying that it's just important. I'm saying that it's the main part.
Well, yeah, like I think they agree with that. This is why like a lot of people on the left and liberals agree with like universal child care, child tax credits, you know, healthy education and things like that. Like I don't understand. What do you mean it's not the main part? That's like the biggest things that they focus on.
No, they don't. The biggest things that they...
Right now, like you have Zoran Mamdani, his big issue right now is universal childcare because he cares about, you know, making sure that these families are able to like be conducive to society. He's a democratic socialist. He's not socialist, but he's a democratic socialist.
But what do you mean about...
are against that.
What?
Conservatives are against that, right? Like
they are against like what exactly?
Universal child care.
The way?
Yeah,
or
that helps families. And then like paid family leave, that's not a conservative idea at all. That's something that comes from the left.
Not
allow
really.
people to take off work so that way they can raise their children. Like literally Biden tried to pass a bill like that and every single conservative voted against it. Even when they had a clean
I think that you are confusing the part of an idea, like the main, I don't know, the help and all the, I don't know how to say this in English, but you are confusing the way someone wants to do a law and like the old economy that is behind it. I don't know if you understand. For example, I want to do a gym like for the community, for example, to increase exercise in our community or whatever. But I want to do it in a certain way that it's profitable or it's like have income or someone has to pay for it, but in a good way. But the other way, I want to just give it for free because I want to spend taxes on it. Like, for example.
I don't know what the fuck she's saying. I don't think I know what you like. If conservatives' core value is family, would you expect them to vote on paid family leave?
Wait, Carbon, could I kind of, I know where she's going with this, and if you don't mind, just the point that she speaks on, and this is the confusion that a lot of people who are quote unquote conservative that vote Republican, they think that like local Republicans have the same ideology as like national level Republicans, which isn't true, right? And I wouldn't even say it's true for like state level Republicans, but in a lot of instances, like with local politics, the conservative view tends to be more beneficial for those actual areas of the people, for the areas that they're in. But the higher you start to get with like state level and federal level, the conservative view or Republican Party don't uphold those same things that they do on local level. So that's why she's giving the specific example that she's given, because yeah, that works really well for local level politics, but not state or federal level politics.
Lux, did you want to respond to
that? I would, but sorry, I don't understand the difference that you made.
Most of them don't, and see that's the trap that we fall into. People who tend to see the effect of conservative views or whatever in local politics think that it's the same thing, not understanding the difference and not really paying attention to how the conservatives or the Republicans have actually done things within the country for like the last 60 plus years. thinking that they're going to be not only fiscally responsible, but have some type of real sense of family when they don't. I mean, that's why you see on a national level, those Republicans, like you said, rejecting
Battery
policies or
40%.
bills that would actually improve the quality of life for families in America. But you can see, like, on local levels, they'll focus on like recreational centers and parks and like actual things like that. It's a huge difference, but they don't, and no offense to you, but most people that vote Republican don't understand the difference. That's why I always say, like, local level politics, I think that Republicans do better for local level politics, but for like national level politics, the Democrats or progressives do, because they think more about the whole versus the individuals.
Yeah, so that's why I was saying, Lux, like people who, like as a whole for society, it just seems like if you want to be the more pro-family, it just seems like you would go with the left more than the right.
Not really.
Well, I gave you one reason, right, which is paid family leave, right? Here's
Yeah.
another one, which is like, because you
But
said male
again,
and female, for example.
paid family leave, like who's paying that?
Yeah, the government would pay for it. You would pay to make sure that families are able to stay at home with their families rather than having to be away from their families at work, working for this, you know, the whole system, right? Whether they can just raise their family and things like that.
What period of time?
Well, I mean, that depends on the country, but like some countries have, you know, 15, 20 weeks, some countries have 12, and that can be something that's worked out based on the country, right? I think it should be probably
based
close
on
to
like
16
the
weeks,
development
but,
of the child.
Yeah.
And typically, it should be based around the development of the child, and when the child is able to be like emotionally, mentally away from the parent, because we know that like children up to 6 months still believe they're attached to their mothers. So like realistically speaking, and there's several countries over in Europe that do it that way. They wait until the child is 6 months or upwards of a year, up to 3 years if the child has a form of a disability or a setback of some form. You know, it's based on the children because they prioritize the children. And you say that you want to prioritize the family, that means prioritizing the children.
Yeah, but I don't understand why you're all saying that that's on the left part. I don't know how you
these
say
are
it.
left-leaning
Conservatives
things.
don't agree with paid family leave.
That's not true because I am conservative, and I mean here in Peru, that's the
Well, I'm just-
conservative part of Peru. Like
right. Well,
gave
your
those.
individual
disagree with that,
perspective.
yeah.
Right, but that's your individual perspective as well. Again, the actual people that you end up voting for and sending to Washington, they don't agree with it, right? And
Yeah.
like there's the symmetry breaker. Also, one other thing that I want to clarify, because I saw someone in a comment like, "Oh, that doesn't make sense. It's the same thing." I will give this caveat: there used to be a difference. Now it seems like with with MAGA and how things have shifted so far to the right, the premise of local level politics has taken the same position as national level politics, where you have so many like MAGA Republicans actually getting involved in local level politics. So there has been a shift. So I'll give that caveat. It used to be that way versus where we are now. So.
But yeah,
I wanted to
a lot
talk
of these
about another one,
ideals.
then, Lux, because you said something about the man and the woman, but you do agree that, you know, a lesbian couple or a gay couple can raise a child too, right? Just as well.
I agree that family with a mother and a father have to be prioritized rather than a lesbian couple or a gay couple. I'm not
Why?
saying that they shouldn't adopt or whatever. I'm not in that. I'm just saying that they should prioritize a father and a mother.
How do you prioritize that? I don't understand.
Like in adoption centers or in the family and in the schools or whatever.
Why should an adoption center, when they're faced with two different parents, why should they want the straight parents rather than the gay parents?
Because women and men are different and play different roles in the family and the nuclear society.
when you say they play
women.
different roles, that doesn't tell me
Yeah.
that role dynamic is going to be more beneficial than the two women or the two men, because that's just an empirical claim, right? Because I can give you study after study that shows that when lesbian couples raise children, when gay men raise children, they turn out just as fine as the straight couples. So the role thing wouldn't matter there, right?
Hey, Luxana or whatever, what if I told you that it's not about the, man and woman dichotomy, or even, the two parent, the quote unquote nuclear household dichotomy? It's more so about capitalism. What if I told you that was more important than if it was, a lesbian couple or a straight couple or even a single parent?
What's more important?
Capitalism, the actual income of the household.
Okay.
Studies show that it's not necessarily about the nuclear family, right? The ideology of like having a two-parent household. While there's definitely some positives with the two-parent household, mainly, of course, the two incomes, but there's also studies that prove that the single parent or a same-sex couple, marriage or whatever, they are just as or even more successful than just a straight couple. It's all about the actual income of the household.
So like a rich single parent is going to probably do better than a poor mother-father dynamic.
There are other studies. So it's about just what study you believe
Sure,
on,
what
right?
study?
What study?
Can you exactly?
Can I give you like the titles or the links?
Yeah,
I don't
you
know.
can give me the title of it. Yeah.
Okay.
No, wait. Yeah, if you are also a conservative, go ahead and hop on the guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Thank you so much. Keep tapping that screen. We're almost at 69,000. Let's go. And I'll bring up some studies too.
This is my favorite part of the live Carbon, where people make a claim and then they go like to try to find things to prove their claim without actually having time to verify or go through that before.
So you're just assuming that, right?
No,
because
I'm just talking to
I can assume that of you guys.
Sure,
like you're saying there are studies show.
Roxana,
okay.
No.
Please just go get the source.
I was just talking to Carbon.
I'm just trying to find.
So go get that source and let Santana and Carbon have their conversation.
Yeah, this is just filler. I was just talking about my day.
Yeah, if you have any objections to what Santa, let's just say it after you get your study. Because obviously, if you had a study, then you would prove them wrong, right? So anyway, and I'm gonna pull up my studies too.
And just to clarify, we're looking for a study that says that a mother-father dynamic does better than a capitalist, like rich single-parent household, specifically.
No, that was not the claim, because that will be like saying rich parents are better than poor parents. Like,
yes, that was the claim that was being made, Luxana.
Huh?
You know what I also enjoy about doing these debates, Carbon? The fact that like we talk to these NPCs that all say the same thing. So like we can use the same sources that we've already used 50 times before. So we already know exactly what we're talking about and what we're leaning on, and we don't have to necessarily go find something to fit the narrative. And for some reason, theirs never fits, Carbon. I don't understand why. Have you ever noticed that every time a source is cited and then you pull up their source and then you like read their source, it always proves them wrong?
Yeah,
it's fucking wild.
Every single time. I have this one, which is like same-sex and different-sex parent households and child health outcomes. But there's a lot of different metrics that we judge, like the well-being of a child. Health outcomes, mental health, physical health, school educational attainment outcomes, parental bonding, social outcomes, and things like that. When you go through studies after all these metrics, you see that when gay couples, whether that be lesbian couples or gay men, raise children, either from birth or from adoption, it's no better or no worse than when straight couples do the same. In fact, when it comes to educational attainment specifically, there is some reason to suggest that the child who was born by lesbian raised by lesbian parents, are actually have better educational achievements than others. But it's not too statistically significant. But yeah.
I found a really good systematic review and meta-analysis that might help you guys out.
What you got?
So according to the systematic review and meta-analysis on family outcome disparities between sexual minority and heterosexual families, which included around 34 studies, the quantitative synthesis suggests that sexual minority families may actually perform better in children's psychological adjustment and parent-child relationship than heterosexual families.
That's BMJ group, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I have that one up.
I also have another one on non-traditional families and childhood progress through school. I'm not sure if you have that one too. It's from 2010.
So I get a lot of my studies from this Cornell. They have they did their own, it wasn't peer reviewed, but they just included the studies. And that's where I go to some of these studies, and some of them include meta-analysis. Is I think the article's name is let me see if I can pull it up. What does the scholarly research say about the well-being of children with gay or lesbian parents? Yeah, here they identified 79 different studies and showed that 75 of them showed that there was no better or no worse. And I know the one you're talking about is the if I can find it.
While you're pulling that up, just a quick pro tip for Luxana. Don't go with the Heritage Foundation study. Just don't do that one.
And personally something from not, the 1900s.
Okay, so you're talking about the family outcome disparities between sexual minority and heterosexual families, a systematic review, right? Okay, yeah, I had that one. Yeah. Most of the family outcomes are similar between sexual minority and heterosexual families, and sexual minority families have even better outcomes in some domains. Yeah.
And that one's very well conducted too, so props to that study.
What's the methods? We systematically search PubMed, Web of Science, Embase, and Cochrane Library, and APA PsycNet for original studies that compared family outcomes between sexual and minority and heterosexual families. 2 reviewers independently selected studies and assessed the risk of bias of included studies. Narrative synthesis and meta-analysis were conducted to synthesize evidence.
So what I like about this one is that it's secondary evidence, meaning that instead of just taking one data and one cohort, it's taking multiple data cohorts and synthesizing an general understanding of okay, what does the data tell us? And the advantage to this over comparative studies is you eliminate risk of not only bias, but also risk of the correlation causation issue, because you're looking at so many different data cohorts. So
Lux, do you have that study with us yet, or are you still looking it up?
I was just about to say we might have been overwhelming her with the study talk. I'm sure she has been able to properly source her study.
Yeah, I was looking at your studies also, if you guys were just...
Do you have anyone that you've already found so far?
I was about to say,
yeah, actually 2, but I'm also
Can you give me
checking
the
if
name of
there's a
one of
good
them?
source. No, because I have to check if there's a good source of it.
Wait. So you have to actually... So you have to actually check to see if the study that you found
No, I have to
supports
check
your
the
point?
link.
Oh, okay. How long does it take to check a link? Are you verifying the URL?
Yeah, you gotta make sure it's slash. You gotta make sure the slash is right,
Oh, she doesn't want to. You know what, Carbon? I remember back in my day, right, when I used to use a site called LimeWire. We would have to check the links before we downloaded anything. So I get that.
Back in my day.
Ladies, I did, however, I did not have sexual relations with that woman. I did, however, go to myfreemp3.net where you can get the great LimeWire.
Listen, Santana, I said that exact line yesterday in Logix Live. Back in my day, I used LimeWire.
Exactly.
They all make fun of me.
FrostWire was better.
Listen, if you downloaded the wrong one, you would download a mixtape and all you would hear is "Gangsta Grills, you bastard." over the entire song.
By the way, on the very interesting accent that reminds me of RFK Jr., your comment about measles was very accurate. Be very careful.
I didn't even know it was happening until like I found out, because I had to book a quick trip and I have to go to South Carolina, and specifically I'm going to the epicenter. So like that's fun, but I'm fully vaccinated.
Where was the because there was a let's see, measles outbreak 2025. CDC had one, which I'm pretty sure it's going to go down pretty quickly once JFK figures out that most of these are unvaccinated. Yeah, here it is.
Also,
I'll pull it up on Twitch and YouTube so they can see it. It's a map of measles cases among the U.S. So you can look at the past couple years. So 2024, 2025, and then 2026. So right now, South Carolina is dealing, I mean, because they're going into the new year. So they were kind of dealing with this late last year, and it's now hitting mainly South Carolina this year. But it's also hitting a lot of these conservative states too. But basically all these places where there's low vaccination rates, particularly lower than 95% vaccination rates in the communities, we're starting to see that. So Texas, South Carolina. Yeah.
I just wanted to add on. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No. Floor's yours.
I just wanted to add on that also, speaking of which, the dietary guidelines, I am postulating is the reason why dairy prices have literally skyrocketed. I've been double checking and going to multiple grocery stores because I want to make sure my data is accurate. And I've noticed that yogurt has gone up $2. The one thing that they were promoting and had a ton of conflicts of interest inside the dietary guidelines was dairy and protein. And I just find it so interesting that dairy and protein products specifically have increased by $2 ever since the dietary guidelines were released.
Yeah, I noticed that myself. My daughter, primarily lives on Greek yogurt because it's the only thing that she eats. Don't ask me. She's a picky 2-year-old. But, we probably go through 4 or 5 quarts of yogurt a month, if not more. And that jump has hurt. Before it was 2 something, and now it's 4 something. And I'm like, what the fuck?
It was 2 for 7. Now it was 2 for 5. And now it's 2 for 7.
Yeah.
I just want to call to everyone's attention that we got a Soldier Boy crank that reference in the chat before we got Luxana's study.
Damn.
So there's that.
Because I have the study here in my laptop and it says that I cannot, but I can read the title if you can look it up.
Just give me the title, I can find it.
Okay.
What's the name?
Pursuing Parenting and Parental-Child Relation Qualities in Fathers and Mothers, Longitudinal Findings Based on Hong Kong Adolescents.
Wait, say it one more time, sorry.
Perceived Parenting and Parent-Child Relational Qualities in Fathers and Mothers, Longitudinal Findings Based on Hong Kong Adolescents.
Should be able to find it based off that. Yeah, got it. 2020, right?
Yeah.
Done in Hong Kong to understand. Okay, so let me see. To understand how family environment and functioning change over time during adolescence. The study examined the developmental trajectories of perceived parent-child subsystem qualities indexed by parental control and parent-related relational qualities. Longitudinal data were collected from 2023 students and 28 high schools in Hong Kong. Among the 28 schools, 5 schools were in Hong Kong Island. Yada yada yada. Students were invited to respond to measures of perceived parent system. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so the development trajectories of research variables and the differences between fathers and mothers. While parental behavioral control and psychological control generally decline throughout the high school years. Parent-child relational quality showed a U-shaped trajectory. Parent gender significantly predicted the initial levels of all measures and changes in behavioral control and parent-child relational quality. Mothers showed higher levels of parental control and parent-child relational quality than did fathers at each point in time. However, mothers showed a faster decrease in these measures. How is this a study that supports your view?
Also, did that basically just say that the premise of like a straight couple is just gives a baseline, and then both of them tap out and reverse
it's
down.
saying like what qualities the gender of the family, like what it
the mother
predicts
gives, what the
through their
father
high
gives.
school. Yeah, but
Yeah,
it
yeah,
doesn't
yeah.
say
No,
it doesn't say anything about the dynamic between whether both parents are of the same gender.
No, it says about the roles that they like have in the adolescence of the child. I was looking about the teenage, like the early teenage stages, the kid stages, and all the development of the child, like the different roles that they play in the family.
Yeah, well, are we looking at outcomes of the child? Because that's what we're talking about, is whether this has positive outcomes on the child, correct?
We're saying that they have two completely different roles.
I'm not asking. Okay, the question is not whether men generally do different things when they have kids than women. Do they generally do different things? What we're asking you is, why is it the case that if you have two women or two men raising a child, is that worse for the child than if you have a man and a woman?
But if you just said that they have completely different roles, why two mothers are going to have the same role with the baby?
Well, that doesn't follow.
Hey, Carbon, this is my second favorite part of the debate, where they then cite a source and then change their argument based off of the source they've
No,
cited.
I didn't
because
change it
doesn't
because
support their original
like
argument.
Nanners before said something about that, like, and I correct her. I said, like, no, I'm talking about the different roles, and I mute myself.
Yeah, but we weren't just talking about, you said, okay, you're trying to make an inference, right? Is the fact that because men usually play one role and women usually play one role when it's raising a child, that's actually best for the child. Is that not the inference that you're making? Right. Hello, Lux?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, so if that is the inference that you're making, then I need this study doesn't support that inference. All you're just affirming, like, we can just grant for the sake of argument that men generally have different roles, or at least take up different roles in raising a child, but that doesn't say anything about whether that role dynamic between a man and a woman is better for the child, generally speaking, than when two women raise a child versus when two men raise a child, and all things considered, right? That doesn't get you to that inference. So the study's useless.
No, yeah, that's what I was like taking time finding the studies about the kids and the adolescents in the early stages and in the adolescents to
Just give
see.
me another study that shows that, please, because that didn't work out for you.
Don't worry, Lux.
It's not that it works
ourselves.
for me. It's just
Well, it
showing
didn't work for your
how
argument.
the different. It's showing how the different roles affect a baby. So
Yeah,
if
but
you're
that-
saying that two mothers and two fathers can,
Well, it doesn't say anything about babies. These are high schoolers.
And also, just FYI, that wasn't your original argument. Like, Carbon is on YouTube right now. Like,
yeah.
we
So
can
I
liter-
can
we
write
can
my
literally
original
re-
argument, so
No,
everyone
we
has it.
we don't need you
Like-
to. Like, Carbon can literally replay it, or I can go grab my laptop or whatever and reverse it right back to where you made your argument. This is not the argument that you
Hey,
made.
do it.
It's shifted, bub.
Do it, please.
Gotcha. Don't worry about it. 1 second.
Yeah, because you never mentioned anything about roles.
Hector, thank you for the heart. I appreciate you.
Yeah, also
I gotta
thank you
use the
for the
bathroom.
gifts,
I'll be right
guys. I didn't
back.
realize I got gifts till now. Thank you. All right, y'all. While Carbon is doing that and Santana is grabbing that, let's get to tapping. I know we can get to 100K. Please gift the panel and the host. Everybody's got things, pay links in their bio. Thank you, Courtney. Holy shit. Thank you. What is new? Wow. Holy shit, y'all. Yeah, let's make sure we're tapping and sharing out the live so that we can keep this going on. And any tips and gifts are appreciated. I will remind Carbon to reset his goal when he gets back. Got to keep the lights on somehow. So we appreciate you all being here and supporting. If you haven't, follow him on the YTube and the Purple app. You know what I'm talking about. Thank you, Hector. But yeah, Ali, I appreciate you guys all for doing the hard work that you guys do, and supporting us and making sure that these this live can keep going. Oh my gosh, friend.
I just want to call this out, Luxana, because so my devices were all packed up. So I'm pulling my devices back out and turn them back on so I can have a secondary device to go back and prove you wrong. I'm going to need, after I prove you wrong, I'm going to need like a galaxy or something for all this labor that I'm going through because you don't want to admit that you're wrong. So just be prepared for me to demand payment after I prove that you changed your argument.
But y'all can't hear me?
W. We'll hold
Did
you to
I
that.
change that I didn't talk about roles?
You changed your argument.
That I didn't talk about roles?
Your original
YouTube, Twitch, can y'all hear me?
claim is not the second claim that you gave when you came back up with the source, is what Santana is saying.
About roles?
You never talked about roles to begin with.
Okay. You're saying that I never talk about roles. Okay.
We hear you? Okay,
Okay, yeah.
just making sure. Somebody's saying
Your
that on
original
YouTube.
claim,
Okay.
because we made the claim that it's not about a mother and father actual couple, because your whole point was straight couples should be given priority because it's more beneficial for children to grow up within a straight relationship. And Carbon cited the studies that point to the fact that in certain cases, or in some cases, that it's more beneficial for like a gay, lesbian, whatever relationship. And I cited that it's about the financial impact, the capitalism. But your whole premise was that it's better for the children to be in have parents that are straight. That was your argument. But don't worry, like my device is coming up right now. Give me like 2 seconds. Let me play it back.
Okay, so play back the part that I said when you said about the rich family. That I said that it's not about that because we can argue like everyone that rich families are better than poor families. And I never said about anything about
We're not talking about that. We're talking about you saying that being a child being raised in a straight couple is better. That's what you said. You said that.
Yes, because of the different roles that they play, yeah.
No, you never said anything about roles, Bub. You didn't talk about roles. You just said that overall it's better. And even more so, your study doesn't actually talk about any type of positive benefits. It just talks about the different roles that a man or a woman plays. It doesn't say it's better. It just talks about the roles and the impacts.
Yeah, that's why there are multiple things that can lead you to think that it's better to have different roles.
Yeah. Give me one. Give me one reason. Because this study wasn't it. So do you have another study? Or no? I'm up. Waiting on you.
Oh, sorry. I thought I muted. Jesus fucking Christ. What is wrong with people? How? You were muted. I got it, guys. Don't worry.
All right, if you are conservative, also please go and join the guest request. Waiting on you guys. Hit that up. Let me try this person. Maybe they're not here anymore.
Okay. All right. Hold on 1 second.
There we go.
All right. I had to take my Bluetooth off. Can you guys hear me?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Perfect. 1 second.
Politics, the Democrats or progressives do, because they. So that's why I was saying, Lux, like people who, like as a whole for society, it seems like if you want to be the more pro-family age, it seems like you would go with the left more than the right.
Not really.
Well, I gave you one reason, right, which is paid family leave, right?
Yeah.
Another one, which is like, because you said male
again,
and female, for
paying family leave, like who's paying that?
Yeah, the government would pay for it. You would pay to make sure that families are able to stay at home with their families rather than having to be away from their families work, working for this, you know, the whole system, right? Where they can just raise their family and things like that.
What period of time?
Well, I mean, that depends on the country, but like some countries have, you know, 15, 20 weeks, some countries have 12, and that can be something that's worked out based on the country, right? I think it should be probably
based on
16
the
weeks.
development of the child.
Yeah.
And typically it should be based around the development of the child, and when the child is able to be like emotionally, mentally away from the parent, because we know that like children up to 6 months still believe they're attached to their mothers. So like realistically speaking, and there's several countries over in Europe that do it that way, they wait until the child is 6 months or upwards of a year, up to 3 years if the child has a form of a disability or a setback of some form. You know, it's based on the children because they prioritize the children. And you say that you want to prioritize the family, that means prioritizing the children.
Yeah, but I don't understand why you're all saying that that's on the left part. I don't know how you say.
Conservatives don't agree with paid family leave.
That's not true because I'm conservative and I'm being here.
Sorry, I went too far back. Let me jump ahead half a second. 1 second.
Keep tapping that screen, guys. We're at 90,000 likes. Let's go.
Lux, because you said something about the man and the woman, but you do agree that, you know, a lesbian couple or a gay couple can raise a child too, right? Just as well.
I agree that family with a mother and a father have to be prioritized rather than a lesbian couple or a gay couple. I'm not saying that they shouldn't adopt or whatever. I'm not in that. I'm just saying that they should prioritize a father and a mother.
How do you prioritize that? I don't understand.
Like in adoption centers or in the family and in the schools or whatever.
Why should an adoption center, when they're faced with two different parents, why should they want the straight parents rather than the gay parents?
Because women and men are different and play different roles in the family and the nuclear society.
When you say they play different roles, that doesn't tell me that role dynamic is going to be more beneficial than...
Stop talking.
Because that's just an empirical claim, right? I can give you study after study that shows that when lesbian couples raise children, when gay men raise children, they turn out just as fine as the straight couples. So the role thing wouldn't matter there, right?
Hey, Luxana or whatever, what if I told you that it's not about the, you know, man and woman dichotomy or even, you know, the two. Just FYI, I'm getting to the point of what we told her to pull the study for.
No, yeah, but I said
she
that
did try,
before.
Hold on. She did try to throw. She tried to throw the gender thing in, and you shot it down. And that's when she doubled down that it's better.
Yeah, but that wouldn't be my first argument, right?
No,
that wouldn't be like the first thing that I said.
I'm getting to the point.
Okay, you're getting.
I'm getting to the point. I'm getting to the point of what you
Battery
were supposed
40%.
to go get the source from. It's coming up. It's right here. Just hold tight.
Yeah, but I already said about the role thing.
Shushies, bub. Hold tight.
Parent, the quote unquote nuclear household dichotomy, it's more so about capitalism. What if I told you that was more important than if it was, you know, a lesbian couple or a straight couple or even a single parent?
Well, what's more important?
Capitalism, the actual income of the household.
Ah, okay.
Studies show that it's not necessarily about the nuclear family, right? The ideology of like having a two-parent household. While there's definitely some positives with the two-parent household, mainly, of course, the two incomes, but there's also studies that prove that the single parent or a, you know, same-sex couple, marriage or whatever, they are just as or even more successful than just a straight couple. It's all about the actual income of the household.
So like a rich single parent is going to probably do better than a poor mother-father dynamic.
There are other studies. So it's about just what study you believe
Sure,
on,
what
right?
study? What study? Exactly.
Can I give you like the titles or the links?
Yeah,
I don't know.
give me the title of it.
Okay.
Oh wait. Yeah. So pretty simple. Yeah. So just to be clear, you did say this before, that the dynamic that the mother and father had when raising a children is better for the child than a mother, father, and father. You do affirm that proposition, right?
Yeah, because of the different roles that they play, and I said that since the beginning. Like
And
Santa
now
just showed.
we have yet to have a study for that.
Yeah.
So waiting on that study.
And again, I just want to call out the fact that after you shut her down about the whole gender thing, that's when she doubled down as far as saying that it was better, right? It was better. So we still need to verify that it's better, not that the different parents have different roles or whatever, but it's better.
Like it's better to have two different roles than the same role? Yeah,
No.
sure.
That's not what was said.
Somebody
That if
who's
two women who are raising a child or two men are raising a child, why that dynamic isn't equally as good for the child, or if not better for the child than if a man and a woman were to raise a child, all things considered. That's what we're looking for.
also, it should be mentioned that women can play like more masculine roles in relationships. So, like your point about like two of the same roles, that's kind of void when you consider the fact that in some lesbian relationships you have two different roles.
But in the ones that don't.
Oh, they needed.
And
Sometimes you
the
have
ones
more
that want
feminine men
don't,
too.
you still have to, like, if you have two women who are like generally
So-
considered more feminine,
So
right,
they
why is
don't
that bad
play.
for the child?
Okay. Yeah. So no, I was saying to Science. I don't read the whole name. That okay, two women having the same role, that can happen, and I'm saying that is not as good as
Why?
I'm maintaining my position.
Why?
So give us a study for that.
Yeah.
Also, just to bounce off what Scientific said, men can also have more feminine roles, right?
Yeah,
There's some
that's what I
fathers
was
that
about
are
to say.
more like typically, like what we would see typically of a mother, where they're more comforting, they're more soft or whatever. They tend to be more on like the motherly, quote unquote, side of things, but that doesn't make it wrong. Like in my family dynamic, I tend to be more masculine in things, and my husband tends to be more feminine in things. And I think it's based on the way that we were raised.
You got it wrong, Nanners. When a woman tries to play catch with her son, when she tries to pick up the baseball, it's like Thor's hammer. She physically can't pick it up to go play with her child. It's not possible. Okay, only men can pick up baseballs and play catch with their child.
Listen. That's just wrong, and I'm gonna need you to. What do you mean by baseball? I don't know. Tried to Phil break you, but I can't
right.
do it.
It's just basic science, right? If you have this particular reproductive system, you can't play catch. Sorry.
Damn.
The ball's just
Wild.
gonna like drop, like it's just right there, right? It's not even gonna go
Well,
to
like-
the child.
Like, if we're gonna sit here and talk about this realistically, I'm not quite sure who else, if there are any other parents on the panel, but like as a parent myself in a 2-parent household, parents should be doing all roles, not just one singular role. This is you meet a role that's needed in that moment, and you rotate through them all, because sometimes dad needs to be soft, sometimes dad needs to be stern, sometimes mom needs to be the one doing baseball, sometimes dad's the one cooking, right? We all,
Thank you for
like,
the
together
3-string
we're a
streak.
team, and we're doing everything that needs to be met at that time, regardless of who is there. If mom's gone, dad needs to do the things, right? And vice versa. You know, that's how, like, in my opinion, is going to be the most successful family. It is two people that are working together to ensure that the children are getting all of their needs met.
All right, go ahead, Lux.
Okay,
What's the study, Nick?
while I'm giving Carbon the study, I just wanted to say that are not roles. like playing catch and ball and
Okay, what are
washing
roles
the
then?
dishes. That's not a role.
What are the
That's
roles
an
then that
action.
you're talking about specifically? Then give me one specific role.
Sure, easy. Texas roll, house rolls.
Huh?
Butter biscuit rolls.
Actually, Logan's had the best roles in Texas. Okay. Anyway, yeah. What's one role that you think are we talking about here, Lux? Just give me an action.
An action.
Yeah, because that's what a
What's
role
you-
is. It's like you expect an action out of a particular role, right? So what's an action that's consistent with a particular role, either from a man or a woman when raising a child?
Okay, like the security and protection that the father gives to the child is different in the way the mother gives. Like they both give protection to the child. They both give the child, I don't know, values and whatever. But the roles that
Physical
I'm
protection, you mean,
saying,
for men, right? Physical protection.
yeah, sure. I mean, I was saying protection like in
What
general.
I'm looking,
if
just to
you
be
want
clear,
to.
what I'm looking for is something that a man can uphold that a woman can't. Do you have anything like that?
I mean, they both do. For example, the protection part, they both do it. I'm saying that the roles are the ways that they are projecting to the
Yeah.
child.
What's a way that a man would do it that a woman can't do it?
I got it. Luxana, tag me in. I got your back on this one.
What do you want to say?
A man can teach your son how to pee on the seat because he forgot to let it up, and a woman can't.
Yeah, we make the mistake of teaching them to sit down and wipe and actually go to the bathroom hygienically and wash their hands after.
Also, I do want to call out that Carbon is letting her off the hook because every time you give her a new task, it resets the original point of getting the study. And she's never going to come back with that actual study that supports her point.
So I was gonna ask her that, but just to be clear, can I just get one action that a man does differently than a woman that a woman can't do? That fulfills his role?
Actions?
Yeah.
All the actions.
Like what? Give me one.
I don't know. Speaking to a child is different from the father than the mother.
So speaking to a child, so there's a way in which men can speak to a child that women can't speak to a child that way.
And also women speak to the child ways that, let me finish. And also ways that women can speak to the child that men can't.
Okay, give me
Carbon.
how.
Carbon, she's talking about having a man-to-man conversation.
Like how? Give me like a specifics. Like you're being very vague, Lux.
I think you're understanding.
Wait, hold on. Let's let her answer. Hold on. Like, tell me.
Yeah, how a woman communicates to her child is
Be
different.
specific. I heard you the first time. Be specific. How does a woman communicate to a child that a man can't?
You know,
Do you not have an answer to the question? You don't know? You're just making shit up?
like it's not that I don't know. It's like
Like the puppy voice? Like that? Men can't do that?
no, that's
Okay, then
that's
tell me what you're
really
talking about.
superficial.
Okay,
I
then
mean,
tell me
I'm
what you're
talking
talking about.
deep,
Stop being vague.
like
Be specific.
Okay, philosophically and emotional, I think. Emotional.
Okay, so
for
men
example.
can't speak to their children emotionally.
Yes, they can.
Oh my god. I keep typing shit and then like
Carbon.
you tell me that men
Carbon.
can do it and
I
women
mean-
can do it and I have to erase what I fucking typed. Okay,
Because
tell
no,
me a specific
you
hold on,
have
wait,
not
wait,
met
wait.
because you
I'm locked in now.
you-
Give me a
Okay, okay.
specific thing that men can do when they're speaking to the child that women can't. Remember, I'm gonna write down whatever you say, and please don't make me erase it again.
Yeah, but I just want to say that the reason you are erasing it is because you're changing the
No, you are changing.
things that I say.
I asked you.
No.
I asked
If,
you.
for example, I
give me
said,
something
like,
that can't.
man,
that is
let me
exclusive
put an example.
from
I'm
another
just saying-
sex. I asked you. Give me something that's exclusive from another sex. You're giving me shit that's not exclusive from another sex. Lux.
Okay. I'm just
now
going
give
to
me one.
say very quickly that the men express themselves emotionally different than a woman.
Okay, how?
My goodness.
I know
In
the
a
answer.
conversation.
How?
This is painful.
Like, what
Okay.
do you mean by how?
Okay, give me. Okay, let's say we have a mother, right? and we have a father, right? And they're both talking to their child in a particular way, right? And they're both talking to the child in an emotional way. How is it that the man speaks to that child emotionally in a way that that woman can't? Likewise for the woman, exclusive to the man. Tell me how.
Because the man provides like more security in terms of like controlling and giving the child support to, I don't know, to...
Okay, so a woman, when she speaks to her child emotionally, she can't provide security to that child when she's speaking to them.
You're twisting the words, but okay.
Oh my
Elite.
god.
I got it, Carbon. Come on now. Tag me in.
Go ahead, man.
Have you ever heard the saying, I'm coming to you woman to woman? That's what it is. That's what she's talking about.
What even is that? Like, is that even a...
It's a thing. It's a thing.
That doesn't make any sense. But also, like, I already disproved that earlier, Luxana, because, like, not every man and woman, not every mother and father is going to fit that specific role. You know, some dads are softer and some moms are harsher, right? Right? You know, because, you know, people don't stick to, like, societal weird tropes of how parents should be.
Yeah,
By
that's
the way,
study.
I just wanted to say props to being a parent in this day and age when it's so expensive. Seriously.
Help, I'm poor. My children keep eating all my money.
No, for real though, send me tips and gifts, guys.
So,
I was
Lux,
thinking-
somebody did pay to kick you. Let me know when you find that study, because you've been looking at it
Whoa,
for like
not
30
before
minutes.
she sends my galaxy. Oh no, she's not gonna send my galaxy.
She wasn't
God
gonna
damn
send it
it.
no way. It don't matter.
She wasn't.
Somebody
They never paid her
send.
bills.
Somebody send this man a galaxy. All right, let's get Santana one galaxy. New Blue Eyes with the 5 gifted subs over on Twitch for the kick. I appreciate you. Big shout out to New Blue Eyes. See, look at that. I got you, bro.
He's in the chat for what's new.
Wow. Way to, like, updo me. I said a donut.
Like, can I get your age, please?
Yeah, I'm 24.
All right, you a conservative?
Yes.
Why?
Alright. What type of conservative are we talking about?
Just a standard colloquial. I mean, what's your understanding of conservative?
So I think there's two different like types of conservative. You got real conservatives like how I am, and then you have MAGA conservatives.
Okay, what distinguishes them?
I think the thing that distinguishes them are extremism.
Okay, all right.
So what I mean by that is I mean like economic extremism, as I'm saying, like people on the MAGA side are saying we shouldn't be taxing the billionaires, you know? I mean, as someone who votes Republican most of the time, we do not like the rich. Clearly, we do not like the rich. We believe, at least normal conservatives believe, that money should be distributed evenly between all classes. Back in 2015, 2016, at least a lot of Republicans did vote for Obama solely on the fact because the equality in the class system. Because if you don't have evenness, I guess, in the class system, then you don't have America. You don't have capitalism.
That's democratic socialism that you just described.
It's
Okay. Yeah, like
Why is
conservatives
it?
generally, like even non-MAGA conservatives will say, like the people, they'll come up here, they'll be like, no, I'm not a Trump supporter, but yeah, I think free enterprise and business, they should be free as long as they're not harming anyone. To, you know, like they're the ones who start up the business and they pay the workers, and you're totally free as a worker to like go in, and if you don't like the pay, then you shouldn't work at that place. That's what the typical non-MAGA conservative is going to say about these kinds of things. They're not saying things like, oh yeah, we should redistribute the wealth, put it back into the workers, and that's not the conservative value. I don't know where you got that from.
Hey, right,
Also,
okay,
can I
then
call
you also
out
have to,
really quickly that 2012 Obama is technically today's conservative, right? That
Right.
that would actually be, but we're not living in 2012 it's 2026. So that's
But
not what
you proved my
conservatives are.
point in the difference between real conservatives and MAGA.
Yeah, I hear you, but there hasn't been any quote unquote real conservatives since 2017. It hasn't been
because
any.
they've been shushed by the MAGA conservatives.
How old are you, Lude?
I'm 24.
You're 24. You weren't even a real conservative then.
No, but I was in it. I lived it. I lived the Obama administration. I lived the first Trump administration. I lived the Biden administration. And I was raised by two liberal dudes. I have two dads. But even they agree that when it comes to economics, conservatives were right.
Wait, okay, so let me get this right. One is economic redistribution. Okay, what's another conservative value that you think is real conservative value?
Government enforcement is overextended right now.
Okay, so limited government. Okay. Conservatives, like, they agree with government in some aspects, and then like say that it should be retracted in other aspects. So like, are you one of those that are like opposing to like gay marriage or something like that? You think that's where the government should have its hands?
No, I'm more speaking about like the I feel like our money should not be going to in-home federal agents such as ICE. I think that we should be going to our military, foreign governments, because that's what our country at least has depended on for the past 20 years is foreign affairs. Okay. And I think Trump
is a whole ass
economic
socialist.
redistribution, abolish ICE. What's next? Are you pro-life, pro-choice?
He is a whole ass democratic socialist.
Wait, let's just keep going. Wait, are you pro-life, pro-choice?
Here's the thing. The parties have been so skewed to this point in 2026 and 2025 that there is no distinguishing between a MAGA conservative and just a regular conservative. A lot of conservatives who were born have been converted into MAGA conservatives, clearly.
Yeah, I agree.
But if you are a true conservative, you do believe in most of these. If you like to call it a democratic socialist, you can call it that. But a lot of conservatives do believe, true conservatives from like when I was growing up, believed in the class system, capitalism, and foreign
affairs. Let's just keep going. Let's just pro-life, pro-choice.
So confused.
I'm in the middle between that.
Goddamn,
do you think it's murder?
No,
or you just don't know?
Liberal
I think it's murder, but I also think a woman has the right to choose.
So pro-choice.
Well, if you think it's murder, wait. You think it's murder, but you think somebody should be able to legally murder? I don't understand.
I think once you inseminate the egg, I think it has became a life.
Right.
And I think the woman has a choose to either end it
Do you think a woman has a choice to be able to like murder like her 2-year-old son?
No.
Well, what's the difference?
It came out of her body. She's not supporting that fetus and or baby anymore.
Wait, okay, so like at 26 weeks she can murder the baby, even though it's still connected to her.
That's what I'm saying. It's a tricky situation. That's why I'm saying I'm in between.
I'm gonna put a question mark on the abortion.
Also, I believe in the situational aspect of it too.
So I'm just kind of curious. So when you say that you believe that at conception you have life, are you like saying that the sperm and the egg aren't alive?
No, because you need the sperm and the egg.
But you don't need a sperm and an egg to have a living cell. So like a zygote is a single cell. A sperm is a single cell. They're all living cells.
Right. But how do you define what a living being is?
I go by subjective experience.
Okay. Okay.
So like, for example, my petri dish of cells that I'm culturing, I wouldn't consider that a living organism.
So you think one cell is not a living being?
No, because if that were the case, then I would be committing like some serious crimes by running my experiments in the lab.
Right. So then, at what point in pregnancy do you think is a living being?
At the point where thalamocortical connections occur, where the thalamus connects to the cortical areas, allowing for that organism to have a subjective experience.
Okay, cool. So my whole point is that it is subjective to the situation that handed to that pregnancy. If it was a consented sexual experience, and the mom decides that, oh, I just don't want to have this baby, I do think that is wrong. But at the same time, if it is a R baby or a SA baby, then it's like,
wait,
the mom
okay,
does.
let's say hypothetically she has a 5-year-old toddler and fully consensual sex, and she wanted to have the child. The toddler was gonna die if it doesn't have a kidney specifically from her. You think it should be like legal for her to not be? Do you think it's like morally wrong or something for her to not like give up that kidney?
For the mother to give a kidney to their kid?
Yeah.
I think that's a medical decision that I don't have experience on.
But do you think?
And I'm not a mother, so I can't.
But how would that be any different from like an abortion case?
That's the thing. It's tricky.
But it seems like if I've tried to like hold the relevant factors the same in each scenario, so it seems like you're going to be committed to saying that that's murder for her to not give her kidney to the child.
I think killing anything is murder, no matter what the situation is. But at the same time, if you want, I guess if you want to be logical about it, I mean, killing any living being that has a living cell in it is considered murder. But at the same time, these laws that we are standing by that said is murder. So if you kill a fucking cow, sorry for swearing, kill a cow.
The ICE agent committed murder. Just to be clear, we agree on that, right?
I do agree on that. Yes.
Okay.
It was murder.
Hold the fuck up, Lou. Really quick. I'm sorry. You think we should feed poor people?
I think everyone deserves a chance to live.
You are a based ass liberal. What the fuck are we doing here?
You're just like a liberal.
Like I said, I'm sorry for swearing again. Sorry. I'm not a MAGA conservative. MAGA conservatives.
Well, you're not even a conservative, right? You're just what you call a liberal. Like in modern America, well, in modern America, you're what we call a liberal.
Sure. But the difference between a conservative and a liberal when I was growing up are very similar to each other. We all respected each other's
it's 2026, Bob.
I know, but that's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to say is that MAGA conservatives are not the same people as conservatives.
This is confusing.
It's not confusing. Okay, let me explain it in 2 sentences.
Wait,
MAGA conservatives are not conservatives.
Really quick, because I gotta get out of here, Carbon. I appreciate you having a couple really quick. W's in chat for John. John, thank you so much for the $20 donation. John said, I don't know how much a galaxy is, but I hope this covers it. So
it's about the amount.
Yeah. W's in the fucking chat for John. I appreciate that. And I am definitely going to be doing like a couple of friendly panels again soon. Also, Carbon, I fucking forgot that you're a whole ass debate, bro. They have been coming to my live, driving me crazy, and I keep pissing them off because I won't do like the Phil bro shit with them, especially because I've been talking about like the government being fascist, and they want to like debate me on what is fascism instead of the actual fucking government part. Yeah. So I'm gonna text you the next time because I need you to handle that. Cool. Anyway, I got to get out of here. I appreciate you having me.
Take it easy, Santana.
Bye, Santana. Stay safe, friends.
Y'all have a good night. Absolutely.
Have a good night.
I do want to reference this dude who's in the chat, Barda. He said, bro just wants smaller government and lower taxes. Never say I want lower taxes. I do not want a smaller government. I think our government makes us strong in the world in foreign affairs.
Bro.
This is so confusing. I'm sorry.
I am confused, bro.
What are you confused on?
Well, it's just like what you mean by real
like
conservative is just what we mean, what most people mean by liberal, right?
Right. So then we're taking the line between conservative and liberal and moving it towards the conservative side.
Yes, that's what happens as we progress and views change, right? Like. Right. In the early 2000s, sure, you would have been considered a conservative, but as we've gotten more progressive, things start shifting, right? Like, we understand that.
Yes, 100%. So you
So
understand what
sure,
I'm talking about.
in 2003 you would have been considered a conservative, but it's 2026. So in today's age and the way that stances are, you're liberal. So it's time to come out of that leftist closet, friend.
Like
I mean,
a good analogy would be like this in the South. If you were to call yourself like a Democrat, I mean, you were anti interracial marriage. You wanted like Christian nationalism everywhere. You supported the KKK. No black people near me. Rosa Parks, you know, she should get in the back with the rest of them. You're a Democrat if you had these beliefs, but those are beliefs that are typically associated with the right now, right? Because those were a lot of conservative views back then, right? But like, I mean, like, but saying I'm a Democrat, right? Because I support racial segregation and, you know, colored only bathrooms and stuff like that. That's not the Democratic Party now, right? So we're asking for a modern understanding. Like you would agree, like modernly, like people in modern times, you're considered, generally speaking, a liberal.
Okay, and I understand that, and I honestly, like, I would say, if you want me to acknowledge that, then I mean, yeah, I mean, I definitely have liberal views on a lot of social issues, but here's the thing: it's like let's talk about ICE and the killing and the murder, right?
Yeah.
I agree with what ICE does for their whole logic of we should not have illegal immigrants in America. Yes, they contribute to our economics and everything, but at the end of the day, it is illegal for them to be here. But the thing is, they are overextending, and that is once again a conservative value that governments should not be allowed to overextend their power and abuse, right?
No,
I think that can be said for liberals and conservatives.
Yeah, everybody believes that. That's not something that's conservative.
Exactly, but
like, no, what liberals gonna say? Yeah, government should overextend their powers and authority.
But then we go back into the left like mindset of, do you think that government's putting money towards, like, I don't know, like nonprofits or medical? Do you not think that's like overextending? Because we do live in a capitalism state.
Well, you mean like USAID or something like that?
Like, I'm saying, honestly, I don't really know how to put it, honestly. So
that's fine. Well, yeah, man. Well, listen, I'm gonna get on to the next one. I do appreciate you for coming up. Okay, man.
I guess I'm a democratic socialist. I found out.
Hell yeah, brother.
In New York, man.
His
All right,
name
take it easy.
is Mondami.
You did. Thank you.
Goldman, can I get your age, please? Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can I get your age, please?
I'm 78 years old.
Alrighty. All right. You a conservative? Jesus Christ.
No, sir.
78. What are
I
you?
do have a few conservative ideas, but I'm not conservative.
Okay, what are you? What would you classify yourself as?
I've always been very, very, very progressive. I'm a democratic socialist. Always been. My mother's always been. My family's always been. Not because we've chosen a side, because we've chosen values and ideals. So I'd spent 2 years in Vietnam. Currently, I live in Europe. I live in Italy. I've been here since the 1970s. I didn't really choose to stay here, but that's life. I just migrated here after Vietnam to have a rest, psychological rest, and wound up staying here and building a family. And I am currently here because of things that happen in life. To put it to you frankly, my family has always been activist, in progressive things. And I am a, how can I put it? I'm walking history. I was born in Little Rock, Arkansas. And I saw and witnessed and experienced blatant racism. People coming to my little village, burning crosses. I had crosses burned in my front yard. As a kid, I must have been maybe around 7, 8 years old. I didn't understand what was going on. But I witnessed this. And I remember all this. And I think that we as people of color, melanated people, should throw racism in racist face every single second of the day. We should throw it in their face. I know they're sick of it, but they can't hide anymore.
Right.
They have no more justification for it. And their guilt is driving them up the walls.
Mm-hmm.
We should not give them any room to escape. No space to escape. YT people have historically destroyed the world, had their foot on everybody's neck, stolen. I mean, the whole ball of wax. They've done it. And now they find themselves with their back up against the wall where they can no longer explain, where they have no place to hide. And hey, I'm 78, so I'm going out the back door pretty soon. Maybe not soon, but I'm headed out the back door. And looking back at everything that's transpired in my lifetime, that's been historically recorded and that I've seen personally also, there's no excuse for it. They have no place to run. No more excuses. And all we're getting right now is HATE, hate.
Yeah.
And another word I'd like to use is the white privilege despair. Okay, that's about all I gotta say for right now. And I really appreciate you having me up. Carbon, thank you very much. And I hope my message is not just to the black community. I hope my message is also to the YT community, that they have to stand up, be men and women, and face the consequences. That's all. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for coming up. I appreciate you for sharing all that.
Thank you.
Thank you. You have a good one.
I'm not crying, you are. Listen, I love when we get guests like that because it gives me like hope for humanity, because typically we see people from his generation that are just horrible and destroying our society. But when we see people that are actively doing the thing and have always done the thing to change the society, it gives me so much fucking hope.
Yeah,
And we need
when
more
I
of
go, reminds me when I go back to my family in the South, and I got or in the East Coast, and like especially my black family, yeah, they sit and chop it up, and like yeah, like I got a lot of 80-year-olds, 70-year-olds in my family who got some gems. They always drop a gem, you know.
I love it, man. I love it. Listen, I'm just out here trying to collect all the pawpaws, okay? Come on. Let me hear all your stories. I will listen for
What's
days.
one gem they dropped was what did he say? This motherfucker said some funny shit. It wasn't funny, but it was like, you know, it was clever. What did he say? He said You can't put all your chips in one basket because you always got to keep one on your shoulder. Some shit like that. What the fuck? I was like, what does that mean? It sounds wise. Dragon, thank you for the $1 on Cash App for the lib conservative who just had his entire lore book updated.
That was
Thank you
great.
so
That
much,
was
Dragon,
great
for the
stuff.
$1. I appreciate you.
Oh,
my
man.
God.
That's a great gem. The best gem I ever got from my grandfather was on my first wedding day. He was helping me put flowers in my hair, and he said to me, "Now listen, honey, doesn't matter where you get appetite as long as you eat at home." And I was like, "Grandpa, what are you okay?" He's like, no, I need another shot. And he went and he had another shot of whiskey. I love
Okay.
old people, man.
Oh yeah. All right. If you are a conservative, go and hop on the guest request. Guest requests are empty. We got 500 people, so I'm letting up a conservative. So if you are a conservative, go and hop on the guest request. And thank you guys for reaching that 100K and likes. I appreciate y'all. Keep tapping that screen. If we don't get any new debates in the next couple minutes, then we'll probably restart with another topic. Probably the religion topic, because I do feel like debating some Christians right now. But yeah. So, but I'll give it a couple minutes. Okay. Let's do it.
Oh no, Lauren. My great aunt called thongs unt covers, made me clutch my pearls.
Man, all of this grandfather talk, it really does make me miss my grandfather.
No, for real. That's why I was crying a little bit earlier.
Yeah. Both of mine are not around anymore.
Same.
Yeah, my grandma stuff. She ain't going nowhere. She's still walking around. She's in her mid-90s. She
My
chilling.
nana's like that.
Same.
Yeah, that's how my granny
literally
is,
the
too.
exact looks the same, talks the same, walks the same as when I was like 5 years old. Right, I'm 33. Right, like, and then that's the entire black side of my family. The entire black side of my family, they're part Panamanian. I don't know, like they just live to like shit. They hundreds, right? So.
They just get shorter.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's so true. My abuela.
She got to be like 4'10" now. Like.
Nah, it was a fun game through my teenage years and like preteen years as I was growing up. She'd always be like, "Oh, you keep going up and I keep going down."
Think you're so big. Okay, so Jesus Christ, this jump in measles cases is like concerning.
It's terrifying.
Like I'm looking
It's
at
most
like since
scary.
2020, I just see like little dips, and then 2024 big dip, and then like right after Trump becomes president, like the second term, it just skyrockets. Like what the fuck? And then now
I'm scared
January
to see-
2026, it skyrockets even more. Like what the fuck? Measles, yeah.
You want to see something real scary?
What's up?
Look up the fatalities of the flu this season.
Jeez, it's been so bad.
That is gonna make you like, what the fuck?
Let's see.
I'm so glad we all got ours back in September.
I'm so glad I got mine.
As soon as they were like, "Yep, they're available," it was like, "Yup, we're getting them."
Estimates, selected estimates. Right now it's 13.5 per 100,000. I need a chart or something. 9 children have died of flu this season. AAP.org.
Keep in mind the flu season has only been around for like less than a month, really.
Yeah. 32%. Wait, where's the hospitalization rate? Okay, so mortality increase. I need like a graph so I can like see what I can measure the increase. Okay, so CDC report AAP. Flu death surging. Oh wow.
It's mind-boggling, right?
Wow. Maybe wear a mask, yeah. I just got mine the other day at the when I was in uniform. All right. Okay, so let's see what we got here. Got 500 people. I think most of these people were Santana brought over. Because once you join, I saw the numbers rack up a little bit. All right. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and do a quick restart. What we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and change the topic over once we do the restart. We're gonna the topic is gonna be why should we be Christian? So we're gonna be inviting Christians up to see if they can give like their best arguments. Let's hear them out. Yeah, unless this guy wants to debate. I don't know, maybe he does. And then if not, then we'll restart. Josh, you are live. Can I get your age, please? Oh,
What's
yeah.
up?
Bro, just flush the toilet.
Don't forget to wash your hands with soap.
Please.
All right, we're going to do that restart, okay? So when you see the live end, just count down from about 10 seconds, and then we'll be back live with a new topic. So I see you guys back then. So let's do it. Bro said, what's up? What's up? Like, bro. Crazy work. Settings. Video quality. All right. Happy y'all got some great experiences with your grandparents. I got to meet one of my step grandparents, only my grandparents for a short couple of years. Cherish these around. Yeah, definitely cherish. Some people aren't as lucky as others, you know. All right, we back. Shauna first, let's go. Eugene, thank you for the heart me. I think we got a new Cash App here. Dragon sent $1 on Cash App. Black don't crack unless you smoke. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, Dragon, for the $1 on Cash App. All right, let's get up our panel and let's get started. Let's get a couple, see if we can get some justifications tonight, okay? Toilet flush was a wild way to close out the other tie. Yeah.
That
It
was
didn't sound,
absolutely
it
insane,
sounded like one of
dude.
those flushes. So,
That sounded like a rough one.
Yeah, make sure you wash your hands for at least 45 seconds with good antibacterial soap and hot water. Thanks, friend.
actually,
I
yeah,
am-
that was actually honestly the best argument I've heard from a conservative.
Flush.
Incredible.
Yeah. Okay. Josh.
I want to go and say I'm sorry, flush the toilet, bro.
Did you wash your hands?
I did wash my hands. Okay, I did wash them. I did indeed wash them.
Are you
If that's
sober?
the.
With
I
soap?
am Josh. Yeah, I'm sober. What's good? What's good?
Okay. Are you a Christian?
I am indeed. Yeah.
All right. You want to tell us why we should be?
Well, I'll tell you what I am, if that's a momentum to lead you in there. I mean, I've read the Bible, I've read the Quran, I've read all kinds of religious texts. I believe it's hard to say this because most Christians will deny this, but I believe being Christian is not only the safest bet, but according to historical context, I believe it's also
Say historical.
the gravitational. It's I don't know how to say it. It's the best way to go.
Why is it
I
the best
mean,
way to go? Why do you think that?
I'm obviously a believer in Christ. I mean, believe in if you believe in archaeological context, I mean, that is the main reason why. Also, when it comes to, well, I mean, if you believe in the history of Jerusalem, it was there 700 years before the Greek temples. I mean, Jesus said that the temple will be born and destructed in between 3 days. And you can also go touch that temple with, you can go touch the temple right now if you want to believe it.
Why would
I'm not the
like,
best. I'm not the best person to debate this.
Yeah, I'm just looking for somebody who thinks they can defend why Christianity is true.
I mean, I'm not that person. I'll hop out of this debate. All I'm saying is that I believe that is so.
Okay.
So I'll hop out of here and let somebody else believe that. Okay. Or take it there. Okay. I appreciate the come up though. I appreciate the come up.
Right,
That was also being flush the toilet. I'm sorry.
Yeah, please make sure you wash your hands next time. Okay. All right, Josh. Corky, thank you for the popular. I appreciate you.
You really think he didn't wash his hands?
No, absolutely not.
Oh God.
Sapio, thank you for the 13 months over on Twitch. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the tier 1. I appreciate you. All right, we're gonna let our next person up here. Eli is live. Can I get your age, please?
28 years old.
All right, you a Christian?
Yes, I'm an Orthodox Christian.
All right, what's your best reasons that you want to present to us today?
Well, I would say mostly I have a better argument for why not to be atheist. It's a different argument for why specifically the Orthodox Christian model of who God is. But I think the transcendental...
You could be like Hindu and not be Christian. That wouldn't make you an atheist.
Well, that's what I'm saying is that and now I think that, there's really good arguments for why you should be a Christian over a Hindu. However, what I'm saying is that the transcendental argument for God, I think, pretty much debunks atheism, and it's pretty much an illogical and irrational position to hold.
Sure. What's that argument?
So it works in the formula like this. X is a necessary precondition for Y therefore X. God is a necessary precondition for knowledge. If we have knowledge, then therefore there is God, and there's a demonstration of this. If knowledge requires transcendental categories like logic, reason, truth, information, things that are immaterial, universal, and conceptual in their ontology, then they have to be grounded and justified in something that is also immaterial, universal, and a mind. So again, if you can identify the ontology of these things in these 3 categories, immaterial, universal, and conceptual, the grounding for something immaterial has to be immaterial. The grounding for something universal has to be universal, and the grounding for a concept has to be in a mind.
All right, we're going to clear up on terms. So we got...
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we're just going to clear up the terms here, make sure we're not begging the question. What does knowledge mean to you? How are you using the term?
Knowledge, I mean, I'm okay with using justified true belief. I think it's deeper than that, but I think for the sake of argument, I can grant that.
Okay, so when you say God is a necessary precondition for knowledge, you're saying God is a necessary condition for justified true beliefs. We have justified true beliefs, therefore God exists. Something like that, right?
Yes.
What's the argument for premise 1?
So premise 1 is God is a necessary precondition for justified true belief. Again, if what goes into justifying a true belief is logic, reason, truth, meaning, information, all of the transcendental categories, they exist ontologically in at least 3 ways: immaterial, universal, and conceptual. In order to ground something that's immaterial, it has to be grounded in the immaterial. In order to ground something universal, it has to be grounded in the universal. And in order to ground something that is conceptual, it has to be grounded in a mind. So you're necessitating an immaterial, universal mind. That's a God.
Okay, so when you say something is like logic is conceptual, immaterial, and universal, right? When you say a mind, does a mind need logic in order for it to exist?
Well, does a mind need logic? So a mind, I think whenever you use that term, you're probably, as an atheist, I'm assuming you're atheist, right? I don't want to.
Yeah.
Okay, so as an atheist, you're assuming there's only human minds. I would say yes.
No, I don't believe that.
Okay, well, so the thing is, when I'm saying ground a conceptual notion in a mind, I'm making a position for there being an immaterial universal mind that created the world using instantiating the ideas that ground logic and truth, God being the ultimate source of the ultimate logic, the ultimate truth, the highest standard of logic, the highest standard of truth. If he creates a world where these things are kind of the contours by which, like, because we don't, before I get too far into it, the question I would ask like an atheist is, do you think that the laws of logic are created or discovered?
Well, I don't know what either of those would mean. Like when you say created, the concept of creation implies logic, and discovered means I don't like they were there prior to. But if you're saying that they're discovered, then it would have to follow then that God discovered them, right? Because like how did they get there? Right.
No,
But the reason why I asked you the question about what a mind is, right? Because it seems to be like most conceptualizations of a mind is logic is conceptually prior to it. Logically prior to it, right? So saying that a mind grounds logic when the existence of a mind needs logic, right? It's just going to put you in a contradiction that the thing that grounds logic needs logic itself.
No. See, that's not the argument. So you can't ground a universal in a particular. In our human minds are particulars. Where you have a particular mind, I have a particular mind, but if we both have knowledge of a universal concept, you can't ground that universal concept in your particular mind. You're, in the physicalist, naturalist. I'm not saying that's what you are, but typically who I go up against are physicalists, naturalists. And you can't ground a universal concept in your gray matter. And then I also engage in this universal concept with my gray matter, but we have two different gray matters. We're particulars. An immaterial universal mind, the mind of God, would not be reduced to gray matter, to a particular. It would be universal and immaterial in the same nature that the laws of logic are. So it follows within my worldview and my paradigm that an immaterial universal mind creating the world would do so by its own nature, which is immaterial and universal, and create something that reflects its own mind and create a world that abides by immaterial universal laws. That follows with coherency and justification and explanatory power in my worldview. Whenever I ask the atheists for their grounding and justification for these immaterial universal things, they can't do it, or they try to ground it in a particular mind, which doesn't work.
Wait, how is God's mind universal?
Because whenever you're referring to the created order and you're referring to a mind like that's particular, God is outside of the created order, and therefore he's omnipresent within the created order. He's universal insofar as the bounds of the created realm, because he is the creator of the created realm. So it follows that he would be universal.
Wait, okay, so universal just means what again? Because my understanding of universal is that it's grounded in all particulars.
Yeah, exactly. It's grounded in
it's instantiated in all particulars. But then it wouldn't be a mind anymore, because like my mind is a particular, and then God is sharing some particulars that are not shareable with my mind, which would make it not a mind anymore.
Well, I'm not sure how you follow with that. What I'm saying,
mind is unique in its perspective.
Yeah, your mind is a particular, but I'm making the argument that your mind is created. So if a universal creates a particular, that follows, but it doesn't follow that a particular can ground a universal.
Wait, no, are you okay, when you say mind, what do you mean there? Because my understanding of a mind is a unique individuated perspective on the world. Thank you, Matt Nemo, for the raid. I appreciate you.
Yeah, I mean, I can agree with that to one sense, but I think that probably whenever we start asking ourselves the definition of a mind, and like for example, I don't think that you can actually justify in your worldview as an atheist that you even have a mind.
Well, a mind is just
I don't think we have two completely different. Wait, but I mean, where does that come from? Where is it grounded and justified?
It just seems like is
it a phenomenon of nature?
I don't know, maybe, but I don't see why I would need. I wouldn't need.
You have a mind then.
No, that doesn't follow. It does. You don't need to know where the
So it's
the mind
unjustified and ungrounded in your
No,
worldview.
that doesn't follow. So you don't need to
No, I'm
know, because
asking
if you
for your
have
justification and
wait, hold on,
grounding that you
let
have
me,
a
if I
mind.
can finish, if you don't mind. So
Go
it
ahead.
doesn't follow that just because you don't know the nature of the mind that you don't know that you have a mind, right? Because when you say, like, just in the question that you asked, when you refer to you, right, it seems like you're referring to my mind. So it just seems like a self-defeating question itself. But like when I say I, there is a thing that I'm referencing, and it is the case that I have a perspective on the world. You actually can't be wrong about that, because for me to deny that I have a perspective on the world is just to presuppose that I have that perspective when I reference it, right? So that it just you can't be wrong. Whether it's a brain in a vat kind of situation, that's a different question. But nonetheless, there is a perspective
No,
that is being had.
Look, I agree with that. I agree that you can be aware that you have a mind, that you can use it, but I'm saying it's unjustified and it's ungrounded. And
You
that
think
would not,
qualia
that
is
would not consider
unjustified?
that would not be a justified true belief.
You think qualia is unjustified? Like if you're having a certain experience that's unjustified? Like for example, if I say if I'm in pain, let's say I don't know, I feel like a very painful experience. Do you think that there's justification for that? As qualia?
Like through explicitly through sense data, but that's an empirical value, and we're talking about things that can't be empirically verified.
Wait, so do you think it's possible for somebody to hold the belief that they're in pain and be wrong? Do you think that's logically possible?
For them to believe that they're in pain and be wrong? Sure. I mean, you have situations of what's that Munchausen syndrome or whatever. Like that's a
No, they just don't feel pain. That's not
that's not
they
what
don't.
Munchausen syndrome is.
That's
Like
not
when I
they-
say pain, I mean, do you think it's possible for somebody to believe that they're experiencing the qualia of pain and be wrong about it?
Yes.
How? Give me an example.
Again, I think people have Munchausen syndrome where they
That's
think that
not
they're
Munchausen syndrome.
Oh,
People with
do you even know
Munchausen
what I'm talking
syndrome
about?
don't feel pain. Yeah, they just don't
That's
feel
not what
pain.
Munchausen syndrome is. That's not what I'm not talking about the syndrome where people don't feel pain. I'm talking about the one where people believe they have an illness they don't have. And they go to the doctor with symptoms, and the doctor checks them out, and they go, "You're fine." Again, these people affirm the belief that they have back pain, shoulder pain, erratic heart rhythms. They go to the doctor goes, "It's all in your head. I'm sorry, you're completely fine."
Wait, I'm seeing here that that's as a result of people faking it in order to get attention. That's the
No,
reason why they're doing
they
it.
believe it though. That's the thing. You said
They don't believe
you
it.
equated it to a feeling, and I'm saying that
If you're
feelings can
faking
deceive
it, you're not believing it.
Yeah, it says it right here. It says the
They don't-
definition. It's
they're
a
not
mental.
act-
Hold on, wait.
faking it
Let me
implies
read it.
a
It says
deception.
in which an individual imitates symptoms of illness in order to elicit attention, sympathy, or physical care. That's the reason why they do it.
Right? Do you think that these
And it
people
says these
are
actions.
actively aware
Yeah,
that
it says
they're doing
these
this?
actions are performed consciously, right? Like I don't.
Okay, well, fair enough. Maybe I thought, I'll be completely honest, I'll take the L on that. I thought that those people had a mental illness where they actually believed it. So I'll take the L on that. That's fine.
Yeah, but it just seems like when you have the belief that you're in pain, like for example, if I'm in a dream, right, and somebody kicks me in my shin, I feel pain, right? Even though it didn't actually happen in the real world, I'm not wrong about that. I am feeling pain,
Sure.
right? So that's
Sure.
what I'm saying. Like
I know, but
to say that you're feeling pain is just to say that it's happening. It's just to say that you're not wrong about it. That's included in the definition of pain.
yeah, I agree that our sense data can provide us with information about what's going on with our body. But when we're talking about the possibility of knowledge, I don't believe that all knowledge comes through sense data. Is that a position that you hold?
No, I just said specific qualia comes through sense data. That's the only knowledge you can, because that's not shareable. I can't share to you that I'm in pain. You can only go through empirical external cases, like whether
Sure.
there's certain pain receptors
But-
going, but there are certain tokens of mental events that are not shareable, which is what I was getting to the next point, which is like
Okay.
propositions and logic. My understanding is that propositions are shareable, but you're saying that they're
Well,
like
exactly. This is you're right to come to this point. So if a proposition has meaning and has truth value, this necessitates and presupposes that there is a notion of truth And this cannot be reduced or grounded to myself as a person or yourself as a person. It actually presupposes that there's an external objective notion of truth that exists.
Okay.
And that's what
So,
I'm getting to.
well,
is
if
the
God were to
possibility of
say,
truth.
okay, so if God were to say, I exist, there's an external objective standard by which he's appealing to them in order for you to be consistent.
Well, no, because again, these things that what we're breaking down when we use logic and reason within the created realm is subject to the created realm. But if God is our epistemic, if God in his divine revelation is our epistemic justification, which it is in my worldview, all paradigmatic like arguments are circular to a certain degree in that you have to eventually boil down to the source of your epistemic justification. However, whenever I make this argument that God is the epistemic justification, God is outside the created realm, and he's the creator of the created realm, so he's not subject to the finite logical propositions that we make, but he is in fact the grounding source via his nature. That's a different argument than whatever an atheist would propose as the grounding and justification for these things, which becomes viciously circular.
Wait, so what does God have justification for his beliefs?
God doesn't need to. God is the justification for all beliefs.
Wait, okay, when he says, I don't know, like if he says, I created the world, right? Does he have justification for that belief?
God is the justification. It's not a belief.
I don't know what. Wait, he doesn't have beliefs?
Beliefs are unique to us. God doesn't have beliefs.
Okay, that means he doesn't have knowledge.
That's not true. God is
you
the
said
God
when
is
you
the
said
source of
earlier
knowledge.
when you
So,
said
again-
earlier what knowledge meant. That's why I asked that definition, because a lot of precepts get
And what
tripped
did
up
I
on
say?
that part.
Can you repeat
You
back to
said
me what I said?
in your argument you said what knowledge is justified true beliefs. And if God doesn't have beliefs,
Right.
it follows that God doesn't have knowledge. He doesn't know anything.
God is, again, so like this is what you're missing, is that you're
Yeah, he's
holding
stuck.
the standard for justified true belief, which is a property of the created realm, to the creator of the created realm. He's the justification for justified true belief. So
Sorry,
it wouldn't
that's a
apply,
true or
like,
false
you know
statement.
that- you don't
Does God have
know.
knowledge?
God is the source of knowledge. He has ultimate knowledge.
That's not the question. Does God have knowledge?
God
Does he
doesn't
know
have knowledge
anything?
in the same way we have knowledge. I don't believe that. I don't think
So
that
he has
you,
schmallage.
No, that's not what. See, now that's not necessary to do. And by the way, I want to point out, for the sake of the audience, the atheist has not once given a justification and grounding for these things. I'm happy to take cross-examination. I just want to point out that, as I predicted, and which is always the case, an atheist can't give an epistemic justification for these things. I'm happy to defend my position. I just want to point
you
out
just
that
failed
you
in the
can.
defense. Right?
Well, no,
but
no,
like, listen,
no,
you
because
came up
again,
here. Hold on,
if
real
I'm
quick, just
saying
to be
that
clear,
God-
you
if
came
I'm
up
saying that
here
God is a
with the
necessary-
argument.
Hold on.
Wait, hold
If
on.
you
I'm
come up-
responding. I haven't finished. You came up here. You're supposed to be defending the view, right? Yeah, I understand what precepts do. You guys always try to shift the burden of proof, right? But right now, it's your view that's on trial. I did answer some of your questions, but like, it seems like what all you're doing is equivocating, right? Because when a theist, generally, like especially like a Christian, says things like God is all knowing, and if you're not saying knowledge in the way that you're using it consistently, when I asked you at the beginning, what does knowledge mean? You're just special pleading, or you're equivocating in some sense. So you would just have to be committed to the view to say that God does not know anything. That's just a true statement.
No, that's not true. So let me break it down for you. My argument, if you remember, is that God is the necessary precondition for knowledge. If we have knowledge, then God exists. So within that argument, you're putting not how can, if God is the necessary precondition for knowledge, meaning he's the grounding and justification for knowledge, then how can you say that he doesn't have it if he's the grounding source of it? His justification for knowledge is his own nature, because his nature is the grounding of knowledge itself. It's a metalogical situation for God. When we talk about justified true belief, that's within the created realm of how you and I have knowledge, and that's what my argument's about. You're shifting my argument and trying to run my argument on God himself, when my argument is making God the grounding source and justification. And again, I ask you as an atheist, what is your grounding and justification for knowledge? But I suspect you won't give it.
Well, hold on, just to be clear, like, Is it true that God knows things, or is it false?
He knows all things.
Okay, and when you
He's the
say he
grounding-
knows,
he's the grounding for
and
knowledge
when you
itself.
say he knows, are you saying that he has justified true beliefs?
No, he doesn't need to justify his belief because
didn't ask
he
that.
is the
I
grounding
didn't ask
source
whether
of
he needs to.
justification himself.
I just need a yes or
Well,
no.
no, it's a malformed question. I'm
No, it's
pointing out,
okay.
out that
So
it's a malformed question.
Then it's no, that sounds like a no. So God doesn't know things. That's all you're saying.
That's not what I said at all, man. That's not even
when we
close
talk
to
about
that.
if I say an agent knows X, if an agent has a justified true
Are you talking about in
belief
the created realm, or
with
are you talking
respect
about
to
God?
X, it doesn't matter.
Are you talking about
It does
wouldn't
matter.
It matters.
Right?
It
Because
matters
in
in
the-
the paradigmatic work. If we're comparing worldviews, you're trying to hold the standards of the created order to the creator itself.
Yeah, that's
How does
special
that follow?
pleading. Yeah, it's special
No,
pleading.
if he's the grounding source, okay. If I'm saying that
You're just saying. Listen, you're
No,
just
do
saying
you
he doesn't know
understand
anything.
That my argument is that God is the precondition for knowledge, and then
Understood.
you say, how does
Which means
have
he doesn't know
knowledge?
anything.
He's the precondition for
Okay.
it. So he
Okay,
is knowledge. Knowledge is
Okay.
his nature.
I understand.
So it
That
doesn't-
means
so these
if
arguments and these
there's
questions
no
don't apply
contradiction to
God.
saying that he is
They
knowledge.
don't apply to him in the same way that you're
Okay.
asking them. So it's a
Then-
malformed question.
Well, no. The answer to the question is no. Yes, God does
No,
not
it's
know
not.
anything.
No, okay. If somebody,
Listen, either
if-
God
if-
knows something or he doesn't. Which one is it?
He knows everything.
Okay,
He
so
is
when you
not-
say
is
he
the
knows
nature of-
everything,
he is the nature and precondition of knowledge itself.
okay, so this is just going to be a
So
contradiction.
this is a
right?
transcendental, metalogical point,
Oh
and
my
you're
gosh.
trying to
Just-
you're trying to go
Eli.
within the domain of knowledge when I'm making a metalogical
Every
point.
precept
and this is,
equivocates
no,
like this,
you're
by
not,
the way.
you're,
Listen,
you're totally
you're
not
saying-
understanding.
Wait,
my
hold on.
worldview, my
Wait, just
paradigm.
be clear. It's either the case that God knows something or he doesn't. Now you just affirmed that he does know
No,
stuff.
no, he doesn't.
And we
know
understand.
something.
Please,
he knows
let's-
everything.
Okay,
This isn't the
that's
case of
consistent
knowing
with him
something.
knowing something.
God
Okay.
doesn't know things in particular discoveries
Okay,
of knowledge. God doesn't discover new knowledge.
I
He
didn't
has
ask if he
all
discovered
knowledge.
them. I just asked you
Yeah,
if he
yes,
has
you did,
beliefs
because you
that are
said,
justified.
Yes, you did, because you said, does he know
have
something?
Yeah,
To
but I
say
didn't say anything
something
about
in
discovery.
particular.
Listen.
Yes, you
the
did. Yes, you
definition of
absolutely
I'm
did.
gonna need you to stop crashing now, otherwise I'm gonna have to start muting you. Please don't
No,
overtalk. I
I'm
won't overtalk you.
not, but you're
Okay.
straw manning
So-
and totally
So I'm
straw manning.
I'm using knowledge in a univocal sense. I'm not equivocating on the term knowledge. In the term knowledge, what we mean is justified true beliefs. Do we agree with that term as we move forward? Now you can unmute. Just back and forth. No overtalking.
Whenever you asked me that question, I said I can grant it for the sake of argument colloquially. I made a qualifier to say that I'm talking about what's in the created order for particular beings like you and I. But this
Okay.
does not apply to God in the same way
So-
because he is the justification for knowledge itself.
So knowledge is, we're going to change the definition now. So knowledge is, hold on, let me pull it up. Knowledge is,
Okay, let me
just,
ask you this
wait, hold
very
on, wait,
simply.
real quick.
Really
I'm
simply.
being
No,
strict with
but
our
this is
definitions
important.
here.
No, but
because,
this is
no,
important.
please stop over
This is
talking. I
important.
asked you to stop over talking, please.
I know,
So
but I need to
knowledge
get this point
is,
across.
hold on, real quick. We'll do that after I clarify the terms. Please stop over talking. Justified true beliefs among created agents. Okay, so we agree that that's the new definition of knowledge, correct? It's no longer just merely justified true beliefs. It's justified true
Well-
beliefs among created agents, correct?
Well, yes, again, if I could just quickly say,
Uh-huh.
from my paradigm, if I'm saying that my argument is that God is the precondition for knowledge itself, the criteria for knowledge, insofar as it applies to us within my paradigm, doesn't apply to God if he's the justification for the thing in question.
Yeah, that's just going to be now stipulated in the definition of knowledge. Now, when you say God has knowledge, we're going to call that knowledge prime. It's a different definition. It's a different word. What do you mean? What is the definition of knowledge there when you say God has knowledge?
I would even venture to say God is knowledge. It wasn't.
What is
it wasn't
knowledge? I didn't ask you to use the same
Yes.
term. I asked what the definition of the word knowledge means.
The word knowledge in this
In that
perspective
paradigm.
for
Yep.
God is the universal category of knowledge itself. Like
Please
God
don't
is
use the word
identical to
knowledge when we're trying to define knowledge.
Yeah, I mean, I'm saying that he's in the same way. Like I'm not identical to knowledge. I discover knowledge and I acquire knowledge and I participate in knowledge.
Oh my God.
God doesn't
In the response
discover,
that I'm
acquire,
asking,
and participate in it. He's identical to
Eli,
it.
in the response, after I ask this question, do not use the word knowledge. What does the
Okay.
word knowledge mean when you say God has knowledge?
God is universal.
Okay. So knowledge just means universal?
Knowledge is universal.
Okay, so all right, so we have two different definitions of knowledge here. One, justified true beliefs among created agents. Two, universal. So just mean when you say knowledge, which I'm just gonna call schmowledge, right? So God schmoes things. He's all powerful. He's all good, and he's all schmoing, right? We're gonna call that schmowledge, right? So that way we don't get tripped up on our words here. And when you mean schmowledge, you just mean universal. That's all you mean.
Yeah, smallage is required for knowledge.
Okay. So so universals need justified true beliefs. Justified true beliefs need universals.
Correct, exactly. Well, no, and I would say yes, like they not only do they, but they are also universals. They are schmowledge is a precondition for knowledge. Universals is a precondition for knowledge, and therefore, being grounded in universal, knowledge itself is universal.
Okay. Wait, so knowledge itself is universal? Okay, so
It's not a particular. You can't pick up knowledge and hand it to me.
Well, you can't pick up minds and hand it to you either.
I
even
can't
though they're
step in a
particulars.
puddle of knowledge, and you
Okay.
can't step in a puddle of a mind either. So yes, you're making my argument for me. Thank you.
I got you. Okay, so just what we mean by schmowledge is that it's a universal, which means it's instantiated in all particulars. So that just means the same thing, right? So okay, cool. So now, and you said God does not have beliefs, correct?
Well, no, because belief is like the difference, like what a belief is.
It's an
and
affirming
this is
affirming a
big question.
proposition. So
Yeah,
God doesn't
right,
affirm the
like, God doesn't-
proposition that Eli should not have sex with another man or something. He doesn't affirm that proposition, correct?
Well, so when you say affirming something, you're appealing to a higher. Hold on, let me finish this. When you're affirming a proposition, you're making an appeal to some kind of notion of truth, to some kind of notion of ethics, to some kind of notion. And God doesn't appeal to notions because he is the notion. That's what I've been trying to tell you this whole time. So it doesn't go higher than God. He's the final point. He's the grounding source. That's why I'm giving a grounding and justification. I'm demonstrating it. And again, for the sake of the audience, the atheist refuses to give their grounding and justification.
Oh, I mean,
Again,
yours is
I'm happy to be in the
contradictory,
hot
so-
seat all night. No, I'm happy to be in the hot seat all night, but I just want to point out that Tag asks of the atheist, what's your epistemic justification for knowledge? And they can't
That's
give
not
it.
what
and they
tag
won't give
is.
it.
Tag is an
Yes, it
argument that you're supposed to be defending, and you're failing.
You know, and I am, but it's a twofold argument.
So
It's saying that,
bad, dude.
that God is a
No, that's
God is
burden
a
shifting.
necessary. No. You need to understand the argument. The argument is twofold. It's making two claims. One, that God is a necessary precondition for knowledge, and two, the impossibility of the contrary, that any worldview that doesn't hold to an immaterial universal mind cannot justify and ground knowledge, and knowledge becomes impossible without this grounding source. So again, I say, you as the atheist, I'm happy to be on the hot seat all night. I'll take your questions and I'll take your cross-examination, but I would really appreciate it if at some point you would give me your epistemic justification for knowledge and allow me to cross-examine you in the same way.
Yeah. So, well, first of all, you weren't able to
But
defend
I
your view.
predict you won't.
First of all, you won't be able to defend your view, right? So, you haven't
I
been able
have
to
been
defend
this whole time.
You haven't. You contradicted yourself. You special pleaded. You equivocated, right?
It's not
Over and
special
over, which
pleading
is
when I can
every single.
demonstrate
Which
the
is
justification.
every single.
When I
precept
can
does
demonstrate
the
the
exact same
justification,
thing.
it's not special
Right.
pleading.
Yeah. So you're using
You
the
just don't
Anderson.
understand it,
Wait,
and I'm
So
sorry
you're
that
just
you
using
don't understand it.
you're just using the Anderson sort of God of logic kind of situation, which is that paper that he had was trying to show that concepts are
I don't know what
mental
you're talking
events.
about. I'm not. I
That's
haven't
where
referred to
this
a paper.
argument comes from, and then they
I
developed
haven't referred to a paper. I'd like you
Well,
to address
it's
what
the
I
same
said,
exact
not what
argument,
somebody
and it
else
comes
has
from
said.
Van Til, right? They all have the same thing. And people ask Van Til, they send him messages like, hey, what's the argument for premise one? He can't justify it and you can't do it either. No, that's literally the famous thing. That's literally what precepts are famous for, is not being able to justify premise one attack.
I know, but you
it's
haven't
Dark
refuted
Dawkins,
anything.
Jay Dyer, which you're probably getting it from. None of them are able to justify it, no matter what.
Yeah, we are. I have justified it.
No, you didn't. I gave you the equivocation that you were doing. You weren't able to
There's no equivocation.
You were
There's no
equivocating on knowledge,
equivocation.
and then you figured it out, and then you changed the definition of knowledge mid-debate.
I no. Again, I made when you first asked me that question, I said I'll grant it for the sake of argument, insofar as how it applies to us as particulars in the created order. That's what I've maintained this entire time. And then you're applying the standard of the created order within my. You're trying to step into and do an internal critique of my worldview while doing a straw man of my worldview, and it doesn't work. And I pointed that
under
out.
that sense, under the typical sense of knowledge, God doesn't know anything, correct?
That's no. Again,
Yes or no?
If God, how can you say it? That in my worldview,
listen, come back up tomorrow, Eli. JL, thank you for the $25. JL sent $25 to kick. I appreciate you, JL. It is $25 to kick. WJL in the chat for the 25. Please kick Eli. He won't address the actual topic. Thank you so much, JL. I appreciate you. Eli, you can always come back on the next debate, but when somebody pays the kick, you got to go. All right.
It genuinely made me so. Oh my god.
That's what every pre-sub does. They can never justify premise one, and then when they try to, they just get into this like little equivocation game. So always ask them what they mean by certain terms, and then force them to stick with that meaning, and it ends up like that every time. Love it. All right. If we have any Christians in the chat, go ahead and hop on the guest request. We'll get you on up here. Let's get this person, see if they're up. Kat, you are live. Can I get your age, please? Hello, Kat. Okay. Damn, we already got 300 people in here. I did not think this many people will show up for this debate. Let's try this guy. Okay, they're gone. Josh, you're back. I thought you said you didn't want to like defend Christianity today. Josh. Okay, Josh isn't here either. He's probably on the toilet again. All right. Sam, thank you for the heart me. Appreciate everybody. Keep tapping that screen. Let's get up to 25,000 likes. Right now we're at 11.6. So keep tapping that screen. Again, if you are a Christian, I'll get you on up here, and we'll get you in. We'll see if you can defend it. I'm a Christian, and I'm embarrassed when people go ahead and put themselves in situations they aren't ready for. Yeah. Oh yeah, come on. Anders, are you awake?
Oh boy.
Uh-oh.
Ron?
Oh, you are awake. Okay.
Yeah, I am. Barely.
Is he exercising some demons in his bathroom? I want to run the problem of evil at least once tonight.
I would love to run the problem of evil. I can't with the Philbros. They make me just. They make me not want to. I don't know. I hate Philbros so much.
On that note, y'all, I am going to go to sleep. I am so sleepy. Philbros, take it out of me.
Half right.
Half right, yeah. All right, folks. I love y'all. See ya whenever Carbon goes live next.
Have a good one. Yeah, so this is like the best way of formulating the problem, huh?
Oh, I was just about to say, if we don't get somebody to come up soon, I'll probably hop off too.
Yeah, I might do one more restart. We'll see. Yeah, this is the best way to run the problem of evil for a lot. Like, so once you realize, like, they'll try to get out of it by saying things like, by like trying to contend with like evil, like the term evil. And usually those aren't good objections, but they just kind of like muddy the waters a little bit. So I just don't even use the term evil. I just use like an example of something that they agree, all things considered, shouldn't happen. Right. So like you know, trafficking or Jeffrey Epstein's island or like torture or something like that. Just use like those kinds of examples. That's just like, and you don't have to use the term like evil or something like that. So I just use
What's up,
those in the
Goat?
argument. What up?
You
How
think
doing?
deprivationist account doesn't like solve the problem of evil? That's crazy.
No, because then it just becomes the problem of deprivation of good, right? You still got to explain why God allows deprivations of good, right?
Couldn't you just say it's like a necessity of all accounts? It's co-referential.
It's a necessity.
Yeah, that's right.
It's deprivation of good is required. It's necessary.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So when God exists, sans creation, is there a deprivation of good?
Without creation?
No.
No, because
without-
God would be the only thing existing.
So it
right?
is
But-
possible. So it wouldn't be necessary.
Yeah, it's indexical to reality.
But God
Reality
exists
is
in
necessary.
reality.
No. That's false. God does not
Wait.
exist in reality.
Oh, welcome to atheism.
Yeah, it's false. It's false.
That's not what atheism is saying.
Easily false.
Yeah, he
Not
just doesn't
speaking
exist.
facts.
Daily. Who is this?
No,
Who the fuck is this?
Who are you?
Who are you? How old are you?
Who are you?
How old are you?
Kamala or Trump?
What?
Kamala or Trump? Are you deaf?
The non-rapist. There you go.
The non-rapist?
Yeah, that's
How
what I'm
does... Holy... Explain. How does he rape?
How
he
does
rape
he?
them?
I don't look into why.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, you mean like
Explain.
you're asking how do I know he raped someone?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's just the evidence that was presented in court.
Evidence?
Yeah.
You were
Voted
at
for him?
court? You were at court?
Yeah, I was actually in the courtroom. I was the judge.
You were in the courtroom? Who are you?
Yeah, I was the judge presiding over.
You're the
Trump's case.
judge?
Yeah.
You don't look like no judge. You look like a guy that's like single, no bread, no hose.
Low key.
But
That's
you
why I'm a
look like-
judge.
You ain't no judge.
Yeah,
You're like fucking 15.
Oh yeah.
How are
How old
you
are
a
you?
judge?
How old are you?
You're fucking 15.
How old are you, kid?
How old are you, kid?
Oh my god. All right. He doesn't want to debate. All right. Anyways.
That's right. Do you think all things that exist have to exist in reality?
That's just what I understand existence to mean. But if you mean exist in some other sense, then maybe not.
Well, what do you mean by reality?
Reality is just a
I
set of
could-
all
I could tell
things
you
that
what I-
exist. But like that's just what I understood reality to mean. But what do you mean by it?
Yeah, I guess all things that are contain physical existence.
Oh no.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that would be because if I use like a Quine definition, like it's just something identifiable in some domain, right? I would just say in the domain of physical parameters, right? Things that have like this interaction, right? Then yeah, of course. Well, I mean, God interacts with the physical world, does he not?
He does, but that doesn't mean like he exists in it. He did exist in it.
Because okay, so now what do we mean by physical? Because I thought physical is anything that stands in causal relation. That's
That's
why I
right.
understand physical, but he does stand in causal relation.
In what? Well, in what sense? Like,
caused
okay,
the
in
flood,
causal relation, causal relation, as in like, he necessitates a cause, or are you using causal relation in all things that hold a proper relata?
So like, I mean, the way that the physical world in which token events obtain, right? He can cause those things to occur, and token events can cause some sort of reaction on his part, right? So like, for example, the flood, he caused that. That's causal relation. That's a physical set of parameters. Likewise, somebody, I don't know, does like some sort of sin that causes him to judge them.
Yeah, and the point of saying this is to say that God must exist in a physical state or a physical reality.
Well, like under that conceptualization of physical, then he would be physical. But if you mean something else by it,
Yeah, okay, just take the creator distinction, and all creation would just be what I mean by physical.
all creation would be physical, and then whatever is not creation is non-physical. That's just going to be related to God.
That's right.
Okay, so yeah, so when we say where we were going with that, we were going prior, we were saying something like with respect to the problem of evil. Sorry, I got off track there because that fucking guy.
I don't. Yeah. Well, I came up here.
Yeah.
See, have you read Godel? I think I recommended you Godel before. See if you read into him and see what you like.
No.
He gives
Wait,
the
which
best
one is it?
argument for God.
Oh, the fucking ontological argument?
The Godel ontological argument. That's right.
I think I've seen it. It's the modal ontological argument.
Sort
No,
of.
that's Anselm's.
Yeah. I mean, it operates S4, S5, but it just uses a different description.
Yeah. I think I've only interacted with it when I was reading Joe Schmidt's paper about a parity argument. Against the
Godel?
ontological proof. Yeah. I think he was talking about Godel, where he was saying something like it's possible that a maximally great being does not exist, basically like a symmetry argument. And then from there he says something like, well, we have more reason to accept the negation.
No.
But if that's
that only works for Anselm.
Okay, so
Doesn't work for
so
Godel.
Godel is different then. Okay.
Godel just caches it out as the thing that holds all positive properties.
What's
The contention that people like run against Godel is like, what is a positive property? Like he wasn't very like robust on that, but you just kind of cash it out to be like, if some entity is necessary, you know.
Yeah, I think a positive property is stopping all things that shouldn't occur. There you go, problem solved. That God doesn't exist.
Yeah, you have the argument for that.
Yeah, so listen, if if God exists, right? If that God exists, then if he perceives something should not occur. Well, actually, there's a better way to put it, right? If a triomni being exists, right? Then if he perceives A to be better than B, or doing A to be better than B, then necessarily he's going to choose A, right?
Let go, let God. Hi, Corbin. Happy New Year. I did it again. I got through. Corbin, it's Michael.
Bro, your
Hi.
year-long ban is up in February. Get out of here.
No, I'm just talking about like the positive property assessment.
What positive?
Like, do you have the
property?
argument? Yeah.
That
Like,
being perfectly, like maximally opposed to evil is a positive property.
well, that's the categorical error of what evil is. You're assuming like evil is on tick, I think, because a positive property has to assume all ontic states, right?
Well, what's the argument?
Like, there's
that
no
it's-
such thing.
Well, when I use evil, I just obviously I'm just talking about a token event that all things considered a rationally ideal agent would consider to be, should not occur. Right? It's normatively bound against it. There's an ontology to
Well, I don't think that like
consequences
that's not even a good that definition
it's
of evil.
coextensive. We wouldn't even say that it's a
Okay.
definition. It's just coextensive.
Is that because like if we cash out what that means, like a rational agent obviously thinks like an earthquake or a hurricane shouldn't happen, right? But we wouldn't call like an earthquake evil.
Yeah.
Just
Or
a
we could just,
function.
we could just say it from. Well, I mean, you could, I guess, but like, under that,
It's just-
but if you could just restrict it to agents, that's fine. Doesn't matter. But yeah, there's certainly an ontology to certain actions that people take, right? And you just call those evil, right? Like, actions that people take for a particular intention.
What do you mean?
Yeah, like
Huh?
there's something different about when somebody intends to, like, I don't know, gratuitously torture somebody, right?
In comparison,
in comparison to like gratuitously, like, like trying to help a homeless person, right?
Well, yeah,
You say
those
that
are
there's no
different, like,
ontological
categories.
difference, but you say there's no ontology between either of those. I mean, there's no ontological difference between those intentional states.
No, yeah, I'm saying there is, but they're on a categorical different. Like they're categorically different.
Well, all we're trying to cash out is whether there's an ontology to them, right? And if there is an
Yeah,
ontology to them, then
okay, I'm saying there's an
absolutely.
ontology. There's an ontology to good. There's no such thing as ontology towards evil, right? You could say that like I use evil as a semantic tool to help assess a case. I'm fine with that. That's how I think evil actually exists. Like,
Yeah.
it'd be like the
Yeah,
same
it's
way
like-
of saying
like
like, oh, cold exists.
Yeah,
Cold doesn't
like cold,
exist.
like
yeah.
you wouldn't stand in a cold room and be like, well, yeah, it's not really cold, right? Like, cold doesn't have an ontology, right? But okay, so yeah, so we can just like that's why I said I move away from like the evil talk, because I think it muddies the waters for those different views.
Move away from the
Yeah, the term evil, right? The concept is still there, right? So for example,
I actually don't think so.
you don't think so? If I say, so if I use an argument and says something like, if a triumny God believes that gratuitous child torture, all things considered, shouldn't occur, right? He would prevent gratuitous child torture.
That's right.
Okay. And then there is gratuitous child torture, therefore such a being doesn't exist.
Yeah, but you added the conditional of all things considered.
Yeah.
What is the all things considered there?
Yeah,
Referencing,
so
right?
yeah, it's referencing the things that well, obviously we can't consider all things. He can. So all things considered, he's going to prevent it. If it's
Yeah,
gratuitous,
no,
obviously.
okay, I see where the conflation is. Okay, all thing like a seritus paribus clause just means like we have case A with the same set of facts and case B with the same set of facts, but we posit case A to have this gratuitous child torture.
Yeah.
How do you like respond to like the case A, case B objection of saying like, well, case A is systematically better than case B, and given like the necessary conditions of its positive properties and the co-referential statements that it holds, that this thing must have occurred?
Yeah, I mean, if you're saying it must have occurred, you're not saying that it ought not occur.
What?
If you're saying like this thing, like this, are you saying, oh, you're referencing gratuitous child torture, right? When you say it's must occur?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
No,
don't
that,
understand.
I'm just.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's like the challenge, the all things considered case.
Oh, yeah, I
Okay.
mean, then they would be denying premise 2, right? Which is that there are
Oh.
such cases of gratuitous child torture. Which I'm just saying, like, the challenge, I mean, there's stronger ways that I could deploy the argument, but the challenge is to, like, you're going to be committed to these views that, you know, Jeffrey Epstein's islands, all things considered, should not have been prevented, right? Right, that's what you're committed to under that view, the view that the challenge that you're raising, right? And I'm just saying, like, what I'm doing is a coherency argument, which is these two propositions that you affirm don't get you away from the Christian God. They don't get you consistently with the Christian God.
Okay, so, and you remember my situation, right? That's why I'm like trying to contest like the philosophy rather than the nature of God, right? So what I'm just contesting.
By the
is
way, I
validity
think
of
I'm gonna
serious paribus.
drop. I'm very sleepy.
All right, scientific. You have a great night. All right.
You too.
Oh, what's up?
Like I can't really like discuss the nature of God like deeply.
Yeah.
Like I can just talk about like the other functions drawn from that. That's why like I don't debate the problem of evil. I don't have the blessing yet.
I see. Yeah, well, what I'm saying is like, okay, so if we take premise 1 to say, well, we just stipulate such a triumny being exists.
Nah, you can't. I can't.
Wait, what? Okay, what would somebody who has the blessing say in response?
Yeah. I know your tricks, you dirty man.
Bro, okay, well, I don't know. I don't really. I guess I don't really know how to have that conversation then, because that's
Is the
really
problem
what
of
it's-
evil?
Yeah.
Okay. Is the problem of evil the only argument that like you find valid against the Christian God, or do you think there's do you think there's like contentions with just theism in general?
Well, there's like this idea of like, well, with respect to Christianity, all I can do is go based off the arguments that people present me. I can't like formulate one, but like the whole Jesus resurrected thing, I think there's a Bayesian epistemology argument there that I think is that fails. I think it's kind of dumb to try to get to the Christian God from a resurrection. So I deploy like Bayesian epistemology from there. There's also like
I'm just talking like theism.
Case. Well, if you want to talk about, I mean, it says why should we be Christian, but if you want to talk about theism in general, I mean, there's like this idea like why. I don't understand how God can be all-knowing, right? How does he justify the belief that he's not a brain in a vat kind of situation, right? How does he get around skeptical scenarios?
Okay. Yeah, I mean, well, I have a argument for theism, but if that's not the topic of the live, or if you have other guests.
Yeah, man. All right, man. Well, yeah, I'm just debating religion right now, but when do you get your blessing? Or do you know? Is it
I'll
like
be
that
in.
long?
I'll be in. Listen, we gotta link up. I'll talk to you in person about it and give you the papers. In
How long are
person,
you on the
but,
island for?
I leave to Germany in May.
All right, yeah, we'll meet up before then. All right, cool.
All right, sounds good.
All
All
right,
right,
man, take it
peace.
easy.
Yeah, stay safe, man.
Censored, can I get your age, please?
Yeah, man. 34.
34. You a Christian?
Yeah.
Okay. What's your best argument that you want to present today?
Oof. It's a hard argument to argue against at this point.
Okay.
So, what is yours?
Well, you said you have an
you
argument that it's hard for me to argue against? Or you say it's hard for you to deploy it?
I mean, I'm not tooting my horn at all. Obviously, it sounds ignorant the longer you believe in a faith, right? You're like, oh, well, obviously you're just more ignorant the way you believe, the further it goes. But
okay,
my argument is this. This is my only argument. The best of scientists, cosmologists, all these, crazy dudes, all the way from Galileo, I don't know, the guy who literally discovered gravity. They all profess Christ in some way.
What?
So, my argument is this. Regardless of what you believe, how do you doubt a higher being?
Aha. Okay, so some smart people are Christians. Therefore, Christianity, I don't understand.
No, the literal smartest people who have conceptualized everything that we
Well, I
understand.
think the smartest person
are
on earth was John von
scientists.
Neumann. He was an atheist.
Nobody knows what John von Neumann has perpetuated.
Yeah, he was not a Christian.
Name me one scientific.
Albert Einstein was not a Christian either.
We're not going to literally argue Albert Einstein.
Terrence Tao is currently the smartest person on earth. He's not a Christian either.
Albert Einstein. Come on, man.
I can just keep giving you like
Oppenheimer literally shitted on Einstein.
Okay, they're
And
still like the
still-
smartest people. Wait, look, just
Yeah, and
hold on.
Oppenheimer
It
even-
doesn't matter. It
even
doesn't matter. It doesn't
confessed
matter. We can just grant.
Oppenheimer even
Let's just
confessed
grant
Christ.
that. Like, why does that make it true?
It's the doubt. That's the biggest thing that exists in religion. It's if you can doubt me. That's what the common definition of, and I don't want to get political because the country of Israel doesn't mean shit, but Israelite is someone who struggles with God, right? That's what being Israel is. So I'm not arguing. I'm not arguing borders. I'm not arguing borders. I don't give a shit.
Okay. Listen,
Yeah, nor am I.
Have you seen studies that show even like the least intelligent people are more likely to be Christian as well?
Do you know that the most prophetic people that persist around in the world today are what?
What?
If
Wait,
they're
answer the
gonna
question I
profess-
asked you.
Anyone who's professing a religion in today's day and age,
Uh-huh.
what religion are they professing? If they're going to profess anyone.
Where?
Anywhere.
Oh, well, it depends on where they are, but yeah, you would say Islam.
No,
or
if
you
you're
could go to like Buddhism or
if you're-
Hinduism. If you're like in some
No,
of the
it's the
Western
number one.
countries, it'll be like
It's
Christianity.
the number one religion. It's the number one religion
Wait,
in the
when you
world.
say number one, it's like 30%. It's a plurality, by the way. But like again, that's not an argument for it being true. So I don't even know what the point of bringing that up is, right? If you go through our institutions, in the United States, the people who have
I
the
was
highest
gonna
degree.
say
Hold on,
the
real quick, real
Muslim
quick, real quick,
religion
real
is
quick,
still
real quick, please.
I was
Please let me
gonna
talk.
actually argue in your
Please, like, you're
ball.
over talking.
The
Please.
ball's in your court.
Okay, no, okay. So people who have the highest
You
level
can't
of
even
intellectual achievements
support your own
now,
side.
like
Bye.
for example, people who have PhD and now he's gonna run, right? People who have PhDs and masters, they're actually more likely to be atheists. So yeah, this guy's like 12. Like, why are you acting like that, bro? All right. Do we have any debates or no? Not him running. All right. Anybody else? Got 300 people watching. Nobody wants to debate. That's crazy. Might just call it here pretty soon. Too smart, yeah. All right, we hit our 4-hour mark. Should we restart and try to get some more Christians in here? Or... All my co-hosts went to sleep. Not necessarily advocating for Christianity hour social. All right, we'll just do one more restart and debate some more Christians. See if we can get like a couple more debates under our belt. All right, I'm gonna restart. When you see the live in, just count down from 10 seconds, and I'll be live again. We'll try to get a couple more. We usually do the restart just to send it back on the For You page when it starts slowing down a little bit, so it picks us back up. So I'll see you guys in about 10 seconds. All right. Go live. Just a couple more. Oh my god, I'm gonna ban that fucking emoji, bro. Jesus. What's the topic? We're debating Christians, so seeing if anybody wants to convert us to Christianity today. If they have any arguments. 10 seconds exactly. Hell yeah. 10-second man. What's up, everybody? Welcome in. 1 Mile, what's up? How you doing? Corky, thank you for the shares. Welcome in, everybody. Brilliant. Thank you for the share. Appreciate you. How's everybody doing tonight? Let's see. Tito, you're alive. Can I get your age, please?
26.
All right. You a Christian?
Yeah.
All right. Cool. What's your best reason that you want to present to us today?
I think it's a healthy way to be a part of a community. There's a lot of ways to organize with other people to give back to those who live in your locality. Oftentimes, there's receptions and after mass, and you can enjoy some refreshments and conversations with other people, and share gratitude with one another. There's a lot of good social
battery 30%
aspects of it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, those things I think would be consistent with, like, you could just not be a Christian and still, like, because I'm not a Christian, I'm an atheist, but I, whenever I go back home, sometimes I'll go to the church because that's where, like, people I know, people I grew up with, there's my family there and stuff like that, but I don't believe any of this stuff. So I guess that seems like it's more of an argument from consequence. You're saying, like, just hang around Christians and be in the Christian community. But when I ask why should we be Christian, I'm asking why I believe that the propositions of Christianity are true.
I mean, for me as a Christian, I'm not like really super orthodox like that. Like I try to, adhere to the principles that I find to be, the most sensible and reasonable. And, there's a lot of, ambiguous messaging in the Bible that, people try to interpret, a million different ways. I think there is value in, a lot of the messages in the Bible, though, if you find, things in there that, resonate with you. You can kind of choose things that you feel like speak to you. You don't have to necessarily believe everything that, is in there, because it's already like a lot of different interpretations of it. Most Christians, there's all these different denominations who, have different specific things that they disagree on.
Yeah, I would say like, well, I don't think you can go, I don't even think you can take any person, just any random person, whether they're from a different religion, ask them to open up any part of the Bible and they're going to disagree with everything in there, right? Some people will look at Jesus, Hindu can look at Jesus's words and be like, oh, I agree with that. We should be compassionate, right? An atheist will look at like something else and it says, oh, you shouldn't like, I don't know, date your aunt, and be like, okay, I agree with that, right? Like, but nobody's gonna disagree with that. But I don't see why that would make them Christian, right? Like, because presumably you can go into another book of some other religion, and there's gonna be things there that you agree with, but it's for some reason it doesn't convince you to be part of that faith. And so there seems to be something other than, well, there are certain things, because I agree with Jesus on some things, right? But I just don't believe he was resurrected. I don't believe the Christian God exists. I don't believe that there was a flood or any of that stuff. Just like I think a lot of it is just like a man-made religion from my perspective, right? So like I guess like if that's what makes somebody, I guess everybody would be Christian, but then everybody would be Hindu and everybody would be Buddhist because everybody agrees with something from some religion.
I mean, sure. I mean, I believe in all kinds of religions. I think that like Confucianism is very sensible. I think Taoism is great. I think Buddhism is great. I think there's a lot of things in Hinduism that, speak to me. I mean, there's nothing wrong with,
wait, is that a religion?
Being members of multiple religions. I think that, you can take beliefs from each one of them and form your own, kind of philosophy that works for yourself. I think that, the benefits of being a member of, a church, a Christian church, outweigh, the benefits of being a member of those other churches in the United States, though.
Well, I mean, I think Buddhists probably have like Buddhist churches here in the United States and other, I think they probably have similar outcomes to Christians with respect to their community, levels of overall well-being and happiness and things like that. And I don't think it's anything specific to Christianity. I think it's just the community aspect, which I agree with you on, right? So like, but everybody has communities, right? There's Dungeons and Dragons communities, and those people are happy, right? Like, like I think it's the fact that you're with other people and you're able to share valuable experiences and things like that. I think that's what makes these people happy. I don't think it's what makes it definitely doesn't make the religion true. And I don't see if there's anything specific to Christianity that makes it a better community than, some other religion. So, I guess what I'm asking for is like the much stronger claims of Christianity, which is like, the resurrection, the God, the miracles, the flood, all those different things. Do you believe in any of those, or?
I mean, I believe in like the messages of them and like what they are trying to teach. I don't necessarily, believe that, these events happened as they're told. I mean, I think they could be exaggerated or hyperbolic, but I think that...
Yeah, you take more of a Jordan Peterson kind of idea where he's like, he doesn't believe the events actually happened, but he agrees. Well, when you get it out of him, when you get the answer finally out of him, right? He's one of those, well, there's a broader message to be said about a resurrection, even though I don't believe like there was an actual resurrection or stuff like that. But you agree that most Christians would like lambast you for saying that for saying that, right? Like that seems heretical to a lot of Christians.
I mean, not really where I'm from. I mean, maybe to like super Orthodox, people. I mean, I'm Catholic, and like I can go to my church and like speak that to pretty much anyone, and most people will mostly agree. Like, yeah, like we have no evidence that a resurrection occurred. Like, we would be foolish to like just say that we know for a fact that all of these events took place. Like,
Okay. Well, I mean, yeah, I'm looking for people who hold, like, when I ask why should we be Christian, I'm really like debating people who hold the much stronger claims. Like, but yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people who have that same view where they wouldn't be like, they may or may not be that spiritual. They may not believe some of those like supernatural claims and things like that, but they agree with like the message of Christianity. And so
I think that, some of the things that can kind of make you stronger believe in the potential that those things occurred, or like, when you experience something like deja vu in your own life, or you experience something supernatural in your own life, like something like too coincidental to have just, occurred on its own. I feel like those are kind of the strongest, things that I would lean into as, a larger spiritual world existing beyond like what we can, prove.
yeah, I think things like I think a lot of these things have like natural explanations. Like deja vu, it just seems like there's a connection error, right, in the wiring of your brain, where it makes things that you're currently seeing instantly be stored in the long-term memory. So it makes you think that you've seen it before, but really it's just like a mistake in how it's being stored in your brain. I think that's probably
here's
better
one that
explained.
Here's one that I'll give you. So Tim Tebow, do you know who Tim Tebow is?
Yeah.
So he played in one playoff game in his career in the NFL, and he has like John 3:16 or something. Like, he was speaking about it, or he had it like, I forget the exact story. I can look it up, but he had it like tattooed on himself or something before the game. And in that game, he threw for 316 yards. And like, hold up. There's like a bunch of things that happened. His statistic. Yeah, he threw for 316 yards, and he threw 31.6 yards per completion. And the Steelers' time of possession in that game was 31 minutes and 6 seconds, so 31.6. And the TV ratings in the game were 31.6 million. And Tebow famously wrote John 3:16 under his eyes in college.
So is the claim that every time he wrote it on his body, then he played better in football?
No, the claim
or
is
did
that
he always write it on his body?
The claim is that John 3:16 was the Bible verse that he always would write
God so loved the world,
under his eyes. And in the biggest game of his career, in the game where he beat the Broncos in overtime in the NFL playoffs, he threw for 316 yards, had 31.6 yards per completion. The Steelers had the ball for 31 minutes and 6 seconds, and the TV ratings for the game were 31.6 million.
I mean,
it's just like, literally like an anomaly too hard to, realistically happen.
Wait, so so he didn't write it in every game. He only wrote it in that game, correct?
I think he wrote it in like every game. Yeah, no, he wrote it in that game. Yeah.
Only.
Yeah, he wrote it. Yeah, he wrote it in an eye black under his eyes in that game.
Yeah. So, well, I mean, it seems like if Well, if some
Oh
people
no,
are
he
saying,
wrote it under his eyes in every game. Yeah, it says every game.
oh, well, that makes it worse for you, right?
No, it doesn't because
Because if
that's
he makes
the
it, because if he did
no.
it in every game, you would expect him to perform that well in every game. If that's what we're, if God is like coming down and making him throw slightly better or something, I don't know
No,
why
but
God is choosing to
but that was in the
help a
biggest
football
game.
player throw a football and not like save starving children. But like that's a different issue. Like I don't see why would it be expected, right? Okay, so here's the critical analysis, right? So you're looking at data, right? And you want to have something that explains the data, right? The data is Tim Tebow is writing something on his body that is, you know, Christian in its essence, and he's performing significantly better than how he usually performs. What explains that? Well, in order to find out what explains that, you need to find out what predicts that kind of. Now, me personally, it just sounds like if I were to grant that as like, oh, he's just like he's more motivated now because like he thinks that if he writes this on his body that he's going to play better. So now he's going to play better. He's going to be more focused and stuff like that when he, you know, previously wasn't as focused, right? But there's other hypotheses. You're positing a potential hypothesis that God is like supernaturally like making him a better player. The question is why expect that?
It's far from the best game he's ever played. The thing that makes it interesting is it's the most important game he ever played. It was the biggest game of his career.
Oh, well, that explains why he did so good then.
No, he didn't actually, like, the statistics aren't like inherently impressive.
If
It's
I
not,
know
like,
something,
it's
if
not
they're
about
not impressive, then what are we?
it's not about the look. Only 2 of the statistics regard his performance. Like the rest of the statistics are in regards to the game. Like the TV ratings for the game were 31.6 million.
So Tito, the problem with that
of-
claim is that it's unfalsifiable, right? So I could say that he played that well in those games because I ate ramen noodles that night, and there'd be just as much evidence as what you're saying, and there'd be no way for you to prove what I'm saying.
What the way he played wasn't abnormally good though. Like his performance level is not.
Regardless, that doesn't. You're saying that this happened because he wrote it on him, right?
No, what I'm saying is it's the statistical anomaly for all of these statistics to be 316, the same like while he's wearing John.
So, and then what is? So what are you?
He's
getting
wearing.
From, okay, so even let me grant that this is a
Can
statistical
I
anomaly.
finish what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying.
I don't think you do because you're misinterpreting it.
I'm not. You're saying that all of those 316 appearing in that many different situations in that game. I'm saying, what do you think that means? Do you think that that means that it is obviously God getting involved, or what do you think that that posits?
What I'm saying is it's a statistical anomaly so inexplicable that it would be impossible to fathom mathematically how that could happen.
Okay, and so what do you think that means? Like, even if we grant that that's mathematically insane, right? Like the odds are insanely low that could be possible, astronomically or whatever.
What I'm saying is that, you know, that's while he's wearing 316 on his eye black in the biggest game of his career, and it's the most important Bible verse to him personally. And all that is the time when there's a statistical anomaly that would be mathematically, you know, almost impossible to happen under any circumstance.
I understand that it's almost impossible to happen. So what follows from that? Therefore, God? Like what
I'm saying is like that, you know, leads people to believe that, you know, there could have been some kind of supernatural essence associated with the game.
That's the weird inference being made there, right?
Yeah.
Why expect that if there's a supernatural realm that or if there's a supernatural agent, these are peaches, by the way, that they're going to be motivated towards like creating these sort of anomalies?
Wait, can you ask that again? Sorry, I was reading something.
Why expect that if there was some sort? Well, first okay, this is so many problems. First, we're positing an entity to try to explain it, that we don't actually have independent reasons to believe that entity exists, right? So just on top of that, like it's called explanatory ontological economy, which is just like you're just positing things you don't even have reason to believe exist as an explanation. But two, like more importantly, like if that thing did exist, we don't have any expectations that it's going to be motivated towards doing that at all. We don't have any reason to believe that if there's an agent or supernatural agent, that it's going to want to get involved in Tim Tebow's life and force him to perform in such a way that it's going to produce these 316s in this succession, right? So we don't have any reason to believe that. That's just better expected. You could just better expect to say, well, John 3:16 is a very important verse for a lot of Christians. So if he is a Christian, he's going to write any verse on it, it's probably going to be John 3:16, right? And 3:16 is not normal among, football players, but it just happened this one time, and so those things happen to match up in this unlikely scenario. That's better explained by just like pure chance rather than like some supernatural agency. That's all I'm saying. And I can look at
And all I'm saying is that, it just so happens that, the Bible verse that he wears under his eyes happens to produce like a statistical impossibility. It would be like winning 100 hands of blackjack in a row. Like, if you saw someone do that, you would be like, that's not possible. Like, that's like the kind of statistical impossibility that occurred that night in coordination with the verse that he's wearing on his eye black.
Wait, hold on. Wait, so it didn't happen. Wait, I'm showing that it didn't happen when he wore it on his eyes. It happened years after, where he had 316 passing yards, right? Which changes. So you're like stopping it when it hits 316, and then you're calculating 31.6 yards per completion. Opponent time of possession was 31.06, right? Which is actually 3,106, right? The game's rating peaked at 31.6. Steelers QB threw an interception on 3rd and 16th. Right, so like, yeah, this is just obviously just chance, my guy. Like, first of all, I thought you said he did it on the game that he wore it, but like it wasn't even on the game.
No, that's the only verse he wore, though. He was famous for wearing that verse.
Even if it did all happen in one game, that still wouldn't.
Like it's like my birthday is September 23rd. Like every time I look at, like it's usually I notice every time I look at my clock, it happens to be 9:23, right? I don't think that's God trying to tell me that something's gonna happen on my birthday, because it happens like almost every year. I'm like, bro, why do I keep looking at my clock and it just happens to be 9:23, even when I'm not thinking about it, even on my like it's just I just take it to be a coincidence. I think what's happening.
You got a routine. Your body's on a clock. Yeah.
Well, that's one explanation. Another is that I look at the clock often and I don't notice really the time. But when it happens to be 9:23, that's when my brain turns on. And I'm like, oh, so maybe I don't remember the times that I look at it and it's like 6:40 or something like that. I'm like, oh, okay, I don't care. But it's not interesting to me. So now that all these 316s are showing up, that's interesting. And then we say, oh, well, Tim Tebow also had like John 3:16. Let's connect those two dots, right?
Yeah. Also, you're taking the evidence after it happened, and you're creating a hypothesis after the fact, right? Which is another kind of a fallacy, right? Because who's to say that 3:16 shouldn't have been in other areas of statistics involving the game, right? How do you know it's important in those, right? Like. You're taking, it happened here, and then after the fact, you're creating the hypothesis, and that's why.
It doesn't make any predictions.
Yeah. That'd be like a sharpshooter fallacy.
Yeah, what I would want to see is every time, like for other NFL players to try to do the same thing, right? To try to put some kind of verse, some Christian verse under their eyes, and then see if it just keeps happening, right? Okay, I put Genesis 1:1, and so now I keep getting 1:1. Well, I guess that would be pretty bad statistics on their part, right? 1:1, everything. Like maybe I don't know, Matthew 17 or something like that. 17:5, and they just keep getting 17:5. Like in every single person just keeps getting 17:5, or whatever verse is attributed. Then you'd be able to make some predictions, and then be like, okay, there has to be an explanation for this. Right. So it needs to be able to be predictive, not just like.
Yeah, I just think that if there was a God, it wouldn't work in such a straightforward manner like that. It would work in more mysterious ways. Like,
wow.
I don't think that because I just
in the
don't
Bible,
think that,
he's very clear about like he's walking, he's talking to people in bushes, he's splitting oceans in half, like he's doing like if the Old Testament is true, it's undeniable that God exists. Like, there's no atheist there, because you're like, oh, you know how atheists would be like, well, if there's a God, strike me with lightning. That doesn't happen. But in the Old Testament, that would have happened, right? Like, strike me with lightning, and then you're going to get struck with lightning every single time that you say it, right? That's what was in the Old Testament. God was very explicit. Everybody had a one-to-one relationship and was directly talking to God, right? So I wouldn't even expect that from the Christian God now, because like he's nowhere.
yeah, I don't know. I mean, those might be, certain witnesses who were privy to, special situations, just like the same people today who claim that, they see UFOs and aliens, like we're not in their situation. So like we can't prove that what they're saying is true, but like they'll die.
Yeah, we just say that it's extremely unlikely that what they're saying is true, because it's better explained by things that we already know are true, right? It's better explained by a dream. It's better explained by hallucinations, droogies, right? I can't say the word, but droogies, you know what that means, right? It's better explained by those things, because we know that these produce all sorts of weird things that don't happen in real life. So now it doesn't mean that they're wrong, right? It could be possible, very unlikely, but possible, that they were abducted by aliens. But in order for us to believe it, or in order for us to be reasonable people and believe it, we have to be able to like test these claims against other claims and things like that. So
No, I agree. I mean, I don't just believe things that, people say that, I can't validate either. All I'm saying is that, a lot of these references in the Bible could be to things that, are similar situations to the things that these people claim, that we're, as normal humans, are not privy to, but they're in special circumstances where they're able to like, see past whatever dimension we're in.
So I think the problem with that would be you're like falsely equivocating a metaphysical claim with a non-metaphysical claim. Like aliens would be part of physical reality if those things were happening, right? Whereas like God would be outside of physical reality. And also, if the people in the Bible who wrote the Bible were seeing aliens and thinking it was divine, then wouldn't that disprove God? Because they were really just misinterpreting aliens to be God.
Well, it's not necessarily that they're saying that they're divine. There's all kinds of different, things that people claim in their encounters or in their alleged encounters with aliens.
Well, I mean, back then they would have thought they were divine. Like back then they didn't know the existence of other planets, and they thought the Earth was flat and stuff like that. But so like they didn't conceive of other civilizations on other planets, right? So if they see an alien, they're obviously going to think this is a godlike figure. This is like a god, right? If they see, oh, the alien brought this Jesus back to life or something like that, they're going to be like, oh, that was a miracle. It's God. But really, it's like some nanotechnology or something like that. Who knows? But yeah. So everything that they see from these aliens are just going to be divine things from them, from their perspective.
So did you guys talk about earlier, like,
I think that's an assumption. If that's how you feel, that's how you feel.
Well, why am I wrong in that assumption?
I mean, because the aliens, in theory, could like communicate with them and tell them that they aren't divine and that, they're, some kind of messenger.
Well, I mean, the hypothesis is that these are aliens
divine.
that are looking to create like some sort of religion, as maybe, I don't know, some sort of test to see how gullible humans are or something like that. It could be any sorts of, but that explanation is always going to beat the God one, because we at least have an example of one of advanced technologies that have some motivations among some of its members to fool other people, right? So, you know, like we have cults here in the US, right? Or in other countries that try to fool other people to join their cults, right? We have people that run unethical experiments on other people all the time, right? And we're also an advanced civilization. We have like advanced technology that no other species has, right? So we have a sample size of one of a intelligent species that some members of its species are motivated to doing mass deceiving, right? And because we have a sample size of one, we have a sample size of 0 of gods existing, or deities, or supernatural beings. So the alien hypothesis is always going to beat the supernatural one.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, like I said, you know, there's not going to be like a logical, concrete explanation for supernatural events, because otherwise they inherently wouldn't be supernatural. So it's kind of like, you know, conflates with one another. Like you can't have one without the other. Like you can't have a supernatural event that can be logically explained. Otherwise.
But the question is, why believe
you
the
know,
supernatural event explains it better than the natural one? Like, let's just take the resurrection. What? I don't think there was a resurrection, but let's just take the resurrection, for example, right? Why accept the supernatural explanation over the natural one?
But you can accept, you know, either one, and I'm not here to concretely say which one is true or which one isn't. What I'm here to do is, you know, derive value from the message of the event. You know, like I said, you know, I think that there are, you know, supernatural examples of things that have happened, you know, statistical anomalies, you know, things like mathematical impossibilities that, you know, lead me to believe something could be supernatural. But other people, I guess, don't, you know, value the statistical like fraction of percentage that this could possibly happen.
We can say that we value them. Like so, like, oh, that's really interesting. It's cool. It's a cool thing that lines up. But the question is, like, why? Like your belief should probably be tracking. Yeah, why believe that it's more natural or supernatural than not, right? And there has to be a reason why you believe that.
Because if I were to like win 100 hands of blackjack in a row, I would not believe that that is naturally a possible occurrence under any situation. Because the statistical possibility.
Do you think every time somebody wins, like the lottery, do you think that's supernatural event?
No, but this would be way less.
It'd be way less
likely than not.
So why would it be? Well,
Yes.
why wouldn't it just be somebody is rigging your game? That's a natural cause, right?
No, that's what I'm saying. In a game that's not rigged, if that were to happen.
Well, how do you know it's not rigged?
Well, people do rig games.
In the hypothetical scenario, it's not rigged.
Okay, so if you take a non-rigged game, why? Let's just take that for the sake of argument. Why think it's not supernatural over natural?
Because the statistical improbability of it happening is so impossible that something naturally occurring.
It's possible. Just be clear. You're just saying it's unlikely.
It's more likely that it's probably more likely that it was rigged, right?
Let's just grant for the sake. Let's just say we had this special knowledge that you knew it wasn't rigged, and like it was just implanted into your mind, right? Okay, so you're saying that now that you know it's not rigged, why believe that it's more likely that that's explained by the supernatural rather than the natural?
Okay, so let's just take it up a notch. What if it was 1,000 hands of blackjack in a row?
I can go as far as you want. Why believe that it's more likely that it's supernatural than natural?
Because I would not be able to believe that under fair circumstances that would be possible to happen.
Well, you said possible, meaning it can't happen, or are you
Yes.
saying unlikely?
I'm saying it can't possibly happen.
Well, that means you're saying there's some sort of contradiction, which that you don't want to say that, right?
That's what I'm saying. In a supernatural event, it can't logically be explained. It contradicts what we know to be true.
Well, then that's a problem of underdetermination, right? Where you're just
Well, it's
saying
kind of like what we accept to be true, right? To know something is true is, I think it's better described as accepting something to be true. But what the Bible does and what Christianity teaches is it confronts that reality that humans are it's a diagnosis of the human conditions. And we're talking about a game being rigged. It's more likely for the game to be rigged because these people, like there's people out there who are capable of being good, but yet consistently fail to live up to it.
No, in this hypothetical scenario, we have special knowledge that the game is fair and it's not rigged.
Yeah.
Okay, but so you're creating an arbitrary standard for how unprobabilistic something has to be. So you said the lottery isn't enough, but 1,000 hands of blackjack. So where do you draw the line? Like, how unlikely does it have to be for you to start thinking it's supernatural? Do you have that line? Is that line created by you? Is it created by the Bible? Like, is that line different for everybody, right?
But
and
then,
if so, then how do you
that
know
question
yours
could be
is
flipped
legit?
around though too, right? And say, well, how many anomalies do we have to see to get somebody to believe? Like that's the other side of the coin of that.
Yeah, but like, I'm trying to figure out, like, when we're trying to find something that explains, like, if you're like, if there's any explanation, it either falls in the natural realm or it doesn't. If it doesn't fall in the natural realm, we'll just grant, for the sake of argument, that it falls under the supernatural realm. But the question is, like, why expect it to come from the supernatural realm if the supernatural realm doesn't make any predictions?
When we make ourselves the authority, we can say and believe something like that, right? But if we accept and like acknowledge that we are not the authority, that there is one authority, then that kind of gets brought into question, right?
No, I don't think that answers the question.
Well, so I mean, what does it mean, like when somebody? Because you were talking about, you say that there's true things in the Bible, right? That there's good teachings in the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
Did you guys say that earlier?
Yeah.
So if to accept those things, right, but then to deny like the resurrection, right? The more what people call outlandish stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's making yourselves the filter, right? You get to decide what's reasonable. We get to decide what God could or couldn't do.
Yeah, like, listen, like Harry Potter has London. It has that train station, but we don't have Hogwarts, right? Like, there are things that are true in Harry Potter that just aren't true in the real world, right? Like the Hogwarts versus that train station where they go through the wall. And I think the same is true for every religion. Every religion has true propositions that are expressed, right? Like in Christianity, the true proposition is probably Jesus existed, or probably like certain, ox cost this much at that time, right? Those are probably true, versus other claims, which I think are unlikely to be true given the motivations of the authors, right? Like we can reasonably expect, given our priors and our background information, that people are motivated towards.
Can I ask you what motivated you? Can I ask you what motivated you to speak about this topic publicly?
Oh yeah, to see if people have justifications for their beliefs.
So I think another statistical anomaly that I think, like, even scientists and historians are still view as a statistical anomaly would be like the Great Pyramid of Giza being aligned with true north to an accuracy of less than 1/15 of a degree.
Are you claiming supernatural, or are you claiming aliens?
What I'm claiming is it would be supernatural for humans to achieve that. Wow. And we had because it would be impossible to align with that.
Well, that's just begging
those specifically
why would it
accurately.
Be
it would be a statistical anomaly that would be so impossible to achieve without modern tools.
So why are you positing the supernatural? I don't understand. Like,
absence of evidence is not evidence of, just because the evidence to prove that it isn't a coincidence doesn't exist doesn't mean that it is some intentional thing that it's aligned with north.
I think that, the accuracy to which it's aligned with true north and the significance of the pyramids being rooted in ancient Egyptian beliefs.
Why is that expected? Like, this is the question I'm going to ask every time. Why is that more expected under supernatural explanations?
Because I think that similarly to like the situation where I think if we have special information that, you know, we're in a fair game of blackjack, and I would view winning 1,000 hands in a row as an impossibility.
Okay. Let me ask it this way. If the pyramids of Giza, if they were wildly discordant with True North, would that be consistent under supernatural explanations?
No. The alignment with True North signifies a level of precision that cannot be explained naturally.
Okay, how does the supernatural explain it? Give me the mechanism.
Like I said, supernaturalism would explain humans being able to achieve something, a level of precision that would otherwise be impossible.
That's to restate the claim. I'm asking you, why would it explain it? Like, what is it about the supernatural that generates an expectation that a person who has access to that is going to then have this level of precision?
Because it would give them special, you know, authority to and knowledge to be able to
How
achieve.
do you know the supernatural does that?
Because the natural would not be able to do that.
Well, no. How do you know the supernatural is able to do that? Because it could be that the supernatural world and the natural world is not able to do that, right?
The only explanation for it being able to be done would be it being supernatural.
That's just to state the claim again, but we're asking for justification for the claim.
Justification would be that it would be impossible to occur naturally.
Wait, that's just to state the claim again. Because if you
No,
say it's
the
impossible,
claim is
if
that-
you're saying it's
the
possible
claim is that-
for it to
no,
occur
here,
naturally,
I'll
you're
repeat
saying
the
that it's
claim.
possible for it to occur supernaturally, but you don't even know how it's possible for it to occur supernaturally. You're just claiming
I'll-
that it occurs supernaturally.
Well, how do you explain
I'll-
a miracle?
I will explain
What's a
the
miracle,
claim.
and how do you explain that?
Hold up. I will explain the claim, and then I will. The claim is that this happened supernaturally. The justification is that it's impossible to happen naturally.
Okay.
Therefore, it must have
Now,
happened
you didn't.
supernaturally.
Now you moved from it's unlikely to happen naturally to it's impossible. Those are two different things. You understand?
No,
that?
it was always impossible.
Wait, so it's not logical. So no human being at that time could possibly do that, no matter what, how much they tried, no matter how smart they were,
Because
how
we
much
give
of a
the credit to
genius they
God.
were. It
The
doesn't
Christian
matter.
would give the credit to God, though, in that case. Like,
No,
Yeah,
they
like that would just
wouldn't
be a
be
god
able-
of the
That's
gaps.
God of the gaps.
They,
Yeah.
they,
Yeah,
wouldn't, they
literally
wouldn't
God
be
of the
able to
gaps.
achieve that level of precision with the level of understanding and research and tools they had available to them at that time.
Yeah, so
You're
why
literally
would that
saying
be
because
more?
we don't know God.
Yeah,
no,
That's the whole idea of something that is naturally impossible. You have to.
No, that's the whole unsubstantiated
my claim is
reason for
that
belief.
my claim is that something that is impossible to happen naturally must have occurred supernaturally.
but you can't establish how it's impossible naturally.
That's a fancy way of saying we don't know, so it must be God.
well, and when if we like choose to accept some of the things in the Bible that is true and some like that are not true, that means just we're deciding what's reasonable, and we decide what God can or can't do.
No, well, first we have to.
Well, that's really
we have to
convenient.
Suppose that
in
God
order
is
to.
real.
Yeah, you have to posit God as a hypothesis independently, and then so this is what you have to do for that, right? You have to first give an argument for God's existence. After you've established that it's more plausible than not that God exists, then you have to produce a new argument that if that God exists, he's going to be motivated towards, I don't know, resurrecting a guy from the dead, right? Then once you give that
Sounds crazy,
argument, then you look at a resurrection and be like, oh, well, listen, there's this agent that I know has the power to do so. That's going to explain it. Then you would make me a Christian, right? But you guys, what you do is you just look at the resurrection and you be like, oh, that means God exists. That's God of the gaps, because I can posit much more likely scenarios that you would agree are much more likely, like the twin brother hypothesis, the botched execution hypothesis, the alien hypothesis, or just generally a natural hypothesis over a supernatural.
Well, so I can only speak for me, right? But I'm a Christian.
Have you ever heard
because
the? Have you gentlemen ever heard the term Occam's razor?
Yeah, it's
I would argue
self-explanatory
that
version.
my
JB,
hypothesis.
wait, hold on, wait, quick. JB was trying to talk. Go ahead.
No, you're good. It's a spirited debate. I appreciate that. You know, from what I've read in the Bible, it's teaching that it's telling the story that people are broken. Like they're not just misinformed; they're broken. And Christianity names that problem directly. So it offers grace to people without denying responsibility. So you're accountable, but you're not condemned. And it's grounded in real history that Christianity rises or falls on what actually happens to Jesus, not feelings or myths, right?
Yeah.
But these uncomfortable truths, that the resurrection, right, that the word is true. If the resurrection actually happened, Christianity is not a coping story; it's about history. And if it didn't happen, the faith collapses. There's no middle ground. So a true resurrection means God acted in the real world. A false resurrection means belief is meaningless.
If there was a resurrection, that doesn't follow that God exists.
So say that claim again. And
yeah, if there was a resurrection, it doesn't follow that God exists.
How do you come to that conclusion?
Well,
so,
I mean, that's
who
not
resurrected Jesus?
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why.
Resurrected him?
I'll tell you why. Okay, so I'll tell you my view. So I don't believe there was a resurrection, right? But I do think that. Hold on, real quick. Let me respond. I don't believe that there was a resurrection. I don't think Christians have good reasons for why they believe that. That's number one. But number two, let's say somehow you got me to the belief that there was a resurrection. I still why would I just say, oh, that's interesting? Human beings are capable of resurrecting sometimes. I didn't know that we could do that, right? So this should be like scientifically investigated. How would I get from that to God?
Well, so the resurrection was like Jesus didn't get up in his human body and start walking around again, right? His spirit went up to heaven. This is the story, right? So are you saying that like
he resurrected?
People have claimed to see him, and the
tomb wasn't empty.
His physical body.
Well, so that's a fair point, right? But the story is to say there's life after death, right? That's the story, and so if there was a true resurrection, why would you? What accounting would you give for it other than God?
Yeah, I just thought, so. For example, let me give you an analogy, right? So, Usain Bolt, fastest man on earth, right? He's done a feat that we have no record historically of anybody having ever done. It's like we thought biologically impossible to run over 27 miles per hour. He did it, right? Okay, so he does it, and then let's say tomorrow he comes out and says, well, the reason why I run so fast is because I'm a descendant of the messenger god Hermes, right? And he's like really fast or something like that. I'm like, okay, well, listen, that's a cool story, but I think it's always going to be better. I think you're bullshitting me. I think you just have faster, more advanced, fast twitch muscle fibers that nobody else has, right? So when it comes
to Jesus, reduce that even further.
I can make it. I can just keep going with all these. Everybody always has explanations for stuff. But what I would do is say, when it comes to Jesus, right? So the question is, if Jesus was resurrected, is it more probable that it was natural or supernatural? Right? That's the question. Now, naturalists I can just go off of the historical success of methodological naturalism over the historical success of supernatural explanations. And on that alone, I don't even have to go to other explanatory virtues. The natural explanation is going to beat out, because every time in history that we have some sort of event that we can't explain that we attribute to the supernatural, we find out later that there's a natural explanation, and then we broaden our web of beliefs about the natural world, about what we know is possible that we previously didn't think was possible. We say that. So if you convinced me that Jesus was actually resurrected, I would say, oh, that's a weird natural. I hope we can do that again. It looks like that happens once every blue moon, but it looks like there's the perfect conditions, the perfect, extremely unlikely conditions set up to where Jesus was resurrected. That's great. That's a cool scientific fact that I now know, right? I don't have any reason to connect that to a divine agent that created the universe.
No, man, and I'd love to convince you that you're a Christian, but I'm more focused on just wanting to have a good conversation. It's been fun conversation so far, right? But so when we talk about we want, if we're accepting some of the word is true, right, or that some of Jesus' teachings are true or good, then but we deny these other things, it kind of says that we want the benefits of these ideas and without the cost. that surrender is uncomfortable, that accountability is uncomfortable, that obedience is uncomfortable, right? That we decide what is reasonable, what's symbolic.
Well,
that
now
God
what
becomes
you're
the
doing is
student and we become the judge.
stipulating
Can I interject? I'd like to add to that. So to redact that even further, it's fine and dandy for I would be willing to accept that the Bible is a historical text and that some of its teachings are in good standing with my morals, but the problem in lies that you would have to prove that it is directly dictated from the lips of God himself for it to carry any sort of theistic weight, in the sense that people derive their entire life's meaning out of it because those words are attached to their God.
Amen.
That's what Christians are doing too. That's why there's tons of different types of Christians, because you all interpret it differently.
Exactly.
You all decide what means what in those books, and who are you? You know what I mean?
But my point of contention is that I will concede that, you know, the teachings are good, and some of them, I guess, and that it is, you know, a historical religious text. But if you can demonstrate a single line of logic that ties it directly from the lips of God himself, until you can do that, then the Bible holds no weight in forms of, like, you can't use it as evidence to convince me that
Also,
God exists.
How do you know that
even that
picking
position
and
is not
choosing
neutral.
what has value and meaning means we don't value sacrifice or these other things, right? Those don't. That doesn't logically follow. I can value sacrifice. I can value these other things without believing that that's literally true in the Bible.
Well, no, and,
right?
Because
yeah,
they're not objective truths, they're subjective truths,
Yeah,
as long as you
exactly.
believe in God.
See, I would argue the opposite there. Like, and I love you guys for talking this subject. I really do. When someone says I like the message but not the miracles, like what they might be saying is I accept God only when He fits inside my limits. That's not neutral. It's a choice about authority.
No,
We don't
not even that
think
far.
God exists, right?
Period. I don't.
Your idea presupposes that God is there. There's nothing in my mind that I'm rejecting in favor of certain beliefs. I can agree that in the context of the story, I might agree with the morality or the symbolism the same way I would if I was reading
What's up, Twitch? Where
a
you
different story. If I was, I can agree with Batman's idea to not kill and love Batman and take that into my life. But that doesn't mean that I don't value. You know what I'm saying? You're presupposing that I accept this thing exists.
Well, so that's fair enough. That's right. And so what if I'm hearing you correctly, it's like there's no evidence for God, so it's not reasonable to believe that there is a God.
Well,
Do you
I
think
would
you
dumb it.
choose
I
what
would.
you believe?
Yeah, I would dumb it down, not to slander or anything, but I would dumb it down to be that you can't use the Bible as a defense that God is real until you prove that the Bible is in fact the exact utterance of God himself.
So, yeah, I can't do that. But am I correct in saying because that evidence that proved is that not like is that the evidence that you're looking for?
Well, in debates like this, the Bible comes up a lot, and it's used as evidence of the existence of God a lot. I don't take it as evidence, because if it was to be used as evidence, it would have to be the word of God, and if it is not proven that it is in fact the word of God, then I don't know. I don't know. That's up for you to decide.
No, but I mean, like, what kind of evidence would convince you that there might be a God?
It doesn't matter. I don't need to know what would convince me.
Yeah, the problem with like the
And
idea
I'm
of a God
an empiricist. I'll put it that way. I'm
the
an
idea
empiricist.
of a God is like this problem of underdetermination. I don't know if you heard of it, but basically, any possible world is consistent with the existence of God, right? So if the world had been some other way, right? Jesus was not resurrected, right? That for some reason that would be consistent with God, right? A world in which things are not finely tuned but coarsely tuned, that's also consistent with God. A world in which there's one atom only and only ever one atom for all eternity, that's consistent with God, right? All these worlds are consistent with God because there's an infinite range of desires that if the God exists, he could have. And, you know, if he has a desire, then he's going to bring about that desire, right? So if he desires one atom for all of eternity, there's going to be, so any possible world that you could possibly imagine is just going to be one that's consistent with God's existence, right? So, God having created that world, except for the worlds where God's not omniscient, doesn't exist, of course. So when you say things like evidence for God, it's just underdetermined because it's evidence for either hypothesis, God existing or God not existing, right? So the analogy that I would like to use is like the shooter one, right? If you say something like, I went up to a crime scene and there was a bullet casing on the ground, right? Dead body, bullet holes, all that stuff. Now, most people are gonna just say like there was like a shooting that occurred, right? The reason why is just because that's more likely, that it's, you know, happens all the time. Shootings happen all the time. But listen, there's a lot of other hypotheses, right? And that is that there's an agent out there, there's a person out there who that created the universe, who's just motivated towards generating a casing and putting it on the ground, generating a full body, putting that person on the ground with a bullet hole in him to make it look like a shooting happened, right? Well, now I can walk up to a crime scene and be like, that's evidence for God, right? I can go hiking, right? And I can see like boar shit, like, oh, I stepped in boar shit, right? And be like, well, there's a possible God that wants me to step in boar shit. That's evidence for God. Like, anything is evidence for God. So like, you can't really say like, because God could make any possible world. So the problem here is just that the existence of a God doesn't make any predictions. Because he doesn't make any predictions, it's just not a good hypothesis to like posit. And so that's why if you need to convince me that there is a God, you have to give me a deductive argument. I don't usually use abductive arguments because all these worlds are underdetermined whether God exists. So he's off the app though.
Yeah, that's you're basically just saying what I said when I joined, right? It's a non-falsifiable claim.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Because
so like
the opposite is always gonna be, if they say, oh well, look, the world is fine-tuned for life. Okay, what if it wasn't fine-tuned for life? That's evidence for God too. Like,
the best way I like to describe this is I could stand before you and proclaim that I am God, and there's no way you can refute that in the same way that you can't refute the claim that God exists, and from the standpoint of defending it from the Bible.
Listen, if you proclaiming that you're God, right? That's expected sometimes from a God who has that desire, right?
Yeah.
It's just like it's completely open. It's an open question, right? Like it's just consistent with every possible combination of worlds. They're God, so like it's just a terrible hypothesis. But
Trent, nobody said anything about being a Christian, brother. I mean, we could go down the rabbit hole of why there are thousands of religions and why they all could proclaim that they are the one true religion, and how that just makes them all equally absurd to each other.
I mean, not even all Christians agree on the concept of God.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, I mean, who are you to decide what a Christian is, right? Like, no true Scotsman or what?
Exactly.
Trent is the national Christian spokesman. I forgot about that. They elected him as the king.
Yeah.
It was this
What happened to
argument.
JB,
What's this
man?
guy? Yeah, wait for him to come back. This argument against Christian nationalism from Christians. From a Christian who was against Christian nationalism. And he was like, you can't, the only time, because when Jesus was tempted by the devil or something like that, I will give you all the kingdoms and stuff like that. He's like, listen, like this desire to rule over nations in the Bible has only ever been posited as a temptation from Satan as a Christian. Like, oh, interesting.
He's back.
Hey,
Not even
JB,
true, though.
now you're back.
So yeah, I'm good. No, I'm just trying to like rule over my mind and body, and that's all. And have a good discussion with you guys.
Yeah, that's, you know, reading and going to the
And
gym.
understand your perspective.
You hit the gym today, JB?
What's that?
Said you hit the gym today?
I did some walking today. Did a lot of walking today.
Good to hear, brother.
How about you, man?
Yeah, I did. I mean, I hit the gym every day. That's what I do for a living, so kind of unavoidable.
Yeah, I'm training for a marathon. That's it.
Oh wow!
I'm not lifting right now.
That could not be me. That could not be me ever.
Yeah, I wanna be first. Well, I'm training for the marathon because I want to do that because my dad did it. But I also want, before I get out the army, I wanna
Hoorah.
first. Oh, so I wanna go past my sergeant, who does the 2 mile AFT. Like they just changed it to the AFT, by the way. This motherfucker does like 14 minutes, and he's just like blows past everybody. So I'm like,
And the
before I
2
get
mile?
out, yeah, I want to get past him.
Trump change.
Well, I mean, 7
I
minutes.
was in the Marines, brother. We do 3 miles like real men.
Oh yeah, that's funny. Yeah. I heard you got. Wait, which crayon do they support? Like, do they eat the most right now?
The whole box. What do you mean? I don't
box?
discriminate.
Okay, just making sure. Appreciate you.
Yeah, I bet my HAZMAT score's higher.
Higher than room temperature. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, yeah, it is. I had an 89.
I mean, in Celsius.
Oh, yeah, like 35 degrees.
Anyway, J-Biv. I was thinking of Roy G. Biv, the fucking RG. Anyway,
JB's cool. Just JB.
He's thinking about some crayon colors.
yeah. You had any other questions?
She's start
Yeah, man,
salivating in a second.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask one more question. Or
Yeah, what you got?
I'll make a claim and then I'll follow up with a question. Right. So I think as Christians, we're willing to make the claim that there's things that happen in the world in reality that include things beyond our current understanding. So do you think it's possible that reality includes things beyond our current understanding?
Yeah, quantum mechanics.
Absolutely.
So-
The singularity.
Elaborate on that a little bit. if
Yeah,
you will.
so like the singularity, it's where our mathematics break down at the beginning of, well, 2 places. One at the beginning of the observable universe, you know, with the Big Bang, and when you get the solution of what's inside of a black hole. Those are things that are beyond our understanding. And I think if we had some grand unified theory to reconcile quantum mechanics with gravity, we might be able to explain that. Currently, we don't have anyone that suffices. But yeah, that's beyond our understanding.
Well, we have several theories, but none that
We
are
have theories,
like highly
but
agreed upon.
Yeah. So, I mean, but that's just one. We have a lot of things about, that we just don't understand just yet, that are beyond our understanding. And
But
I don't
this
think that means
is
anything about them
getting-
being supernatural, right? I
Yeah.
think these are natural things, right? We didn't understand how lightning worked, right? And we
Zeus.
found out. Yeah, it used to be Zeus, and now it's, electric potential, so.
No, for sure. Hey, well,
Yeah,
thanks,
this is
guys.
getting
Thanks, bro.
dangerously close to the Gods of the Gap argument again.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go get some crayons and I'll eat those guys. Take care. Y'all have a good night.
All right.
Notice he didn't take a shot at the army one though. All right, I'll give it a couple more minutes and we'll wait for another Christian to come up here if y'all want to debate. And if I don't
There's
get one in the next couple of
232
minutes.
people in here.
Usually, it's probably about 60.
I can.
When I go
just
live this
became
late,
Christian.
most of these people are asleep.
I just accepted the Lord into my heart, so
There you go. What's your best
Now we
argument?
can argue. Well, I have this book, and inside of the book it says that the book is true. So checkmate.
Well, I have a book. When I open the book, it says Christianity is false, and I closed it. So checkmate. Squared.
Yeah, but my book warned of the false prophet book. So
Yeah, my book was written by the ancient Sumerians. So it was before yours. So warning about my book post hoc after your book. My book was already came first then.
Well, if you open my book on the right side of the table, it points within 1 degree of true north.
What a callback.
I missed
What's
the super
funny-
chat on YouTube. Let me shout this one out real quick. Shit, Julius, I did not see that. Hold on, Julius, with the 490. Is that euro? I think that's euro. Julius with the 499. Why would a perfect, unchanging God need worship, rules, or obedience from imperfect humans? Good point. Sorry, go ahead.
One thing I wanted to ask the JB guy was, because I assume he is probably not a Muslim, right?
Right.
But I bet you there are probably things in the Quran that he would agree are good concepts, right?
Right.
The same way we do.
Cherry picking, right?
But
Mhm.
yet he still wouldn't equivocate and be like, well, I'm choosing not to be a good follower of Allah. You know, he only did that with what he already believed.
Well, as a good Christian, that would be heresy if he agreed to anything from another religion.
You go based off of like the merits of the beliefs, right? Hitler also believed that we should eat food, right?
Faith
Like,
is a worse driver for belief.
what? Like, you know what I mean? Like, okay, so people share beliefs, right? That's great. That doesn't mean we have to share
Do
all
you
our
guys think
beliefs.
do you guys think people choose their beliefs?
Absolutely.
I
Well,
don't think people do.
I think
I
at
think
best
it's gotten to
you
the
can
point in society
choose-
where we do.
Yeah, I think
It used to not be.
I think you can choose to put yourself into a process that you know down the line might change your beliefs. I don't think you could just like choose your beliefs.
Not without thinking.
Yeah.
It's not just like you're faced with the choices and you just pick. I'm sure that's some people, but I would hope the majority of people actually put a few thoughts together before
Do
they
you
pick.
think there's any circumstance where you could believe that 2 + 2 = 5? Like if someone had a gun to your head and said you have to believe.
Oh,
that
to
it's
choose
5.
it. No.
Yeah.
No. Maybe like I'd be going way into the hypothetical where like, you know, I've uploaded a belief changing algorithm into my brain in the year 2060 to force me to believe it, but then I chose to press that button. That's the only way I can think of something like that. I can't like consciously choose it. It'd have to be forced upon me by some external. Yeah.
Yeah. So like
in which
with the
case it wouldn't be
given-
choice.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
What do you
maybe-
guys think about this little? You kind of sparked the thought when you said that, but they like to say free will a lot. They bring up free will a lot, and I say, if God gives, or if anybody gives you anything, then it is not free. For instance, if our government was to say, we give you these rights, instead of saying these are afforded to you as just being born merely human, I don't think free will is truly free will if God has to give it to you. At that point, I believe it's a privilege.
Yeah, I think
If he can give it, he can take
I
it.
think Christian people genuinely confuse free will with agency.
Yeah.
Those are not the same thing, right? Like agency is like
Absolutely.
the ability to make choices, and like free will would be like that you're actually in control of the choice you make.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah, we
And
do have
what's-
the
and it-
ability to choose. But
And it's funny to me that a lot of the Christian Bible is predeterministic in nature, and yet they
Like the Pharaoh
simultaneously
situation.
believe. Yeah, they
They
simultaneously
try to get
believe that
around
they
the
have free will. Yeah.
yeah, I get what you're saying. Like you're saying that like if something is known to happen,
If there's
then it can't be
there's a bunch of prophecies within the Bible, especially when you get, to the later books like Revelations. How can there be prophecies, things that are preordained to happen in a specific manner, and we have free will to make decisions?
Well, see, here's my objection to that, because I don't actually. So for most of I used to always believe that if, I don't believe that we have like libertarian free will or anything, but like the idea of libertarian free will, the idea was, if God knows your future, right? And then he simply like, tells you that future via like some prophecy, then it follows from that you don't have free will. Now, that sounds extremely like intuitive. Here's the problem. There is a truth table that you can map that out on a modal logic. It turns out that it's false, and it's very difficult to think about. But basically, the formal logic goes like this: if you say something necessarily, proposition 1, necessarily if P then Q. Right, that's proposition 1. And then proposition 2 is if P necessarily Q. Now, they'll sound like the same proposition, but they're actually different propositions. And it turns out when you do it on a truth table, the first proposition doesn't follow to the next one. And it turns out when you say that if God knows the future, or if anybody knows the future, then you don't have libertarian free will. It's just like saying that. It's saying necessarily if P then Q, therefore it follows that if P then necessarily Q. Basically, it's a modal scope shifting fallacy, and it's extremely difficult to like catch just in natural language. You have to go down into the logic and be like, okay, that doesn't follow. So I don't fault most people for holding that, but like it was made aware to me last year by like some Phil bros, and I've gone through it over and over. I'm like, yeah, it's true. Yeah, so it doesn't actually follow. Don't take my word for it. Just like look into like the logic behind it. But yeah, I mean, you could, but that's specifically for libertarian free will, because libertarian free will says that there's a possible world in which you chose otherwise, right? And all God is doing is there's a possible world and there's the actual world. Yeah. So all God is doing is he's revealing in the actual world it's going to happen, but it doesn't follow from that there's not a possible world where that didn't happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So it's God is not causing the proposition to be true. He just knows it to be true because it is true.
Yeah, because it's going to obtain in the actual world. But the fact that something's obtaining in the actual world, right, doesn't mean that there's a possible world in which it couldn't happen. It's just if you chose that possible world, God would know it in that actual world. That would become the actual world, and then God would choose it. So it's a very, very technical distinction. And this Davey actually, who hangs around with like Monkey Boy and Jack and Shrek and them.
So God knew that I would choose coffee this morning, but it was still possible that I chose like orange juice or some shit.
Yeah. Now this is only specifically for libertarian free will. The argument that you guys like, it's true for like incompatibilist view. Yeah, if God knows what you're gonna choose, then yeah, you don't have like a choice. But like this is only specifically for a specific definition of free will, which is there's a possible world in which you chose otherwise, or something like that. Yeah. So I was pretty shocked when I saw that, but like I have to be consistent. I'm like, okay, I can't just be met with an objection and be like, okay, I'm just gonna keep saying it. I'm like, okay, all right. So I don't use that argument anymore.
That's interesting because like there would be certain things that would be true in all worlds, though. Right?
Yeah, like
would that apply? Would that take away your free will in those instances, right? Like,
yeah, if there's no possible world in which you chose otherwise, then you wouldn't have free will in that sense.
Yeah. That's some trippy shit, man.
Yeah. Carbon, if God is necessarily the first cause, then humans are also necessary. If you're saying, because there's this modal collapse argument, they'll say something like, well, when God chose to create, right? If he chose to create versus, like, could he have chosen otherwise? Could he have chosen not to create anything and just exist by himself for all eternity, forever, and nobody else, no other agents, right? Now, first of all, I don't see why he wouldn't have done that if that's the perfect state of existence. He doesn't need to create anything. But regardless, putting that to the side, like, did he know that it's better to create than to not create? Now, if it is better to create than not to create, and God necessarily always does what's better, then it follows that God necessarily creates, right? Which means creation is necessary, right? Which means there's no possible world in which we don't exist.
Wait,
in which
but
case that means humans exist necessarily.
if creation is necessary and creating humans entails creating sin, that can't work either.
Yeah, then you're saying evil's necessary, and an evil being necessary just means that there's no possible world in which evil exists. In which case, God is desiring God is irrational because he's desiring something that's logically impossible. He's like wants a square triangle.
You're saying it's like a logical necessity, though.
Yeah,
not like a moral necessity.
If it's better for creation for God to create than not, and given that he's perfectly good, he's always going to choose the better option.
Yeah, that would be a moral necessity, though, not a logical
Oh, yeah.
necessity. Yeah,
But I mean, it logically follows more.
A logical necessity would mean that he could not have done otherwise.
Yeah, because
Whereas
by
a
his
moral would be
omnibenevolence, he can't choose the worst option. It's impossible. It's logically impossible for an omnibenevolent to knowingly choose the worst option, and the worst option would be not creating. Therefore, he's logically compelled in every single possible world to create.
I mean, he chooses the worst option plenty of times.
Well, you could take that a step further. You could take that a step further and say and completely discount the multi-world theory or argument, saying that if he is a triomnic God, then
Kara. Oh, did he cut out?
triomnant.
Oh, there he is. Wait, say it again.
Oh, my bad.
Cut out a little bit.
Yeah, so to discount this multi-world, argument, you could simply point out that because if they ascribe to triomnance, which most Christians do, although I love blowing that one out the water, but if they do ascribe to triomnance, you could simply say that because he is triomnant and he, like you said, is always bound by that triomnance to make a perfect universe, then there should only be one, right? Because there can only be one perfect of something.
Yeah, you can't.
Because even if
better
there were multiple, even if there were multiple worlds, then they would all be identical because there's only one form of perfection.
Yeah, so that's what's called modal collapse, where there's only one possible world. Usually if you get like cosmological argument, it'd be like, oh, there's a necessary first cause that causes God. But the question is is his desire or his will to create the world, is that necessary? Is that contingent? Right now, if it's necessary, then in all possible worlds he creates the world. Now, if it's contingent,
isn't it self-evident?
What do you mean?
Well, if you were to ascribe to the belief that God is triomnant, then you would have to believe that this existence is the perfect existence.
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to be committed to the view that God brought about the best possible world. So the Holocaust is one in which the best possible world exists.
Yeah, apparently.
And I mean, like, the logical problem of evil is pretty simple. Like, it's, so you would say something like, if the Christian God exists, well, yeah, he would always choose the better option, right? Okay. So, and then you say premise 2, the better option would have been to prevent the Holocaust rather than to allow it, right? Conclusion, therefore,
Get Ouroboros up here.
Then the Christian God
modal ontology.
Okay. So
would
it's
have
basically
prevented
like
the Holocaust.
It's like he cannot be all powerful or he cannot be all good.
Yeah, he can only be one of the three. And he can't
those
be
are
all
logically
three simultaneously.
incompatible.
Yeah. There's an even easier way to debunk triomnance, and it's the Bible itself. It's in John, I think it's like John 24 or something, 25. Yeah. And it literally states verbatim that no one knows like the setting of the day except for the Father, and it includes the Son in that. So it literally says that the triomnic God doesn't know something, which isn't possible because the triomnic God is all-knowing.
Yeah, I feel like the Holocaust wouldn't be a super good example of that, though, because they would just use free will as a...
free will or the devil.
So here's the problem with like the free will. There's a lot of problems with the free will. But so the question is it better to have prevented the Holocaust or not? Now, like if they think like I use more recent examples. I use like Jeffrey Epstein's island and stuff like that. Like, do you think that all things considered, it would have been better to prevent, the Jeffrey Epstein island situation? And they'll immediately say yes, right? Now you're in trouble, right? Because God doesn't believe that. God believes that all things considered, it should have been allowed, right? We believe that it's okay, it's perfectly permissible to go in to Jeffrey Epstein's island or the Holocaust or torture or whatever, and prevent people's free will. Now, this is what I do sometimes. I use an example that is custom tailored to a conservative, right? And so I say something like, even though this doesn't happen, I say something like, let's say a liberal mother wants to give gender surgery to her 2-year-old son or something like that, right? I use an example that doesn't happen, but they think, oh yeah, it should be stopped. I'm like, is it good to violate the free will of that mother to not allow the surgery, the gender reassignment surgery on their 2-year-old toddler? They'd be like, yeah. I'm like, okay, so violating free will is a good thing. Okay, why doesn't God do it?
Right.
If it's a good thing and he only does a good thing and violating free will is good, why doesn't God do it? Because now you can't use free will anymore because you think it's a good thing to violate the free will.
If they were a smart conservative Christian, they would say,
"Oh, that's
well,
a contradiction." What does that mean? Wait, what does that mean? Smart Christian conservative?
They would say that God can't do that, but you can use your free will.
That's just going to be special pleading.
Yeah,
right?
You can use your free will to.
Oh yeah, that's a good question. Does God have free will?
See, I would
never pondered that.
I would say if he's all good, then
I don't think he can, because if he is triumphant, he doesn't have a choice. So he has to pick the best option every time.
Now the problem there is these people say God is good. I don't know what he means by good if he can't have because they'll say like what makes morally good character is like being able to choose evil and never choosing it, right? And choosing against it. But God can't choose evil, like he's physically unable to. So now that makes God no longer an agent, he's just a mechanism, which welcome to atheism, right? Because atheists believe that there was a mechanism that set the things in motion, but it wasn't a mind or it wasn't an agent, right? So you kind of have to give God this choice in order to make any of that salvageable.
My brain just exploded. Hold on. I forgot what I was thinking. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Because okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, because but regardless of whether he has choice or not, right? Like, if you say that what's a good thing to do is violate the free will of the rapist or Jeffrey Epstein or the Nazis or something like that, that's a good thing to do, and God only does good thing. Yeah, God is looking at. He's like, oh, that's a good thing to do. I'm not gonna do it. Right? That's not that. What? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, then they fall back on scripture where after the first flood, he said that he would never interfere with humans again, and that's why we are the way we are today.
Yeah,
but then again, it's the same thing.
Christians find their car keys and like bringing people back.
Like you're saying he's a mechanism. He's a mechanism in terms of anything he does automatically becomes good. Then, right?
Like, well, I mean, they're saying like there's some part of his nature that just like compels him to do only one particular thing, which then how does he have choices then? Because what we understand an agent to be is an entity that makes assessments on the basis of reasons and then guides their actions based on those reasons, right? But God, he doesn't like he always goes towards this one thing necessarily every single time. There's no choice to be made there, right? He can't even consider himself like doing this other thing, right? I just like at best you can say that he's like a conscious entity that's just kind of forced in this Manchurian Candidate to just kind of like like the Denzel Manchurian Candidate. He can't choose what he's doing. He just only perceives that the body that he's in or the entity that he's in is doing it, right? He's kind of like a standby character that's just watching this thing happen, but he's making no choice. So maybe at best you can say he's a mind inside of a mechanism, but he's not actually making any choices because he can't choose otherwise.
I'm sorry, that doesn't even sound like a creator at that point. That sounds like something that was created to do a purpose.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It sounds like a robot that was programmed to do one specific task and not take anything else into
it's basically a robot.
consideration. That doesn't sound like
a robot.
Yeah.
So is it that is it that he chooses not to do something because he's good, or there's some sort of transcendental law on him?
That is the triumnance.
Basically cannot do something.
Yeah, it's like
That's
there's something about his nature that forces him to do the good, to do what he has more reason to do. Like, he can't do otherwise. Like, he physically can't choose, right?
So how does he do so many things in the Bible that are immoral then? You know, like,
well, I mean, that
because it's not up to us to judge who is immoral and amoral. It's up to him.
So
it's literally how it goes.
Moral simply because he chose.
Yes,
to
simply because he chose to do it, because he's triomnant, and
It's
because he's
consistent.
triomnant. Yeah, it's logically, it's like a snake eating its own tail, but it's consistent in their own worldview.
Well, yeah, and it's consistent with any action, right? God could like torture, rape, and murder like 500 billion babies, and that just be a good thing to a Christian. God can create a world
because
in which
he's triomnant and
God could create a world in which every being that exists other than him will always only choose to do evil for all of eternity, and that's a good thing to do, apparently. Like that, no matter what, like it's a good thing. Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Yeah, because you would have to apply this principle across any scenario.
Free will would be about who determines the action, though, right? Not about having every option.
Well,
Would you
that's
guys
what we
agree
were
with
just
that?
talking about, is God doesn't have free will because he's bound by his own triomnance.
Yeah, you can't choose otherwise.
Yeah.
Because like that's
Which,
what free will
that's
means
a crazy,
is the
Did we
world.
just stumble on a crazy way to debunk triomnance? Because that sounds like a great way to dismantle it.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's just like
It's a reductio.
to say that free will is the ability to choose otherwise, right? And God is met with an option, A or B, right? And A is a better option than B. And given that he's omnipotent, omnibenevolent,
Omniscient.
he physically cannot choose otherwise in any possible world, which means he doesn't have free will. Yeah.
So he's not freely choosing the good.
No, he's like I said, he's just like a mind inside of a robotic mechanism that's forcing him to perceive himself do these things, but he's not actually doing them himself. He
This
can't.
would force a theist to concede, at least a Christian theist, that he is not triomnant. And then the entire religion falls apart.
So.
Damn.
That'll be, bro.
That's why there's very few sects, S-E-C-T-S, that actually believe in triomnance, and even the Roman Catholic Church has not substantiated it with the Bible. Instead, they've just labeled it a mystery.
All right, Romano, I invited you up here. Stop running. I put you up. Accept my request. I sent you a request 3 times. Stop running.
I'm
Hey,
thinking
Chuck
back
with
to
the Galaxy. Thank you so much.
I'm thinking back to like philosophy class.
W. Child.
And when I learned about free will and shit, and like, it would be an uncoerced action from an external constraint. So is it a constraint he puts on himself?
That's what I was just thinking about.
Because if it's
did
not
he put
an
the restriction on
external
himself, or did something put the restriction? That's what I was getting at with that
Feeble
robot
human
analogy.
minds can't understand the ways of a god.
Yeah, our feeble human neurons.
He transcends logic.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, even if it's not
Exactly.
God, but logically speaking, if you coerce yourself into an
Hush,
action,
peasant, who are you to question God?
if I coerce myself to do something, was it still my choice?
That's like
Well, you're saying you did it, so like, yeah, it's your choice.
It was my choice to coerce myself, but not to.
Well,
do
when
the
you
thing.
say yourself, what do you mean? You mean your body?
my conscious
You forced
experience.
your conscious experience coerced
Your
your
moral
conscious
agency.
experience.
Yeah.
That's just to say you
The-
chose it. It just sounds like you're just saying I chose. to
Yeah,
do this.
yeah. Well, I'm just trying to think in terms of a fucking god. You know, 'cause, like,
Yeah, God is
Um,
incoherent. No, like Christian can like once you do like critical analysis, they don't really know what.
because
God
I'm trying
is.
to like play devil's advocate here.
Yeah.
And like,
It's the best way to expand
I
your own
converted
defenses.
10 minutes ago. But yeah, because would you define his omnibenevolence as an external constraint? Because I think that's like the thing here. Because that, by definition, is what takes away free will.
It's an essential property. So if you say it's an essential property, that means it's internal. It's like part of his nature, right? Like, yeah. So like, yeah. I mean, not really much more.
So it's something.
It's
so
like
if it's part of his
self-evident.
nature,
yeah.
Then is it really that he's being coerced into doing it? Then is it really like the lack of free will?
I wouldn't say coerced, but I would say forced, bound, maybe.
It's roughly the same.
Bound only by the belief of men that he is triomnant, which is why they would be forced to concede
Mars,
this
you
point
get
to go
cooked every
any
time you
further.
come up here, and you get cooked every time you try to like talk to Jack Hicks, right? You get cooked every time, like Monkey Boy, like Chezit. Don't try. Man.
Oh, I want to cook him. Put him up here.
He's on the year-long ban list, so he'll be off sometime this summer. Yeah, somebody paid to ban him. Anyway, Tony, can I get your age, please? Tony, you are live. What's up?
I see you
What's
guys
up?
have.
Can I get your age, please?
I'm 30 years old.
All right, you're a Christian.
I am a Christian.
All right, you want to give us your best reasons why?
I was born this way.
Oh, so it's just like traditional for you?
Family, yes.
Okay, so you were born with the belief that Jesus was resurrected?
I was born 8 years old. I was baptized, but when I was growing up as a child, I went to church every Sunday.
Yeah, so why does that make it true just because your parents...
All right, so this is, everybody has their own opinion, right? Everyone's always going to believe what they want to believe, but there are situations... Let me say something.
I'm not saying
let me say something and let me finish. Let me say something and let me finish, and then I'll let you talk. And I promise I'll be respectful of it. Everyone always has an opinion, right? And no matter what you do, you can shit in one hand or you can talk into one hand. Which one do you think is going to fill up faster, right? Un caca or on air? In my opinion, the way that I was raised and the beliefs that I have make me Christian today because I believe that there's always something, as long as you're doing right in the world, right comes back around. That is what a Christian to me is. As long as you are being the best person you can possibly be for everybody, for anything, for anybody, doing anything, whether it be working, trabajo, anything, todo.
What the fuck are you talking about?
So
you are a Christian because you are a good person.
One yapper over here.
So a Hindu is a Christian, right? A Hindu like does their best.
What does that
They're a
mean?
Christian.
Hindu,
Buddhists, other religions, they're Christians too, right?
Right, correct.
Ain't no way.
So all people who just try to do good are just Christians.
I think so.
When I
think
say,
so.
listen, this is just equivocating. When I say Christian, I mean holding the belief that there is a God that resurrected Jesus to die for after he died for your sins, right? Do you believe that?
Oh, that's difficult.
You either believe it or you don't. Which one?
I believe it.
Okay. Why do you believe it?
It's what really happened.
How do you know that?
Nobody knows that.
Then how do you know why do you believe that it happened?
Because
It doesn't get better.
why would it not have happened? If there is a God here today, why would it have not happened?
Well, that's the big if,
Come on,
right?
Tony.
We're asking whether there's a God that resurrected Jesus, right? So why do you believe that there was a guy? Okay, he's gone now.
He left. Fuck.
Why not?
We know because we know.
Why did it not happen?
What's going on today?
At 30 years old.
My first debate was a literal, like, self-professed neo-Nazi today.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so I was like, because it was the background was, why are you conservative? So he's like, I'm not a conservative anymore. I'm like, okay, what are you? He's like, I'm more far right. I'm like, are you like a Groyper? He's like, no. I'm like, so you're a neo-Nazi? He's like, yes. Like, that was my first fucking debate. What the fuck am I doing here, bro?
That's insane.
Jesus.
So back to what we were
Absolutist, get up here.
Would you say God? I'm trying to think about how to say this. Would you say that God, like, self-determined?
He had to have, because he's the
That's what
causer.
agency would be.
So if he has some sort of like perfect self-determination, that would in sense be free will. It just wouldn't be freedom of like a moral struggle the way we have it.
Yeah, but the problem is, like, like, when we say free will, we gotta, like, know what we mean by that, right? Which is just that there's a possible world in which he chose otherwise. Question is there a possible world in which he chose otherwise? In which he's self-determined otherwise?
No,
if you mean some
most
other
likely
free
not.
will, then that would just not be the free will that Christians are talking about. It's like some other form of free will.
I thought we already debunked the multi-world.
Well, that's just
argument.
modal logic. It's like, it's possible. It's logically possible, right? That's what
Yeah.
multiple worlds means.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just, yeah, I mean, there's arguments out there that like does critical analysis on what agency is, and it comes to like these conclusions that in order for something to be an agent, it has to be able to have the ability to fail. Right? There's arguments there, and since God can't fail, he can't be an agent. Right? There's arguments there.
Well, how do you define agency?
Well, agency is the ability to act on the basis of reason.
Okay, and did God act on the basis of reason to establish moral code?
Well, to say that he acted on the basis of reason, right, is to say that it's how would I put this?
That reason exists outside of.
Well, like, it's to say that it's possible that God. I'm trying to find the right words for this. I'm trying to bring up the argument that was being used, but I don't really run this argument, so it's like it's foggy in my head. But if you act to act, right, is just to consider yourself in another like in some alternative view, like in some alternative world, right? Like cheesecake versus, chocolate cake. So I consider myself eating the cheesecake. I consider myself eating the chocolate cake, right? Because, for whatever reason, my taste buds, my brain, the way my biology works out, I just like the chocolate cake better, right? And so I choose that, and that's just the reason, right? It's just the chocolate cake tastes better, so that's the reason why I choose it over the cheesecake, whatever. But the thing is, there I've imagined, or I've considered eating the cheesecake, and I considered that it doesn't meet the same standards as like the chocolate cake. But what, like, I don't, it seems like in order for me to act, I have to, fuck, I can't like get the brain states right. So I have to have, I have to not know that there's something, I have to not know that there's something faulty in the cheesecake, right? I have to, because that's the point of considering, I already know that the chocolate cake is better, right? Now, if I already know the chocolate is better, I don't know nothing to consider with respect to cheesecake. I don't even think about the cheesecake. So that means I'm just serving the towards the fucking.
So then God never makes any decisions.
Yeah, he never makes any decision because there's no way which he considers the
Yeah, because it has to pick the best option available. I don't know. It still sounds like a decision, though.
Yeah, because if
that's assuming that there are other options.
Then there's no decision to make.
So could you assert that he's? Could you assert that because he's triumphant, that by virtue, like everything is predetermined?
Well,
because if
yeah,
he's forced to move things in a modality that is always in value with triumphance, then there can only ever be one true outcome to.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. So this is the argument I run, which is like the perfectly efficacious will kind of situation. So you think about it, like if God's will is perfectly good, right, then by definition, there's no reason that he can have for opposing it. There's actually no reason that anyone can oppose his will, even himself, right? Because it's perfectly
And
good.
he wouldn't even consider it in the first place.
Yeah. So that means if he have a perfectly good will to do X, right, God doesn't have a reason not to do it because it's perfectly good, right? So he's necessarily going to do X. So it follows from that if God wills X, X will occur, right? That just logically follows. Now, here's the problem. It's God's will, like it's God's will for you to not commit murder. It follows that you're not going to commit murder, right? Because God has a perfectly good will. He has no reason to oppose it. And if you're going to say the reason is free will, right? Well, then that's a reason to oppose it, in which case it's not a perfectly good will anymore because there's a reason to not want to implement that will, right? So now we have this idea that God has a perfectly efficacious will, and you can't oppose an omnipotent being's will unless he wants you to, and he has no reason to want you to, right? So therefore, everything that exists is permissible by God's lens, which means there is no evil.
So if he wills an outcome, then it's guaranteed to occur.
It follows logically that it's going to occur.
Yeah.
But does he will anything, or is he just strictly bound by his triumphance?
God is pure act. He doesn't will. As soon as he wills something, he acts upon it.
Yep. You're darn tootin'.
And there's a per se series of links that prove.
Oh my god.
Per se chain. And the mover. Okay, the efficacious mover. First principle.
Oh my god. Just going through the Apologist Dictionary? What's going on?
The Thomas Dictionary.
Dictionary. So I'm just trying to make sure I follow like what you're saying. So you're saying that if he permits evil, then his will is being thwarted in a way because he's supposed to.
Yeah, like think of it like if you have a perfectly efficacious Hydro Flask producing factory, right? There's just a few questions that somebody can ask. Can that Hydro Flask factory fail to produce Hydro Flasks?
Well, no, it would be, can he...
So the answer is no, right? And then you could just keep bumping up, right?
Well, the concept would be about his ability to permiss it.
Yeah,
right?
but here's the problem there, right? Like, so, well, one, we know that God can't stop this Hydro Flask factory. So now with respect to the free will thing, right? Can a Hydro Flask factory that's perfectly efficacious with respect to producing Hydro Flasks, can it produce a Hydro Flask that stops production of Hydro Flasks? No.
Yeah.
Because it's perfectly efficacious with respect to producing Hydro Flasks. If you stipulate that it's perfectly efficacious, then there is no scenario in any possible world in which it doesn't produce Hydro Flasks. So so it wouldn't be possible for it to create a Hydro Flask that stops production, because then it wouldn't be perfectly efficacious.
Simply
In the same
put,
way,
God can never make any mistakes.
yeah, and he can't.
By
that
definition.
means he can't create agents with the ability to do evil, because that would just be going against his own nature, right? And it's just
Yeah,
kind of
and then
stupid too. It's like, why would you create something that you don't want? Like, what?
Right?
It's like, oh yeah, okay, I'm an architect. I'm gonna build. This is what I want to do. I want to build a building, right? And what I want this building to do is withstand earthquakes. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna build a building that doesn't withstand earthquakes.
Yeah.
The fuck? You're fired. What? That doesn't make any fucking sense. You're like an idiot, right? So why would you create shit that you don't want? It just makes no sense. Anyway.
Well, does perfectly efficacious mean that it always succeeds, or just
Yes.
that it always succeeds when it has the intent?
It will always succeed no matter what.
Because he's triumphant.
Yeah, I mean, when you say it's his intent, when we say it's his will, we're already stipulating that his intent, that's his intention.
Yeah.
That's what a will is.
But wouldn't the act of his will, like, okay, I think I get what you're saying, because if he, let's say God, permits evil, is his will being thwarted, right? Like,
yeah,
but wouldn't the act of permitting itself be a form of will?
Yeah, but now you have contradictory wills, which a
Yeah.
rational agent can't have.
Okay.
Yeah, because you're just saying it is the case that God's will is to X. It's not the case that God's will is to X, right? So sometimes Christians will use this idea of like they'll split up the wills to be like, oh, he has like a permissive will and he has a declarative will, right? And they try to use that to try to get out of it, but like they don't understand. First of all, that's just to say, one, that he doesn't have a perfectly efficacious will. Two, they're equivocating on will, and three, you're just saying that if you're not equivocating on will, he has contradictory wills, right? So like those kind of objections don't really work because they're either equivocating or contradicting themselves, right? God's will is to eat the chocolate cake. My will is to eat the chocolate cake, but also I shouldn't eat the chocolate cake, right? And I'm perfectly good. I always know what I should do, right? It just doesn't make any sense. It's incoherent. And then like another idea is like if free will is like this thing where it's like, okay, it's an indeterministic choice. You could think of it like flipping a coin, or more say, let's say more like a random number generator, right? Let's say we had a random number generator that can go between -1, 0, and 1, right? -1 being evil, 0 being neutral, 1 being good, right? Now, why would a God who's maximally opposed to -1s produce a random number generator that could produce a -1? That doesn't make any sense. He's like, okay, well, maybe the reason why he would produce a random number generator that sometimes produces -1s is because there's a certain number of -1s that maximizes the number of 1s, right? So that might be an objection. Well, that means we're not going to have, well, the question there becomes, okay, first of all, since he can't control the number of -1s, how does, if it's indeterministic, how does he know? Well, that's a separate question. But that means, what that means is every instance of -1 is actually a good thing, right? He's not opposed to those instances of -1s. He's only opposed to the -1s that don't conduce to a 1, in which case he's going to prevent those, right? But how do you prevent something that's indeterministic? Right, so that's kind of stupid too. So that gets you back to the problem of evil, which is that there's no evil. All these instances of what we call evil are actually things that conduce to a greater good, which is just to say something like, yeah, the Holocaust was a good thing. Jeffrey Epstein's island, that was a great thing. And you're just mistaken for saying that that's somehow wrong because God wants it. And you thought that was conducive to the greater good, right? You just don't think so, which means you're wrong and God's right. Which means it's not evil. If there is no evil, what did Jesus die for? Is Christianity false? QED.
Jesus. I don't even know what to say to that, man. Because
It's just facts, bro. No printer, just facts.
Would represent God.
The what?
And
the Hydro Flask
the
factory.
cookie factory represents God, right? And so it'd be a perfect cookie factory, basically, is what you're saying. Like,
yeah.
So like, and that would be like him being able to stop evil. Right?
Yeah, I mean,
like he couldn't not do that.
Yeah, because like you have to like think about three beings, right? Like think of a perfectly evil being, a morally neutral being, and a perfectly good being, right? There's not just things that we would expect out of each being, but there's things that we might say are entailed, right? So for a perfectly evil being, right, he's just going to do the most evil thing possible. He's going to try to maximize all evil no matter what within his limits of his power. The morally neutral being isn't going to care. He's just not going to do anything. He's not going to try to change any outcome. Right? He's just going to kind of sit back and watch it occur. Then the perfectly good being is going to just do the opposite of the evil being, right? So how is, when these Christians try to run their objections, how are they not just saying that God is a morally neutral being? Right?
You know the crazy thing as well? A fully evil being could allow for minor goods to maximize evil, because what it looks like in our lives is that the outcome is mainly bad things, right? Our lives are full of, to be honest, it's not a depressing thing. You're doing, most of the time, you're doing something you don't want to do to get to something you want, right? Like you're studying super hard, even though you don't want to, you're eating healthy, even though you'd rather eat a burger, or you're like, I don't know, working like a 9 to 5 that you hate just to make money to do things that you like. Most of our lives comprise of, and at the end of the day, we're all going to like pass away. So,
Battery 20%.
It seems like this world is fine-tuned for evil, if anything. An inevitable end, because we're self-aware.
Yeah.
God equals deep fried. They need some new apologetics, low-key. I'm getting sick of the same recycled arguments. Like they go through their little trends. They've got like the Shroud of Turin. That's current. Before it was Noah's Ark, the excavation site in Turkey. Then it was the sulfur bowls, and now we're back to the Shroud of Turin. What's next?
Yeah. Can you get a building without a builder, or a painting without a painter? Neither can you get a creation without a creator. Yeah, so when Christians use that, like these are like the lowest tier arguments, but I think probably one of the lowest tier arguments, other than the moral argument, which is like
we should do a tier.
When we say
do
building,
like a tier list.
Yeah, we should. When we say building, we're already implying, like in the definition, that it was built by an agent. We use painting, we're already implying in the definition of painting, which is an artwork produced by an artist, right? It's in the definition of painting that there was a painter, right? And then now if you say that there's a creation, well, what do you mean by creation? There's two senses of creation, right? There's one in which there's an agent derived and one in which an agent is not derived. For example, I created, a program, a computer program in C++. In that sense, what I mean is something that's brought into existence by an agent, right? And then there's another sense of creation, which is just something that causally determines another, right? So the sound waves created the avalanche, right? Are the sound waves agents? Okay, so here the avalanche needed a creator, and it got a creator, the sound waves, right? But we don't say that the sound waves are like care about where you put your penis and all that stuff. Maybe they do, but
So, okay. So if he was omnibenevolent, wouldn't that doesn't that necessarily that doesn't necessarily mean that he must will every possible good or prevent every possible evil?
Well,
right?
If what we mean by evil is what by God's lights should not occur, then yeah, it entails that. Because like if we're talking about all things considered, after he considers all the facts, right, he comes to the conclusion that it shouldn't occur, right? If we understand evil to be normative, which means it drives an agent's actions, right, then that necessarily is going to, compel him against it. Right? There's no other considerations, because that if there was considerations that said, oh, it should occur, right? Like, then it wouldn't be an evil. It would be a good thing.
But yeah, because he technically wouldn't have to try to make a cookie.
He could just he could create one, yeah.
And if he did, it would be perfectly efficacious in that factory.
Yeah, he's perfectly efficacious with his will. Yeah. So.
Well, what the fuck?
This is why this has been a pervasive problem for theism for 1,000-something plus years.
I was legitimately trying very hard to find a way.
Once upon a time, it was called the Epicurean paradox. It's been there since ancient Rome.
Yeah, I'm gonna go cry myself to sleep.
I'm tired. But he keeps.
Thanks for having me.
Says like the sound waves and the cliff are both.
This is the most intelligent conversation I've had on this app yet.
Yeah, I run these topics all the time, but it's kind of.
I have another account. Oh
yeah.
My followers start streaming it. So.
Oh yeah, man. All right, y'all. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and call it a night. Thank you everybody for joining. I appreciate y'all.
Hi.
Also, wait, before I go, Corky sent $2 on Cash App. The 200th time I've sent this emoji, the laughing and take my money. Thank you, Corky, for the $2 on Cash App. Appreciate you. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and call it a night. I'll be on Twitch and YouTube for the next minute or so to play everybody off with the song. But thank you guys so much. I appreciate y'all for joining, and y'all have a good one. All right, take it easy.
And bye, Carbon.
Okay. Alrighty, got our daily subs. Hell yeah. Oh my god, nice little long stream, exactly 6 hours. Love to see it. Love to see it. Is this religion? Yeah, this stream is religion, Gretchen. Awesome stream. Thank you so much. Awesome. You guys make it awesome, okay? They always pop out at the end of the stream because they're cowards. All right, y'all. Well, thank you so much for joining. I appreciate y'all. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Likewise, don't do anything I would do. And you know the drill. Don't ever forget, always hold close to your heart that you are a
bitch. you.